Everyone is dying to meet you, Jess. She angled back to them. But let's let them sweat it out for a few. It's my party. Threading her arm through Trevor's, she leaned in conspiratorially. We loved the profile in the Trib. River is my favorite guy ever, other than the one I married. And those pictures? Oh my God, the one of you in his coat? She lightly smacked Jess's arm. Forget it. I dropped dead on the spot. But I'm afraid this party got away from me as soon as I mentioned the idea to my friend Tilly. She pointed vaguely across the room to where this Tilly must have been. I said, wouldn't it be so fun to have Jess and River over? She talked to Brandon, and it turned into a whole thing. Caroline rolled her eyes in apology. I meant like dinner. Of course, the two of them had the entire GeneticAlly board and all the investors invited before I'd even told Trevor. Trevor laughed, nodding. So, see? You aren't the only one who was dreading it. I wasn't dreading it, Jess insisted, smiling her best liar smile. I meant River, Trevor joked. Come on, Caroline said, and took Jess's arm. Jess grabbed blindly for River's free hand before they could be separated, feeling oddly panicked. Let me introduce you to some people. Of course, River already knew everyone here. She was the novelty. First up were the Watson-Duggars, a 50-something couple who, within 30 seconds, suggested, without subtlety, that it would be great if Jess and River could get married before the IPO. And then there were the Lews, who owned the building they were standing in. Mrs. Lew admitted to Jess in a breathless whisper that they'd been married for 27 years, but she hadn't been at all surprised to find out they were a base match. Awkward. The Romas seemed to want to punch holes in Jess and River's possible connection, and Jess reminded herself, as they quizzed her about River's history, most of which she got wrong, that they were just trying to protect their investment, not attack her. Albert Mendoza couldn't stop staring at Jess's chest. Worse, she was worried his wife might actually reach forward and stroke River's biceps, the way she kept eyeing him with such blatant sex eyes. Dr. Farley McIntosh and his husband were prominent San Diego architects and mostly wanted to know whether Jess had heard of any of their buildings. Through all of it, River's hand grew sweatier and sweatier in her grip. They moved from group to group like a bride and groom at their reception. They were specimens to be poked at, prodded, questioned, and quizzed. Is it a connection you can just feel when you look at him? Is the sex, unreal? How long before wedding bells? Have you met River's sisters yet? Your children are going to be stunning. What happens if you match like this with someone else? Jess and River had stumbled through their answers together, hands clasped desperately, tight smiles in place. But that last question pulled Jess up short, and she made an excuse about needing the restroom, following River's directions down the hall to the second door on the left. The condo was enormous, and Jess itched to escape, to explore, to see how many rooms were actually furnished. But it was enough just to step out of the melee and into a quiet space for a few minutes. Her heart was on a rampage, tearing everything up in her chest. If she hadn't been wearing such artfully applied makeup, Jess would have splashed water on her face. But as it was, she just leaned forward, taking a few deep breaths. Every time she thought she had a handle on what all of this meant, another question came at her around the corner like a curveball. First, she hadn't believed the result, and then she hadn't needed to because money. And then she'd suspected the DNA duo score might be true, but it didn't matter because she wasn't looking for love, damn it. And now, being by River's side all night and feeling like they were in this as a team from the very first step made the charade feel so real. When someone had asked about another soulmate out there somewhere, she'd wanted to vomit. Too much, too fast. Jess washed her hands, reapplied her lipstick, and gave herself a hard but encouraging stare in the mirror. This party had to have cost thousands of dollars. She was wearing a dress someone else had paid for. Who was she pretending to be? Just get through it and get home. But when she stepped out into the hall, River was there waiting, one ankle crossed over the other, leaning casually against the opposite wall. His posture was so unconsciously confident, so sensual, that Jess felt her legs clench together hard in response. He straightened. You okay? Yeah, just... She pointed over her shoulder. Needed a second. A relieved smile played at his lips. I did too. She blew out a slow breath. This isn't my world at all. The effect of his proximity simmered just beneath her skin, and she felt the words slip out. I hope I'm not messing it up for you. A flash of emotion moved over his face, and he burst forward a step. You're amazing. He looked back down the hall. And I'm sorry Brandon isn't here. This is his scene, not mine. I get it, Jess said quietly. They want to see their investment in action. She could immediately tell he didn't love this phrasing, but also couldn't disagree. It must be especially surreal to you, she said, to already know these people and have them see you tonight not as the lead scientist, but as one of the big findings. Yeah, maybe 3 people in that room knew anything about my personal life. Now all these strangers feel comfortable making comments about our sex life and asking me when I'm going to propose. Jess barked out a nervous laugh. Right. It occurred to me, he began, and then turned his face up to the ceiling, when Esther Lynn asked us about, matching with someone else. Jess waited for him to finish, her heart beating like a racer's at the starting line. Were you married to Juno's dad? He finally asked. She exhaled. No. There was a long pause where it felt like he wanted more, but they were standing in a hallway at a party, and she just honestly didn't know how much more there was to say about her and Alec. In hindsight, their footing had never been solid. The pregnancy hadn't ended things. It had just sped the demise along. He's not in the picture, she finished eventually. He never really has been. We broke up before Juno was born. She could see his curiosity visibly sated. They turned and started walking leisurely back down the hall toward the party. You mentioned you've always lived near your grandparents. Did your parents pass, or... My mom struggled with addiction. Still does. And relinquished custody of me when I was 6. I never knew my father. Oh. He stopped walking and turned to her, eyes wide. Wow. The pain in his expression seemed genuine. Jess nodded slowly, unsure where to look. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jess. No, really, Nana, Joe, and Pops are the best people I've ever known. I knew from a really young age that I was better off. They sound amazing. She suddenly felt naked. Here she was. Her ex-boyfriend didn't even want to raise a kid with her. Mother chose drugs over her, raised by grandparents and still living with them. River had 2 sisters who adored him so much they helped him figure out how to dress to reach his full hotness potential. What is that expression? He asked, leaning in. What did I say? Jess was made uneasy by how quickly he read her. A panic she didn't completely understand rose in her throat, making her want to look for an exit. This party was the kind of thing that happened to the heroine of the story, not the best friend. What was she doing here? Humor, as usual, was her best defense. Just imagining how, from your perspective, your diamond match has a truckload of baggage. He didn't laugh. Don't we all? Her smile faded. Do we? We do. But come on, I know you well enough to know that you're not carrying baggage. He was holding her gaze, and she felt physically unable to look away. You've chosen your circumstances, Jess. I like that about you. You take what you want and leave the rest behind. You decide. He was right. She felt herself stand up straighter, lean toward him. There you are, a voice called out. River, come on down here and bring that young lady of yours. Still holding her eyes, he fought a smile. Is this young lady of mine ready for some more mingling? Jess laughed. I've sufficiently recharged my battery, yes. Taking her hand, he led her back down the hall to the party, toward the tiny old man who'd called out his name. He had to be in his 80s, wearing wire-rimmed glasses and a well-worn black suit. Beside him was a woman with a thick braid of white hair around the crown of her head and makeup-free, crepe-lined features. She was wearing a simple black dress with a lace collar and pearls. Somehow, she was even smaller than her husband. How'd they convince you to come out? River asked, grinning. Caroline leaned on Dulcie, the man said in a thick German accent. And by leaned on, Dorothy chimed in, he means that Caroline promised me I'd get to see you. River bent to kiss her powder-soft cheek. Johann, Dottie, this is my Jessica. My Jessica. Her heart fell in a swoon from her chest to her feet. Jess, Johann, and Dottie Fuchs. She didn't even have time to recover. Both tiny octogenarians were coming toward her, each wanting an embrace. She bent, hugging them in turn. Hi, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Fuchs. Jess, River said quietly, reverently. Johann and Dottie were our very first diamond match. Their granddaughter brought them to us back in 2014, and she was right. They came through with a score of 93, our first score in the 90s. Dottie nodded, squeezing Johann's arm. We've been married since 1958, 63 years. Jess wasn't an emotional person by nature. She adored her daughter and grandparents to the stars and back, but she wasn't one to cry at commercials and was the only person in her life who could listen to Adele's Someone Like You without weeping. But the moment caught her like a hook, and she felt a swell of emotion rise, salty in her throat. Through this deep, sweeping emotional moment, as she struggled to balance reverence and enthusiasm, Jess noticed Johann's outfit. He was wearing a blazer and dress pants, but beneath the coat was a t-shirt, not a dress shirt. On it was a benzene ring with iron atoms replacing the carbon, and beneath it the words, Ferris wheel. I realize this is a fancy affair, but I wore it for River, Johann said, noticing her amusement. He loves terrible science puns. Does he? Jess asked, looking at the man in question. Mr. Fuchs cleared his throat, raising a finger. What did Gregor Mendel say when he discovered genetics? He waited a beat and then sang, Whoopee! It was corny, but his delivery was fantastic. Besides, he might have been the smallest, sweetest old man Jess had ever seen. She would laugh at any joke he told for the rest of time. Very clever, River agreed, eyes twinkling. What is the fastest way to determine the sex of a chromosome? He asked. Pull down its genes. Everyone groaned. Potassium and oxygen went on a date, Johann said, grinning as their game started rolling. It went okay. Dottie groaned just as Jess said, Okay, that one is cute. I wish I was adenine, River said, and winked down at her. Then I could get paired up with you. Everyone awed audibly, and then 3 pairs of eyes turned to Jess with anticipation. After a beat, it sank in. She was up to bat. She said, digging around the dusty reaches of her brain for a science joke. Okay, anyone know any good jokes about sodium? She scanned their faces, grinning. Or, nah. Mr. and Mrs. Fuchs looked at each other. I don't think I do, Dottie said, frowning. Do you know any, darling? No, it's, Jess stammered. I don't, Johann said. Well, let's see now. That is a rather specific request. Sodium jokes. No, she said. The joke is... She gave up as they continued to confer, mumbling to each other. Sorry, dear, Dottie said. No sodium jokes, but I am so delighted to meet you. She smiled up at River. It's good to see you, darling. You take care of her, okay? I will. He bent, kissing her cheek again. Jess and River watched them walk off together, holding hands. Silence settled over the two of them, and Jess laughed out a quiet, wow. Only the best jokes require explanation immediately afterward, he said, eyes dancing at her. They do call me the party cooler. Do they? He asked. If they don't, they should. She grinned up at him. They were freaking adorable. Aren't they? They are the nicest people, too. Lucky for them, they were already married when they found out they were a diamond match. He nodded, eyes softening. Take some pressure off, I'd imagine. Jess would look away, but she couldn't. Her feelings weren't growing in a measured, linear way. In the past hour, they'd expanded exponentially, like a wave inside her. It was the way she imagined a tsunami might approach San Diego. Calm ocean surface until a wall was suddenly crashing over the shore. She stared at him, and all she could think about was how much she wanted him to touch her. A clinking rose in the room. It was quiet and unobtrusive at first, but built into a clattering of silver on crystal all around them. Jess looked around, confused. Awareness sank in, but River was still wearing an expression of frank confusion. "Oh, shit," she whispered. "What?" he asked frantically as everyone began to chant. "Kiss, kiss, kiss." River's eyes widened, and Jess witnessed the moment comprehension landed. "Oh, God." "It's okay." She put a warm smile on her face and turned to face him. They had an audience. River was shy, and Jess was deeply private, and this was a nightmare. But no big deal. Soulmates. As presented to this room full of investors, Jess and River kissed, like, all the time. He mirrored her grin, but Jess hoped hers was way more convincing. "We should have anticipated this," he gritted out. "Well, we didn't," she whispered, running a coy hand down his chest. The feeling was a bit like being submerged in warm champagne. "We don't have to if you don't want." "No, we can," he said immediately, leaning in and toying intimately with a strand of her hair. "I mean, unless you don't want to." His breath smelled like mint and whiskey. Frankly, Jess wanted to. River looked at her in question as the clattering intensified, but then his eyes flickered away nervously. "Hey, it's just me." His brow relaxed, and he nodded, breath trembling. "Okay." River's eyes dipped to her mouth. "Are we doing this?" He stepped to her. "I guess we're doing this." Bending, sliding one hand up her neck to cup her jaw, and leaving a trail of carbonated heat on her skin. He leaned in. She stopped breathing, and his mouth came over hers. Together, they exhaled in relief, and everything fell away. Sound, light, other people. She felt the sag in him, too, the confirmation that they were right to think it would feel this good. One short kiss, and then a longer one, just his mouth covering hers, and then coming back to taste again. Just to see. A valiant collection of neurons in her brain screamed a reminder that 50 pairs of eyes were on them right that second. But even that awareness didn't keep her from reaching for the lapels of his coat, pulling him flush up against her. Jess swallowed a moan when his other arm came around her waist, his fingers spreading wide below her ribs. It felt so good it sent a fevered ache straight from her mouth to her navel, corkscrewing through her. River veered slightly away, and Jess expected the kiss to close off. It probably should, but she realized he was only shifting his footing, coming at her from a new angle, sending his fingers into her hair. She let out the smallest sound, a helpless moan she thought only he could hear, but it seemed to shove him into awareness, and he pulled away, remaining only an inch or two from her face. Breathless, they stared at each other with wild, shocked eyes. It was probably only a few seconds, but the kiss shifted the trajectory of them immediately. She wanted more, and she could see in his eyes that he did too. Jess didn't question for a single second that the physical attraction was mutual. She startled as the entire room broke into sound and commotion. She looked away for a beat, and then back to River. His attention, it seemed, had remained entirely fixed on her mouth. "I think we just made your company a lot of money," she mumbled, grinning as she carefully pressed her fingertips to her tingling lips. He didn't crack a smile. Jess wasn't sure he'd even heard her. "I'd suspect most people comment on your eyes," he said quietly, running a fingertip across her collarbone. "That startling, bright blue." Surely he could feel her heart scaling her windpipe. He didn't seem to remember there was anyone else in the room. "But I prefer your mouth." "You do?" Jess managed. "I do," he said, and bent, kissing her forehead. "You don't give those smiles away for free." Chapter 16. Thanks to a friend of a friend of a friend, Jess met with a potential new client on Tuesday. She didn't really have room in her schedule for anyone new. Who knew fake dating would be such a time suck? But the gravy train would be over when GeneticAlly went public in May, and Jess didn't intend to be caught with her proverbial pants down when it happened. Kenneth Marshall ran a small engineering firm in Wyoming and was in town to see clients of his own. They agreed to meet for lunch at his hotel, which had the added bonus of overlooking the convention center and the San Diego Bay. Unfortunately, it also had views of Shelter Island and the Gruber's high-rise condo, which meant that it took monumental effort for Jess to focus on the conversation about probability study and regression analysis, and not the searing kiss from the cocktail party. How did someone learn to kiss like that? Did River take a class? Watch YouTube videos like when Jess learned how to fix the toilet fill valve? She'd lain in bed last night thinking about his mouth and the urging press of his fingers to her jaw, about the sobering reality that Jess had had actual sex that left her less satisfied than River's kiss. Sex with River might actually end her. She was all too happy when the meeting with Kenneth wrapped up, and even happier when he offered a deposit to hold his place on her schedule until late spring. But instead of immediately heading toward the valet, she walked out to the back patio of the hotel to take in the view. Seagulls soared overhead, and waves gently rocked the boats docked at the marina. Snapping a photo, she sent a quick text to Fizzy, who was in L.A. meeting with her agent. Jess had lived in California her entire life, but rarely made it to the ocean. It seemed like too much preparation, the sand, the crowds, finding parking. But once she was there, she'd invariably wonder why she didn't do it more often. Kind of like sex. Jess thought of the kiss again, the way River had angled his head to capture her mouth more deeply, how he'd held his breath, then let out a shaking exhale when they pulled apart. She wondered whether it would have been hard to stop if they'd been alone. She wondered whether he fucked like he kissed. Her phone rang in her hand, startling her. She expected to see Fizzy's face filling the screen, but instead there were 3 words. Scripps Mercy Hospital. "Hello?" Jess said in a rush, eyes raking over the horizon as her heart began to thump, Juno, 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 against her breastbone. "May I speak to Jessica Davis?" a woman asked. In the background, Jess heard voices, an elevator ding, phones ringing, and the distant murmur of an intercom. "This is Jessica." Her pulse pounded her daughter's name. "This is Scripps Mercy Hospital. We have a Joanne Davis here. Your grandfather, Ronald, is asking for you. Please come as soon as possible." Jess didn't remember the wait at the valet or the drive to the hospital, the walk from the parking lot, or talking to anyone at the front desk, but she would never forget the sight of Nana in the hospital bed. Jess stood rooted in the doorway, motionless as machines hummed and beeped around Nana, and Pops hovered at his wife's side, holding her hand. Both of Nana's legs were immobilized and strapped to a splint. There was an IV in her left arm. The smell of antiseptic burned Jess's nose. A nurse scooted past her into the hallway, and she managed to step into the room. "Nana?" Pops turned to face her. Every ounce of Nana's pain was mirrored in his expression. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "I'm here," Jess said, crossing the room to wrap an arm around him. "What happened?" "She fell." "I'm fine," Nana said through a shaky breath. "Just lost my footing." Pops squeezed her hand, eyes trained on her face. Jess's grandfather had always been the strongest, steadiest person she knew. But right now, he looked like a slight wind might knock him down. "They think it's a fractured femur," he said, "but we're waiting for the doctor. We were bowling at that new place in Kearney Mesa, and she slipped." He put a hand over his mouth. "They took the x-rays 20 minutes ago, but nobody will goddamn tell me." Nana winced, and if possible, Pops's face went even paler. Okay, Jess said, guiding him away from the bed into a chair. "Let's have you sit down and I'll see what's happening. Have they given her anything for pain?" His fingers trembled as he pushed them through his thin, fluffy hair. "I think in the IV." "I'll be right back," Jess said, and leaned in so Nana could see her. "Nana Joe, I'll be right back." Jess stopped the first nurse she saw in the hallway. "Excuse me, I was just in room 213. Can you tell me what's happening with Joanne Davis?" "Your family?" "I'm her granddaughter, yes. We've given her some pain meds and are expecting her x-ray results any second." The nurse pointed to a woman in blue scrubs striding down the hall toward them. "Dr. Reynolds is coming. She'll talk you through it." Dr. Reynolds returned with Jess to the room, where Pops had moved his chair over to the bed and resumed holding Nana's hand. Sweat beaded her brow, and it was clear that she was in pain, but working valiantly to hide it. Dr. Reynolds greeted Nana and Pops, and a new nurse took Nana's vitals. Clipping the X-ray film to a lighted board, the physician explained that Nana had a subtrochanteric fracture between the two bony protrusions of the femur. "We'll have to operate," she explained. "We'll put in a rod that goes down here." Dr. Reynolds drew along the image with her fingertip, "and a screw that goes up into your hip. Yours won't be that long because your fracture is pretty high. It'll probably go to about here." She traced a finger over the X-ray where the metal rod would end. "And then you'll have another rod that will go up through the fracture into your hip. This is stronger than your actual bone, so you'll be able to walk and get up and move around pretty quickly. But no more bowling for at least 8 weeks." "How long will she be here?" Pops asked. "Let's say 5 days if everything goes as planned and you're able to work on mobility quickly. Possibly sooner," Dr. Reynolds shrugged. "Or longer if there are complications or we have other concerns." Jess's stomach dropped. She imagined Pops sleeping in this stiff hospital chair every night until Nana was discharged and knew he would be miserable. But she tried to imagine him at home while Nana was here, and that seemed even less likely. If he and Jess could take turns being with Nana, she might be able to convince him to eat, to rest, to take care of himself. Jess glanced at her watch, mentally rearranging deadlines and schedules and pickups. Panic bubbled up. Juno was out of school in less than an hour. The doctor left, and Nana's eyes were heavy from sedation. "Pops," Jess whispered, "I need to make some calls, okay? I'll be right back." He nodded, numb, and she excused herself to the hall. Her safety net had a hole in it. Fizzy was in L.A. Nana and Pops were obviously indisposed. She scrolled through her contacts, feeling very, very alone. Pausing on her mom's name, Jess sifted through every possible outcome. Jamie would be on time, but smoking. She'd be late, and Juno would be alone and worried. Jamie would be on time, not smoking, but would fill Juno's head with weird criticisms and jabs. She'd be on time, not smoking, wouldn't fill Juno's head with garbage, but would find the open bottle of wine in Jess's fridge and figure, why not? Jess didn't like any of the options. She dropped heavily into a chair. Her phone rang in her hand, and she looked down to see River's name. Jess didn't even think. She picked up after one ring, her voice breaking on his name. "River?" "Hey, A pause. "Is everything okay?" She swiped at her eyes, chin trembling. "No." His tone went soft with concern. "What's happening?" "I'm at the hospital." Her words came out strangled. It sounded like he'd just stood up. "Oh, no." "Nana broke her hip and I need someone to get Juno from school." Jess wiped at her eyes again. "I know this wasn't part of the bargain, but Fizzy is gone and my mom—" "No. Hey, of course I'll get her. Will they let me pick her up?" "I can call and—" Tears spilled over and Jess bent, pressing her face into her hand. "Oh my God, I had a call at 4, and tomorrow—" "Let's make a list," he cut in gently. "Yes, a plan. Order." Her brain held on to the lifeline. "First things first. Call the school. I'll text you a photo of my license with all my information so you can just read it off to them, okay? Call the school, let them know." "Okay." "Does she have anything after school on Tuesdays?" Jess felt clearer, but slow. She imagined the calendar in the kitchen, the tiny little boxes with Juno's hearts and bubbly handwriting. "She has ballet, but she can skip it." "Can you bring her here? We're at Scripps." "Jess, I can take her to ballet." Jess immediately shook her head. She'd already crossed too many boundaries. "No, it's okay. I promise it's not a problem, and I'm sure having her at the hospital won't be easier on you." She went silent, unable to disagree. "I've attended plenty of ballet recitals. Remember the meddling sisters?" he said. "I know what a plie is and everything." Letting out a soft sound, not a laugh, not a sob, Jess was too drained to argue. "They've never been apart," she said. She needed someone else to know how much her grandparents loved each other. 56 years. I don't know what Pops would do if something happened to her. "It's going to be okay," River said soothingly. Jess nodded. She needed to believe it too. She called the school and made arrangements for River to pick up Juno. He texted as soon as he had her, sending a photo of the two of them making silly faces, and then another of Juno safely buckled into the back seat of his shiny black Audi. Frankly, Juno looked delighted to be there. Jess could only imagine the harassment she would get to buy a new car, like River Nicholas's. Nana was wheeled into surgery a couple of hours later, and a nurse handed Pops a small pager that looked like the kind restaurants used. "That'll vibrate when we have news," the nurse told them. "Bring it up to the desk and we'll update you. If it doesn't go off, there's nothing new to tell you." Pops alternated between holding Jess's hand in the waiting room and taking long walks around the building. His eyes were red-rimmed when he returned, his body heavy as he sank into the chair facing hers. "Anything?" he asked. "Not yet." Jess leaned forward, taking his hands and pulling them into her lap. "Do you remember that time Nana bought us all gardening gloves and didn't realize the floral print was actually marijuana? The way she kept insisting it was a Japanese maple." His shoulders shook with quiet laughter. "And Junebug still pointing out Nana's favorite plant whenever she sees one on a t-shirt or a sign." The sound of familiar laughter carried down the hall, and Jess looked up in time to see River and Juno turning the corner into the waiting room. Juno was still dressed for ballet in her pale pink leotard and tights, but her favorite pink cowboy boots clomped across the linoleum floor. Her hair was pulled up in a lopsided bun, and she held onto River with one hand, clutching a bouquet of sunflowers in the other. The sight of their clasped hands yanked a breath from Jess's throat. "There's my girl," Pop said, eyes lighting up. "We brought sandwiches," Juno whisper-yelled, and Jess glanced up to River. He must have explained to her that this was a hospital and sick people were trying to rest. Jess couldn't imagine another scenario where Juno Merriam Davis didn't burst into this room at full volume looking for her Nana. She handed Jess the flowers, pressed a kiss to her mom's lips, and then climbed onto Pops's lap. Jess stood, taking the white paper bag River offered. "You didn't have to do that." "We figured the last thing on your mind would be dinner," he said. She smelled meatball subs, and her mouth watered. "Thank God, because I am famished." "How is she?" "Yeah, how is Nana Jo?" Juno asked. "She's still in surgery," Jess said. "They're expecting her to be fine. We're just waiting." She handed Pops a sandwich and pointed with hers up at the hunk of male magic in front of them. "Pops, this is River Peña. River, this is my grandfather, Ronald Davis." River reached to shake Pops's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard great things." "Likewise." Pops returned the handshake, and Jess had to bite her lip to keep from smiling. "And thank you for taking care of our little Junebug here. It's been quite an afternoon." "It was no problem," River said. "Sometimes it's fun to take a Muppet to ballet." Juno wiggled wildly on Pops's lap, sticking her fingers in her ears, screwing up her face. "There she is," River said fondly. Juno came to an abrupt stop, seeming to remember something. "Will Nana have her scooter again?" "I'm not sure," Pops told her. "We better get my steel-toed boots out of storage, just in case." The pager went off in Jess's lap, the disc illuminated with red lights vibrating across her thigh. Pop stood abruptly, depositing Juno in his seat, before he picked up the pager and hustled to the nurse's station. "She must be out of surgery," Jess said, watching him. "I'm going to let you get to it, then." River glanced at Juno. "Thank you for spending the afternoon with me, Juno Merriam. It's been a long time since I went to a ballet class." "You're welcome," she said. "You can come again if you want." "Well, maybe I will." He smiled, turning to Jess. "Call me if you need anything else." "I will." Words she wanted to say tangled up in her chest in an emotional clog. Gratitude and lust and fear and longing. She didn't want him to leave. She wanted to stand, slide her arms around his waist under his jacket, and whisper her thanks into the warmth of his neck. But instead, she simply said, "Thank you, River." Nana came through surgery with flying colors. She was wheeled into recovery, and while Pops was able to have some time with her, Jess and Juno had a little picnic with sandwiches, fruit, and cookies in the family waiting room. "How was your afternoon with Dr. Peña?" "I call him River Nicholas, and he calls me Juno Merriam," she corrected, around a mouthful of mandarin orange. We went to ballet class, and he met Miss Mia, and he was going to wait in the parents' room, but I asked Miss Mia if he could watch us practice our recital. He sat on the floor by the mirror and watched us, Mom. He saw how good we were. I bet he was impressed. Jess's chest pinched tightly at the image of 6'4" River sitting cross-legged on the floor of the dance studio. Then we got a pretzel and some flowers, but he thought you guys might be hungry, so we got sandwiches too. She munched on her orange and then looked up at Jess with wide blue eyes. Did you know? I told him that you don't like raw onions, and he said he doesn't like raw onions either? I didn't know that, but it was very nice of you guys to bring us dinner. She ran her hand through Juno's coppery hair. Now is he your boyfriend? Juno met her eyes and then looked away in a rare display of shyness. Because today he picked me up at school, sort of like a daddy would. Oh. A sharp ache pressed up from Jess's stomach to her breastbone. Well, we're friends. So when I needed help picking you up, he offered to help me, like friends do. Juno looked disappointed. Oh. But I'm really glad you like him. Jess leaned forward, kissing her daughter's forehead. It's been a long day, hasn't it? I'm not tired, Juno claimed through a yawn. But I bet Pigeon is wondering where we are. Jess smiled as they cleaned up their food, watching Juno grow droopier with every passing second. She thought she was a big kid, but as soon as 8 o'clock came around, exhaustion rolled over her, like an offshore drift. With Nana asleep, they said goodbye to Pops. Jess made him promise to get some sleep, too, and promised him that she'd be back in the morning. She lifted Juno and wiped out little arms made their way around Jess's neck, her legs around Jess's waist. The elevator doors opened to the ground floor, and Jess stepped out, stopping in her tracks when she saw River perched in a chair near the exit. Approaching him, Jess balanced Juno in her arms. River, oh my God, you're still here? He looked up from his phone and abruptly stood. Hey. Hi. Jess laughed uncomfortably. Guilt oozed through her. I hope you didn't feel like you had to stay. He looked sheepish and sleepy. Jess wasn't sure why, but it made her want to cry. I wanted to see how she was, he said. Your grandmother. She's a champ. Everything went fine. Jess smiled. She's sleeping now, but I'm sure she'll start hassling them to let her go tomorrow. Good. He tucked his phone in his pocket and glanced at Juno, asleep like a sack of potatoes over her shoulder. I also wanted to thank you for trusting me today. He leaned to the side, confirming that Juno was out. She mentioned something in the car to me about Krista and Naomi? Those are her 2 best friends at school. He clicked his tongue, wincing a little. I think maybe she had a rough day. We talked it out a bit, but sounds like they weren't being super nice to her at lunch. Just wanted to let you know. Jess's heart twisted. Her sunshine girl rarely spoke about school. It must have been rough if she mentioned it. I'll ask her about it. Thank you. You're amazing. She's amazing, Jess. You're doing a great job. She had to swallow twice before she could get the words out. Thank you for saying that. Pride warmed her from the inside out. Juno was an amazing kid. Proof that Jess was a good mom, most of the time. It hadn't been easy, but they were doing it. His compliment loosened something in her, though, and Jess was suddenly exhausted, too. Can I walk you to your car? She nodded, and they turned, passing through the automatic doors and out into the humid, cool night. At her car, Jess fumbled in her purse for the keys. Can I help you with something? He asked, laughing like he felt useless. Nah, you should have seen me when she was younger. A car seat, diaper bag, stroller, and groceries. I'd make an excellent octopus. Remote in hand, she unlocked the car. I'm beginning to see that. River opened the back door, and she bent to carefully deposit a floppy Juno into the seat, buckling her in. When she straightened, closing the door, he was still there. The sky was dark. The parking lot had mostly emptied out. Crickets chirped from a nearby bush. Jess wondered if he was going to kiss her. The ache for him seemed to expand inside her, like a star. Thank you again, she said. The moment stretched, and then he was leaning in, diverting slightly to the left at the very last second, so that his lips pressed to the corner of her mouth. It would have been so easy for her to turn her head slightly one way or the other, and they both knew it. She could have made it more intimate, or she could have refused him. Instead, she kept them there in this weird limbo, feeling his lips so close to hers, his breath fanning warm across her skin. She was equal parts caution and lust. She needed to protect her little family. She wanted his mouth open, the heat of him. She needed proof that this wasn't all fake. She wanted his hands shoving her clothes away. She was being a coward. He straightened and gave her one last, lingering smile. "Night, Jess." Before he could turn away, she caught his fingers with hers. "River, hey." He frowned down at her, waiting, but the longer she stood there looking up at him, the more his expression transitioned from concern to understanding. Finally, he turned his hand over in hers, threading their fingers together. "You okay?" She nodded, swallowing down the tangle of angst in her throat. Pressing her hand to his chest, she stretched, and he stood carefully still as she brushed her mouth over his. When she stepped away, he stared down at her with the same unreadable restraint. If she'd been any less exhausted, Jess would have felt like a complete idiot. "Yeah, sorry, just wanted to do that." River reached up, gently guiding her hair behind her shoulder. "Even without an audience?" he asked quietly. "I'm amazed we did it with an audience." A smile broke slowly across his face, starting with his eyes and moving down to lips that curved up in shy relief. Bending, River set those lips on hers, and the same sensation of floating hit her like a narcotic. He gave her a series of sweet, brief kisses, and finally tilted his head to pull at her lower lip, nudging her mouth, coaxing it open so he could taste her. The first contact with his tongue was like a shot of adrenaline into her heart, sent with shocking clarity and speed down every extremity. A quiet sound of relief escaped her throat, and it turned something over in him. His hands flew around her back, pulling her flush against him. Jess had the acute urge to crawl inside him somehow, kissing him with the kind of concentrated, building intensity she'd never felt before. Not even at the cocktail party. Alone together in the darkness of the parking lot, with a black sky all around and fingers of the cold, damp February air dipping beneath their collars, River left no room, holding her close and sending his warm, broad hand up under the hem of her sweater, pressing his hand flat to the small of her back. Tight, hungry sounds escaped whenever they pulled away and came back for more. He bent possessively, one hand holding firm at her back, the other sliding up her neck, cupping her jaw, digging into her hair. Jess could, in an instant, see how easily he would devour her. A current vibrated when they came together. He became less man than pure energy, arms shaking with restraint. She imagined scooting back on a bed, watching him prowl forward, anticipating how it would feel to let him do whatever he wanted to her, begging him to. River broke the kiss, breathing hard and resting his forehead on hers. "Jess." She waited for more, but that seemed to be all of it. The quiet exhalation of her name. Slowly, with the clarity of the sharp, cool air in her lungs and space from the intoxicating weight of his body against hers, she returned to herself. The night sky tickled the back of her neck. A sodium light buzzed overhead. "Wow," she said quietly. "Yeah." He pulled back and looked down at her, a tether connecting something inside her to him. They were quiet, but the air didn't feel empty. River pulled his hand out from beneath her shirt, leaving the skin on her back suddenly chilly without the heat of his palm. And then the sensation doubled. As she leaned back into the cold side of her car, a violent shiver ran through her. All at once, their proximity sank in. Her car. Juno. Jess whipped around, horrified to remember only for the first time in several minutes that her child could possibly watch this through the window. Jess deflated in relief to find that Juno was still out cold. What was I thinking? River stepped away, cupping his neck. Shit, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Jess lifted her hands to her face, breathless for an entirely new reason. No, I started it. I'm sorry. She walked around to the driver's side, meeting his eyes over the top of the car. She was losing her head. This was all moving way too fast, and she had the sense that neither of them was behind the wheel. "Thank you," she said, aware of the knowing, calculating way he watched her. Inwardly, Jess shook herself. She barely knew him. She was letting this soulmate stuff get to her. "Good night," he said quietly. "Night," Jess replied, her voice hoarse. She worried her panic and lust and confusion showed plainly on her face. She must have looked like a lunatic, wide-eyed and breathless, but fondness warmed his gaze from the inside out, as if he was seeing exactly the person he wanted to see. Chapter 17. Pops wasn't answering his phone. He probably forgot to charge it. Despite the draw of good coffee and the emotional ballast of her best friend, Fizzy had gotten back from LA late last night, Jess decided to take her chances with hospital coffee and headed straight there, finding Pops standing at Nana's bedside, just staring worriedly down at her. Nana remained hooked up to all manner of hospital monitors, with one leg carefully propped and wrapped from calf to hip, but she was peacefully asleep. Despite this, a glance at Pops's face told Jess he hadn't closed his eyes for longer than a blink since she and Juno had left him last night. She crossed the room, wrapping her arms around him from behind and kissing his shoulder. "Hey, you." He patted her hand, turning his face toward her. "Hey, honey. You been standing here like this all night?" His laugh came out as a cough. "No. Up and down, though. There's so much beeping, so much checking in, lights on, lights off. Glad she slept through most of it." "She has the benefit of painkillers and a bed," Jess said. "You must feel like hell." He nodded, reaching up to scratch his stubbly cheek with the ends of his blunt, thick fingers. "Just worried about her." Jess opened her mouth, but immediately closed it again. Halt this vigilance for a half hour? Jessica Davis knew better. She wouldn't even consider suggesting he go home to shower and get a few hours of sleep in his own bed. Might as well give him some fortification in the form of caffeine. "I was going to grab some coffee downstairs. Want some?" "Yes," he rasped, grateful. "And something to eat, please." Jess kissed his shoulder again. "Of course. Back in a few." Out in the hallway, it was impossible to ignore the stressful energy of the hospital. Nurses wheeled monitors into rooms, doctors flipped through charts, frowning. A constant white noise of unsynchronized beeping emanated from all directions. Statistics wheeled through her thoughts. Life expectancy after a hip fracture. 1-year mortality rate ranged from 14 to 58%, with a mean of 21.2%. Odds of survival worsened with increasing age, of course. Thankfully, males were more vulnerable, and mobility scores significantly influenced outcome. Nana was active and female, meaning at best she only had a 1 in 5 chance of dying this year. Numbly, Jess ordered coffee in the cafeteria, grabbing a fruit salad and bagel for Pops. She bent, inhaling the cups, trying to trick her brain and divert it from a panic spiral. A whiff of the weak brew barely registered. She sat in a hard cafeteria chair and took a second to check her emails. Kenneth Marshall had sent over some sample data sets, and she had a new request through her website from a wholesale jewelry dealer in Chula Vista. She would need to reschedule the meeting she'd had to postpone yesterday and bump up a deep dive on analytic epidemiology for some data that was coming in from UCSD. There was no way she was going to get through all of it today, get Pops to rest, talk to Nana's surgeon, and be there for school pickup. At least Juno had run enthusiastically toward Krista and Naomi at drop-off, so Jess didn't have to worry about her. Swallowing a bitter sip of coffee, she texted Fizzy. "My inbox is terrifying, and I think I'll need to stay here today so Pops can get some rest." Fizzy replied immediately, anticipating what Jess was going to ask, even as she was typing out the question. "Does that mean I get Juno today? Yes!" Jess closed her eyes, tilting her face to the ceiling. Gratitude and guilt prickled hot and cold through her. "Thanks. I won't be late. I have nothing else going on. Rob is on a work trip, and I missed your kid." "Thank you. I'm sorry. I swear I'll get home as early as I can." "Shut up. I mean it." Unexpected tears erupted across the surface of her eyes, and the sting pulled her into awareness. Pops was probably starving. Nana might wake up soon. Pull it together, Jess. Back up on the orthopedic floor, voices filtered down the hall from Nana's room. Jess heard the low rumble of Pops, Nana's sluggish, soft words, and then the deep, quiet voice that had left her tossing and turning all night. She turned the corner to see River standing with his back to the door, right next to Pops at the side of Nana's bed. Nana Joe was awake, blurry-eyed but smiling. From behind, Pops's posture looked perkier than it had in 24 hours, and he held a to-go cup in his left hand. "It's good to see you awake," River was saying. "I met Mr. Davis, but didn't get to meet you yesterday." Nana still hadn't seen Jess in the doorway. She was mostly hidden by River's body, but Jess caught a glimpse of her beaming up at him. Jess couldn't blame her grandmother. Dr. Peña was undoubtedly better looking than she had let on. "Well, you're sweet to come by, hun. Jess has told us all about you." This made him laugh. "Has she? Uh-oh." "Well," Nana hedged, laughing lightly. "Not as much as I'd like, I admit. That girl is a steel trap." "That sounds about right." This time they laughed knowingly together, and Jess scowled from behind them. "I'm glad you seem to be feeling better today." Nana Joe pushed to sit up, wincing. "They'll probably get me out of bed and walking here soon." Pops nodded. "That's right. You up for it, Jellybean?" "I'm gonna give it my best," Nana said quietly, uneasily. Frozen in the doorway, Jess didn't know what to do or say. River wasn't throwing Nana and Pops into we-have-company mode in the slightest. "Sounds like you've got a pretty fancy operation over there in La Jolla," Pops said. River nodded, tucking a hand into his pocket. "We're hoping. If you two ever want to get tested, you'd be a nice addition to our diamond match data." Nana laughed, waving him off. "Oh, you're sweet." "But he's right," Pops said, bending to kiss her forehead. "What do you think? Should we see if we're meant for each other?" Nana smacked his chest, laughing, and Jess felt another mysterious urge to cry. But when she took a step backward to ease out of view, her shoe squeaked on the linoleum, and all heads turned in her direction. River pivoted fully, breaking into a smile. "Hey, Nana," Jess said, walking to her bedside and bending to kiss her soft cheek. "How are you feeling, superstar?" "Much better with two handsome men and my favorite granddaughter in my room." River laughed and extended a coffee from Twigs to Jess. "I don't think you got your flat white this morning," he said. "Fizzy said you hadn't been in." Their eyes met briefly, and Jess was the first to look away. She flushed at the memory of his mouth on hers. "Came straight here after school drop-off." She set the crappy hospital coffee on the windowsill, in case of emergency, and Pops' food on the little table by Nana's bedside. "Thanks," Jess said, taking the cup from River. Their fingers brushed, and it felt like clothes-ripping foreplay. River curled his hand into a fist, shoving it into the front pocket of his pants. "Just wanted to stop in on the way to work." "That's really nice of you." Nana Joe gave Jess a "is that all you have to say to him?" frown, and when River glanced to the side at the sound of a monitor beeping, Jess returned a helpless, "What else do you want me to say?" shrug. Nana Joe rolled her eyes, and Jess looked back to River, who unfortunately had caught the tail end of this nonverbal conversation. He cleared his throat and pulled his sleeve back to look at his watch. "I should probably head out." "Thank you for stopping by," Jess managed. "Yeah," River said haltingly. "Of course." Jess tried again. "Can I walk you out?" He nodded, and she followed him into the hallway. "I'm sorry if I'm intruding," he said immediately. "No." She lifted her coffee to him. "This will save me today." Frowning, he murmured, "Well, I'm glad." What would really be helpful would be to step into his arms and let him worry about everything for a few hours. River seemed willing to be that person. Last night had felt like falling into a deep well filled with stars. Jess could have stayed in his arms for hours without coming up for air, But right now was not the time to be distracted by constant thoughts of getting into River's pants. He straightened. I brought something for Juno. Digging into his messenger bag, he pulled out a few sheets of paper. Some roller coaster stuff I printed off last night. Jess took the papers without looking at them, unable to shift her gaze from his face. Her heart was ramping up to a crescendo, but her mind had gone unexpectedly mute. These small, easy ways of caring, sandwiches, coffee, school pickups, roller coaster research. Juno's heart was built to expand. He picked me up at school sort of like a daddy would. She was going to get attached, but if his relationship with Jess didn't pan out after their experiment, he would be gone. Juno would know abandonment after every tiny and enormous effort Jess had made to build a lasting, secure world for her. And Jess couldn't deny, she would feel the loss too. She didn't want him to become indispensable and precious to her. She'd never needed anyone except her tiny circle. She didn't know if she was even capable of trust falling backward into anyone else's arms. It was unfair after everything he'd done for her in the past 24 hours, but fear crawled up inside her like a creeping, strangling vine anyway. Thank you for doing that, she managed robotically, lifting the papers. River frowned, at a loss against her blank tone. Okay. Well, that's all I've got. He adjusted the strap on his shoulder, brow furrowed in confusion. This morning's Jess was not the same woman he'd kissed outside of the car last night. I'll catch you later. He turned stiffly and began walking toward the elevator. Stride, stride, stride. Something thawed in her. River. She heard the way her voice rang down the hall, its odd, desperate pitch. Wait. He turned slowly, expression guarded. I'm sorry, I'm so... She approached him, stopping a few feet away as she struggled for the right words. I'm sorry I'm oddly nonverbal today. I'm really grateful for your help with Juno last night, and I love that you brought me a coffee. He stared at her, waiting for the rest. It's just... None of this is part of our contract. I hope you know I know that. I would never want to take advantage. If she thought his expression was flat before, she was wrong. Because at this, his mouth straightened, brow went completely smooth. You're right, he said. He stared at his shoes for a clarifying beat, and then smiled stiffly at her. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable last night or today. Let me know if you need anything else. He started to turn again, and a clawing desperation rose in her at the sight of him walking away. She wanted him here. She wanted him right fucking here. But that exact feeling was making her want to reach forward and shove him away. It's just that I don't know what to do with what I'm feeling, Jess admitted in a burst. Slowly, River turned back to her and let out a gently bewildered laugh. Neither of us does. You stand to make so much money, she said. How can that not be constantly on my mind? What would I have done if you hadn't helped with Juno yesterday? But it's always right here, she said, urgently tapping her temple with an index finger, to question whether it's genuine. It's one thing if you're fooling me. It's another when it's my kid. His brow relaxed. I'm not here for the stock price, Jess. I've said it before, it isn't about the money. That's something only people who aren't worried about money say. River sighed, blinking away and then back to her. Did last night feel like an act to you? When she didn't answer, he took a step closer, tone softening. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? The DNA duo can bring us together, but it can't make us fall for each other. It can't know your past or mine, or predict what would scare us off or entice us to be together. All of that is up to us, not the algorithm. Jess closed her eyes and reached up, rubbing her hand over her face. Everything he said sounded so logical. But still, she was scared. She resented her infatuation's persistent stab into every waking moment. She was attracted to River beyond anything she'd felt before, but it was emotional too. It was the kind of attraction that sent down roots below the surface. This new, tender kind of torture made her want him in all aspects of her life. On the pillow next to hers, across the table at dinner, holding her hand at the hospital. River was kind and thoughtful and vulnerable. He was brilliant and quietly funny. He was everything she ever wanted in a partner, even if she didn't realize it until he was standing right here, telling her that it was all up to them to try or not. Jess released a tiny stream of anxiety. I'm scared, okay? I don't want to get hurt, and I really don't want Juno to get hurt. She stopped short, rephrasing. Juno's never had someone she loved disappear on her. River's unwavering gaze softened, and he took another step closer to her. I don't want that either, but I'm not a soldier or a robot. I'm not here on GeneticAlly business. I'm following what I'm feeling. He looked back and forth between her eyes for a bit before something in his expression cleared, relaxing. You'd have no way of knowing this, but I'm terrible at faking emotions. Jess laughed through a quiet sob. And I get that it's more complicated because of Juno, but what else am I supposed to do but ask? I want to spend time with you. We are spending time together, Jess said lamely. Official events and conversations in hospital hallways? He asked, frowning. Is this enough for you? Could he see the no in her eyes? I don't know what else is possible right now. What does that mean? River closed the last bit of distance between them, reaching for her free hand. It felt cold against the heat of his fingers. He looked around the hallway, surrounding them. This is part of life, Jess. Emergencies and responsibility and managing small fires all the time, but it's only part of it. There are quiet moments, too. Good moments. Moments when we can ask for more. It's not the part I'm very good at. I hadn't noticed. He unleashed a wry smile. This made her laugh. What are you saying? I thought it was obvious. His grin turned shy. Really? Really. I want to be here to bring you coffee. I want to take you out to dinner and order the same food and hear you recite the odds that we would have met. I want to attend fancy social events together. Jess laughed, a surprised burst of sound, and his tone softened. I want you to call me for help, without an apology already on the tip of your tongue. I want to feel like I can kiss you again by your car at the end of the night. He swallowed. I want you in my bed. Jess was a little afraid that her feet would melt into the floor, that flames would travel up her legs and burn a hole straight through her. She wanted that. But if she let herself fall for River, there would be no easy way out. I can tell you're not sure what to say, he said, bending to kiss her cheek. That's okay. You know where to find me when you're ready. Chapter 18. Pops, would you get out of here for just a little while? He ignored her. What's a 13-letter word for old? I'd say Ronald Davis, Jess said, but that's only 11. Nana chuckled from the bed where she was drowsily half-watching TV on mute. Well? He prompted, tired and irritable. Jess shook her head. Nope. What do you mean, nope? He gruffed. I'm not helping you, she told him. You stink, and you're falling asleep in your chair. She's right, Nana murmured. He stared at Nana Jo, then at Jess, and then blinked down, forlorn, at the puzzle. Octogenarian? He counted on his fingers and grunted in annoyance. Septuagenarian? Victorious, he moved to write it in. That's 14 letters, Jess said. You're forgetting the U in there, aren't you? Irked, Pops dropped the crossword onto the table in defeat. Go home for a bit, Nana said sleepily. I don't need you watching me all day. Well, it's not my fault I can't take my eyes off you. You're just too pretty. Nana Jo rolled her eyes, but his words made her glow like a Christmas tree. Fine, I'll go home and shower and sleep. He stood, stretching. Something cracked in his back, and he let out a tight moan before kissing Nana on the forehead. He looked over his shoulder at Jess. You won't leave her? Jess forgave him the accusatory tone. He was exhausted. It was on the tip of her tongue to joke that she promised to only leave if she got bored or hungry, or if a hot male nurse wanted to sneak into a supply closet, but now was not the time. I won't leave her. Quietly, she added. Superannuated. Letting out a quiet, damn it, I should have known that one. He walked back over and scribbled the word into the puzzle. Pops returned around 3, looking significantly cleaner and marginally better rested. He arrived only a handful of minutes before the physical therapist came to get Nana up and out of bed for the first time, and Jess was glad because it took all 3 of them to talk the normally fearless woman through the panic of putting weight on her leg. Jess didn't have time to reel in the emotional hit of seeing Nana so frail and scared. It took an hour to get her up, and taking the 10 assisted steps to the door, where a wheelchair took her to the PT room, and another hour there, working on strength and balance. By the time Nana Jo was back in bed for the night, it was just after 5, and although Jess had been sitting for most of the day, she was so mentally drained that she just wanted to curl up in her bed. Hell, she'd happily find a spot on the linoleum floor. But more than that, she wanted some time with Juno while her daughter was awake. And food. She hadn't eaten since she'd picked at a dry bran muffin around 10 that morning, and her stomach gnarled in annoyance. Texting Fizzy that she'd have some dinner delivered, Jess climbed into her car, called an order into Rama, and turned on the mellow rumble of the National. Music filled the car, and it was an intoxicating hit of calm. You said love fills you up. I got it worse than anyone else. Her shoulders tensed, and she turned the music off. In the silence, her thoughts immediately flooded with River. The paradoxical brew of hospital tedium and chaos had held everything back, but in the dark solitude of her own car, emotion poured over her. I thought it was obvious. I want to hear you recite the odds that we would have met. I want you in my bed, she repeated aloud. Jess pulled into her parking spot in the alley, listened to the engine tick in the silence. She could smell duck curry all the way down the path and sent a silent thanks to Rama. Inside, Juno and Fizzy were at the table, feasting and playing cards. They were wearing handmade paper hats, and Fizzy had put a lot of makeup on Juno. We're filming makeup tutorials for my mom, Fizzy said, standing to walk over and give Jess a hug. Jess stifled a laugh at her daughter's exaggerated lips. I see. With an irrepressible urge to deflate in fatigue, Jess considered simply lowering her body to the floor. But she wanted her arms around her kid so bad they ached. At the table, Jess lifted Juno up and set her on her lap while her daughter finished eating, pressing her face to the small stretch between the delicate shoulder blades. I missed you, Bug. I haven't been gone, silly. Juno bent in her grip, maneuvering a bite into her mouth. Once they'd stuffed themselves to the point of discomfort, Juno settled on the couch to watch The Lion King, and Fizzy and Jess lingered in the kitchen with glasses of wine. I don't like when you're out of town, Jess said through a yawn. I blame you for yesterday. Seems reasonable. Fizzy swallowed a sip and bit her lip, studying Jess with narrowed eyes. Juno says River Nicholas picked her up and took her to ballet? Jess waved a hand, unprepared to talk about it yet. How are things with you and Banker Rob? Hot and fantastic. She raised an eyebrow. Will he be coming to your place later? Fizzy shook her head, waving her glass with a delicately bent wrist. He's out of town, remember? Which means you won't get to avoid the river conversation. Her best friend sat at the table and patted the seat next to her. Oh, right. Jess sat but immediately crumpled, resting her head on her arms. I'm too tired, Fizz. Tell me what's going on. You look... She leaned in, lifting Jess's hair to peek at her face. This looks like more than just worry about Joe. Straightening, Jess quietly unloaded it all, parcel by parcel. She admitted she was starting to feel for River, feelings too big to ponder when it seemed like everything else in her life was pounding at the door to be dealt with. She admitted she didn't know whether River's intentions were completely trustworthy, even though he swore they were. She told Fizzy about the cocktail party, about honest to God one of the most intense makeouts the parking lot of Scripps Mercy had ever seen. She told Fizzy about how she couldn't stop thinking about him. She told Fizzy every detail she could think to tell, like she was purging her sins. "He said that?" Fizzy whispered, wary of the small but excellent ears in the other room. "He actually said the words, 'I want you in my bed'? Just like that?" Jess nodded. "With eye contact?" "Steady, ardent, I'm going to fuck you until you find religion eye contact," Jess confirmed. Fizzy groaned, reaching for her purse, pulling her notebook out and writing it down. Jess bent over her arms again, exhaling an enormous sigh. "I just need some time to figure this all out. It's happening so fast." Fizzy dropped her pen, scoffing at this. "Come on. No, you don't." Surprised, Jess looked up at her. "What do you mean I don't?" "You've known him for weeks now. You're telling me he told you he wanted to take you to dinner and hear you be nerdy. He wants to be there for you without you feeling guilty. He admitted he wants you in his bed. This poor boy is sprung, Jess, and you're going to... What, shove it aside?" Jess stared at her, uncomprehending. "You're looking for a way out of feeling anything," Fizzy said, "but you're clearly bonkers for this guy." "I'm not sure bonkers. You're scared and it's cliché." She exhaled a shocked laugh. "Wow, give it to me straight, Felicity. You think having feelings for River is selfish." "I mean, this situation does actually take me away from both work and Juno," she said. "I've barely seen her the past 2 days." "So?" Fizzy challenged. "What?" Jess grew flustered. "She's my kid. I want to see her." "Of course you do," Fizzy said. "But she's Joe's and Pops's and mine, too. She and I had a blast tonight, and I wish I could see her more. But you act like asking for help is selfish. You see wanting something just for yourself as selfish. You see taking any time away from your kid as selfish. And if you're selfish, then you must be turning into your mother." Hearing it aloud was like being punched. "But you're not your mom, Jess." Fizzy took her hand, lifting it to her mouth to kiss it. "There isn't even a drop of Jamie Davis in you." Jess's voice broke. "I know. And if you could do anything tonight when Juno goes to bed, what would it be?" She expected the word sleep to drop out of her mouth. But instead, "I'd go to his place." Fizzy's dark eyes flashed with smug victory. "Then go. I'll stay here with the kid as long as you need me to." "Fizz, you don't have to do that." "I know I don't." She kissed Jess's hand again. "That's the whole point. You do things for me because you love me. I do things for you because I love you. Duh." Jess scrounged around for the last remaining excuse. Luckily, it was a good one. "I don't know where he lives." "Well, you could text him. Or..." Fizzy reached across the table for a piece of paper and handed it to her. On it, in small, cramped handwriting, was the name River Nicholas Peña and an address in North Park. "Wait," Jess said, laughing incredulously. "How did this end up on my table?" "I asked the same thing when I found it in Juno's backpack," Fizzy said with mock bewilderment. And Juno explained that she wanted to mail him some drawings of Pigeon. How kind of him to give this to her. River opened the door and his mouth went slack. "Jess." He reached for her shoulder, concerned. Are you okay?" All at once, she had no idea what to say. He was standing in front of her in lounge pants that hung low on his hips and a threadbare Stanford t-shirt. He was barefoot and freshly showered. His hair was wet and finger-brushed back off his face. His lips were smooth and perfect. Unraveled and bare, Jess knew in her bones that he was her 98. "I wanted to see you." Realization altered his expression, and his eyes darted behind her and then quickly back. He licked his lips. "Is Fizzy?" He stared, breaths coming out in shorter and shorter gusts. Maybe 3 seconds later, Jess didn't know who was moving first, whether he pulled her inside or she stepped in out of the cool, humid night, but she was in his entryway only a moment before the door slammed, and she was pushed back against it. River braced his hands beside her head, staring with wild disbelief. And then he bent, pressing a groaning kiss to her mouth. The feel of it, the perfect pressure and angle, transformed her longing into a staggering hunger. Jess's hands shook as they made fists in the soft fabric of his shirt, and when he tasted her, lips parted, tongue teasing, she was hit with a desire so intense it felt like taking a breath too big to hold. She had to pull away, gasping for air. "I can't believe you're here," he growled, scraping his teeth down her jaw, sucking, biting at her neck. "Did you come here for this?" Jess nodded, and greedy hands bunched her sweater as they moved up her torso, seeking skin. The loss of contact, while he pulled away to yank it up and over her head, was torture, and Jess jerked him back, wedging her hands between them to get his t-shirt off as quickly as her frantic fingers would let her. Beneath her touch, he was hard and smooth, candy for her feverish hands. Jess laughed an apology into his mouth as she managed to get his elbow briefly tangled in one of his sleeves. "It's okay," he breathed, tossing the shirt away. His eyes met hers for an electric beat before his hair fell forward and he bent to kiss her. While his mouth moved down her jaw and neck, over her shoulder and along the sensitive inside of her wrist, she watched her fingers memorize each perfect inch of his torso. River's shoulders were broad but not massive, defined but not bulky. His chest, too, and lower where his stomach clenched under her touch. Jess wanted to dig in, bite, consume. And when her nails scratched up his back, over the curves of his shoulders, tracing his perfect collarbones, his breath caught in his throat. With his gaze on her face, River reached back, releasing the clasp of her bra. His hands were rough and warm, and Jess wanted to catch every tiny shift in his expression, every reaction to the feel of her. The way he looked at her, the sweet devastation pinching his brow, made Jess feel like she'd been plugged directly into the sun. Urging him back, she fell to her knees, drugged and nearly delirious with need. He let out a whispered, "Oh God," as she worked his pants and boxers down. River turned her into Medusa with his fingers in her hair, and with a voice that had grown hoarse, he quietly begged for more than the heat of her breath. She looked up, and when their eyes met, hunger speared painfully through her. Jess hadn't ever felt this desired or this powerful. Having never craved anything in excess like this before, she wanted to pull him into every bit of her body at once, wanted to break off pieces too big to consume. River's voice went from whispered pleas into broken, growling warnings, and with a cry, he pulled his hips away, wrapping a hand around her arm and guiding her to her feet. Jerking her close, he tucked her head beneath his chin while he caught his breath. With the pause in the frenzy, Jess grew aware of how fast her own breaths were coming, how it felt like their hearts were hammering on opposite sides of the same door. "I want to never get used to this," she thought, holding him. "If tonight is about being selfish, then here's my selfish wish. I hope we never get used to this." He pulled away, sending his hands over her body, hungrily touching chest and ribs and the curved small of her back. And Jess closed her eyes, tilting her head as his mouth slid up her throat. Teasing, his fingers toyed with the button on her jeans. "Can I take these off?" At her nod, River worked the button loose, smiling and kicking his own clothing free as he peeled hers down her legs. Leaning away, he grabbed and threw something to the floor, and when he carefully lowered her down, Jess realized he'd pulled a plush blanket from the couch. Her back met the blanket, and his hips slid between her thighs. She got one gentle kiss before the heat of his mouth moved down her neck, sucking and kissing at her breasts, fingers digging into hips and navel, and then gently feeling, stroking, before his kiss was there too. The relief of it was like being uncapped and poured across his floor, and her fingers made fists in his hair as Jess closed her eyes against the overload of sensation. She felt blindly for the purse she must have dropped as soon as her back hit the door, and fumbled through the fog of lust, pulling the square of foil free. River heard the tear, lifting his head and dragging his mouth up her body. He tasted like her, but sounded like a man on the verge of breaking when she gripped him, rolling on the condom. But he went still over her, and she paused, too, moving her hands to rest them on his hips. Too fast? He shook his head and smiled down at her. Just making sure. Jess reached up to push the hair out of his eyes and nodded, unable to get the words out. Say it, he said, bending to kiss her. I'm sure. Are you? She couldn't spread her hands out wide enough. Even with his body aligned all along hers, she needed to get closer. I want to, she said. Please. River dropped his forehead to her temple, letting her be the one to take him in. They both went still for a breathless pause, and in that time Jess existed only on the razor-sharp edge of bliss and discomfort. Carefully, holding still, he kissed her. So sweet and searching, and she could finally exhale. You okay? River kissed her mouth again, and Jess felt him pull back and take in her expression. We can stop. Was he serious? They absolutely could not. Her drama queen body was certain they'd die if they tried. No, don't go. Okay. His lips dragged across her jaw, and she could feel his smile. I won't. He kissed her again, pulling away with a gentle bite. When he whispered through a laugh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm shaking. And she felt the truth of it under her hands. She could exhale some more, because it made her think maybe she wasn't alone in this feeling, so desperate for him that she might cry. River moved over her, slow, then building in tempo, pressing into her again and again, releasing a quiet grunt with every forward pitch, and suddenly she felt the weight rolling down her spine like a steel boulder in a trap ready to spring. Jess got only one word out. Before it hit her like an explosion, the inside-out splitting of heat and relief spreading through her entire body. She was still too tangled up to appreciate River's abandon, but it imprinted in the back of her mind how he groaned her name against her neck, going tightly still over her. After a pause filled only with the sounds of their short, stuttering breaths, River pushed up on his arms and stared down at her. His hair was a mess of dark curls falling into his eyes, but Jess had the weird sense of looking into a mirror anyway. His gaze was brimming with the same shock and amazement she felt vibrating in her blood. It hit her in a sharp, startling truth. Her whole life she had been put together wrong in one tiny, invisible, and critical way. And having that piece, altered just enough for it to slide into place, suddenly changed everything. Can you stay? He asked, catching his breath. Stay here tonight? Her heart pinched painfully, and Jess ran a hand down his sweaty chest, over his stomach. I don't think so. Nodding, he pulled back with a wince, and she immediately ached for him. River sat back on his heels and ran a warm palm along her leg, from hip to knee. She marveled at this man who, a month ago, she'd known only as Americano, as surly and quiet and selfish. This shy, brilliant man, kneeling in front of her, who showed up without having to be asked, who put the ball in her court, who asked her if she was sure and told her they could stop. She felt her control slipping out of her grip, and the 2 syllables of his name tattooed a permanent echo inside her. River's shoulders rose and fell with his still, labored breathing, and he closed his eyes, sliding his hands up over her hips again, across her navel. I don't have to say it, do I? Maybe not, Jess said, gazing up at him. I still want you to. Somehow she'd known exactly what he would look like without a stitch of clothing on, but she took a leisurely visual perusal anyway. That was unreal, wasn't it? He finally said. I don't feel like the same person I was an hour ago. I was just thinking the exact same thing. He laughed quietly. I can't believe we did it on the floor. In all the times I imagined it, I did not imagine the floor. I probably wouldn't have let you get much farther than the entryway. I like a woman on a mission. With hungry, curious eyes, Jess watched him stand and stride unselfconsciously naked across the foyer to his sleek, austere kitchen. She hadn't even taken a moment to look around his place, but it was exactly what she expected. Open floor plan, clean lines, simple furniture, understated wall decor. There were, for example, no crayon drawings of hippos taped to his refrigerator or unpaired socks strewn on the floor. He returned a moment later, coming over her like a shadowed, predatory animal. "I'm going to think about this constantly now." Jess laughed, admitting, "I already do." "Like when?" he whispered. She rolled her eyes away, thinking, Shelter Island? Same. Her eyes met his again. And the kiss at the party? Of course. The parking lot at the hospital. I almost asked to follow you home. She reached up, sliding her thumb over his bottom lip. I'm glad you didn't. I would have said yes, but I wasn't ready yesterday. He opened his mouth, gently biting the tip of her finger. I know. I hope you were tonight. She nodded, mesmerized by the sight of his teeth around her finger. I was. It lived up to the mental hype. It exceeded the mental hype. I wanted you before Shelter Island, he said quietly. Jess pulled back a little, surprised. When? The night we found out about the match, when we were outside. I wondered what it would feel like to kiss you. He bent, giving her a tiny peck. And at dinner with Dave and Brandon. He kissed her again. In the lab when I took your blood. Our first date. Pretty much every time I thought about you. Do you think it's because the number told you to want me? He shook his head. I believe in the algorithm, but not that much. I fought it, just like you did. Jess stared up at him, running her palm up his chest. A faint echo of discomfort registered in her back, and he must have felt her wince because he pushed up, reaching for and helping her stand. River bent, pulling on his boxers before draping the throw blanket around her shoulders. Taking her hand, he led them to the couch, gesturing for her to sit first, but Jess stepped forward, gently pushing him until he sat, and then placed a knee on either side of his hips, straddling him. Bringing the blanket around her shoulders, she sealed them in together below their necks. Beneath the blanket, River ran his hands up her bare thighs and let out a long, slow breath. You're going to kill me. Suddenly it all felt very surreal. I honestly can't believe that I'm here and we just had sex on your floor. River went in for a kiss and laughed against her mouth. Does Juno know you're here? No. He lifted a brow. Does she know we're... She's asked me a couple times if you were my boyfriend, but... Jess shook her head. I'm not really talking about it with her yet. He gave a little, that's fair, frown, and pushed the blanket off her shoulders, drawing lazy spirals over her collarbones. But I assume Fizzy knows. She practically shoved me out the door with your address in my hand. He looked up at her face, realization dawning. Shit. I forgot to tell you about the cat drawings and giving her my address. I didn't mean to overstep, but that kid is persuasive. With a laugh, Jess waved this off. Trust me, I know how she operates. It's why we joke that she's half Fizzy's. Still, I'm sorry I didn't mention it. Are you kidding? She kissed him again. I'm sorry because no doubt she made you feel incredibly guilty, questioning everything about yourself before you finally relented. He laughed, tilting his head back and giving her a delightful view of his throat. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you know exactly how it went down. She definitely does not get the evil genius persuasiveness from me. River's smile stuttered. Alec was there with them now. River reached up to twist a long strand of her hair around his finger. Jess cleared her throat. Or her father, for that matter. Like I said, she's half Fizzy's. Her father's not in the picture at all? River asked quietly. Alec, and no. So he won't ever... try to share custody? Jess anticipated the end to the question, shaking her head. No, he signed away his rights before Juno was born. River blew out a surprised breath. What a dick. She loved that this was his reaction, but she didn't need it. I'm glad he did. He smiled up at her, unsure, and she got a tiny glimpse of River from before, the cautious, shy man who hadn't yet pulled her proverbial pin and made her come undone. "What?" she asked, reaching up and drawing a line over the crease in his forehead. "Has Juno ever met one of your boyfriends?" Jess laughed, and he shifted her forward, closer. She deflected. "Is that what this is? Boyfriend?" As soon as I said that word, it seemed both a presumption and an underrepresentation. "Because 98, she said, grinning. He leaned in, kissing her neck. "Because 98. "The more accurate question," she said as he kissed his way around the curve of her jaw, "is whether I've had a boyfriend since Juno." River stilled and then pulled back, looking at her. "Isn't she 7? "She is. I've seen a few people here and there, but no one I would consider a boyfriend." He drew another gently looping shape across her collarbone, humming, "Wow." "Is that weird?" Jess asked. "I don't know. I'm not sure how I would handle it either if I had a kid." "Do you date a lot?" He brought both hands below the blanket again and laid them on her hips. It made it hard to focus on his words, even when he said, "Not a lot. Some. A couple times a month, maybe. I work 100 hours a week." "Not this week." River grinned. "No, not this week. This week I've been unable to stop checking in on my diamond match." She kissed him again, deeper. "I'm glad you're persistent." "One of us has to be." Chapter 19. Okay, one on each hand. She waited until Juno tugged the lobster claw oven mitts all the way on. "It'll be hot, so be careful." Juno opened the oven door and they both winced from the hot wash of air as it passed over their faces. Jess helped her carefully pull the cookie sheet from the top rack and set it on the stove to cool. The entire apartment smelled like cinnamon and warm oatmeal, Nana's favorite. Juno growled like a hungry little creature and inhaled deeply over the pan. "Nana is going to be so happy. What day does she come home?" Using a spatula, they moved each cookie to the cooling rack. 3 days, Jess said. Normally people only stay a few days, but she's older, so they want to make sure she's up and moving okay before they let her go. Juno pursed her lips in concentration. "So, Sunday?" "That's right. Maybe try something new Sunday can be bringing Nana home from the hospital. We've never done that before." "Excellent plan. We could just have cuddles and movie day here. Nana will probably be tired." "I bet you're right. I think she'd love that." "So we can take her cookies tonight. Friday is my sleepover at Naomi's house." She gasped, as if just remembering something. "Did I tell you she got a dog? He's part poodle, so he's very sweet and doesn't shed." She batted her eyelashes up at her mom. "A dog wouldn't eat our cat." "Child, we are bursting at the seams. Maybe when we have a yard where a dog can run." Gently redirecting, she continued. "So Friday is the sleepover." Juno huffed out a little sound but relented. "Yeah, then Saturday maybe I can stay at Naomi's for a little while, and Nana will be back Sunday." A twinge of unease worked up Jess's spine at the mention of Naomi's name. When she'd asked, Juno said that they'd had a fight, but it seemed to have been forgotten. She knew kids needed to learn how to resolve conflict on their own, but the mama bear in her never hibernated too deep below the surface. "You sure you want to do a sleepover?" Jess asked. "We could go to the movies together. Maybe the zoo?" "No, it's Naomi's birthday, and I already got her a present. They're doing a hula night." "You got her a present?" "I used my good citizen tickets and got her 2 slap bracelets and some glitter stickers." Offering a high five, Jess told her, "I have some gift bags in the closet. Maybe we can use one of them and put a gift certificate in there too?" With the plan in place, they slid the rest of the cookie dough toward them to load up another sheet just as the doorbell rang. "Let's get these finished so we can go before visiting hours end," Jess said. "Use the spoon to scoop the rest on the pan, and I'll be right back. Don't touch the oven." Out in the living room, her heart tripped over itself when she peeked out the window and saw River standing on the other side. Jess glanced down, groaning. Would it kill her to wear something other than sweats? He looked up at the sound of the door swinging open, and her breath went thin. His smile was somehow both shy and naughty. The muscular curves of his shoulders and chest were visible beneath the fabric of his shirt, and Jess wanted to rip it open like a bag of chips. "Hey," she tried to keep it together. His voice was a low, secretive burr. "I hope it's okay that I stopped by." "It's fine." Jess swallowed. Do you want to come in?" He stepped inside, hesitating for only a second before bending and carefully putting his mouth on hers. Heat erupted in her veins, and even though it was only a touch and he pulled away before they were busted, Jess knew she looked like she was about to catch fire anyway. "Hi," he said quietly. "Hi." "You good?" She nodded. Definitely good now. Beaming, he looked past her, and she found herself following every point of his attention, trying to see the apartment through his eyes. It wasn't tiny, but it wasn't big either. She'd splurged on the yellow couch and bright blue chairs, but repainting the kitchen cabinets wasn't the same as getting new ones. And instead of art covering the walls, she had framed photos and elementary school art projects. "Your place is great," he said, turning in a circle. "It's so cozy." Jess closed the door with a laugh. "Cozy means small. I think this whole place could fit in your living room." "Yeah, but my house feels like a showroom you walk through to pick out cabinet fixtures." He smiled up at a photo of Jess and Juno at the beach. "It's not a home." "Who's here?" Juno shouted from the kitchen, followed by the sound of the step stool scraping over the tiles and her feet padding across the floor. "River Nicholas, are you here to make cookies with us?" "Are you kidding, Juno Miriam?" They executed some complicated knuckle-bump, hand-slap dance greeting. "I am always here to make cookies." "Wow, what was that?" Jess asked. They both ignored her. Obviously, it was a secret handshake, and Juno beamed up at him. "We're making them to take to Nana Joe. Do you want to see my room?" River grinned. "I would love to see your room. But do you think I could talk to your mom for a second first?" "Okay, I'm gonna go get it ready. Also, Mom said we can get a dog." She raced out of the living room and down the hall. "I'll be waiting." "I said when we have a yard," Jess shouted after her. She turned back to River, who was biting back a smile. "A warning, her room is a disaster," Jess told him confidentially, "so that buys us a few minutes at least." When she looked back at him, he was already staring at her, eyes fixed on her mouth. Tension tightened his shoulders, and he ran a hand through his hair. "Maybe we can talk outside?" "Sure." Unease sent a cool film over her mood. "Juno," she called, "we'll be in the courtyard. Give us 10 minutes. Just outside the apartment, hidden from view, River reached for Jess's arm and pulled her toward him. His mouth came over hers, and he pressed her against the door, kissing her with a hunger that matched her own. But again, he pulled away, clearly conscious of the risk. His bright eyes, when he looked down at her, simmered with that familiar, heated intensity. And then they fell closed, and he bent, releasing a long, frustrated growl against her neck. Jess laughed out a sympathetic, "Yeah, me too." She pushed her fingers into the back of his hair, relishing the quiet moment. His arms came around her waist, banding all around her until he was pressed so close it was like having another heartbeat. They couldn't stay this way for long, but Jess closed her eyes and breathed him in. The weird hollow ache in her chest settled. She was relieved he was so clearly as wrapped up in it as she was. She was anxious to get her hands back on his skin, to feel that connection reverberating along her bones. She felt guilty that she couldn't just invite him to stay over, but also worried how they would keep their relationship from Juno, or whether that was even the right thing to do. And she was sure these feelings showed plainly on her face when she pulled back and looked at him. But then she remembered. River straightened at her gasp, alarmed. "What?" "Guess whose kid has a sleepover at Naomi's tomorrow?" "If the answer isn't you," he said, frowning, "then I'm going to admit that I don't like this game very much." Jess laughed. "You're right. It's me." "Does that mean that Juno's mom also gets a sleepover?" "She sure does." He leaned in again, kissing her jaw, her cheek, her... River's phone vibrated against her hip. "Save the vibrations for tomorrow," Jess joke-whispered as he pulled it out. He swallowed a laugh, answering with an easy, "Hey, Brandon." River paused, listening and shaking his head at her in mock exasperation as she gave him a dorky, Brandon-toothy smile. But then his expression smoothed in shock. What? Hang on, wait, we're both here. River put it on speaker and held it between them. Oh, good, Brandon said. How are you, Jess? She leaned forward. I'm good. How are you? I'm fantastic. And I was just telling River you two are about to be fantastic too because the Today Show wants you. Her gaze bolted to River's and she mouthed, What? He shrugged, eyes wide. They already filmed footage for a segment on GeneticAlly, Brandon continued, but after hearing about our diamond match, they changed things up and want you in New York City tomorrow for an interview. Can we make it happen? Tomorrow? Her mind raced. They'd have to take a red-eye and go straight to the studio. She should say yes because this was literally what they were paying her for, but Nana would come home from the hospital on Sunday, then start at the rehabilitation clinic on Monday. Someone needed to take care of Pops, and Juno would never forgive her mother if she had to miss a sleepover because of schedule complications. River smoothly cut in. That's not going to work, he said. If they want it in the next couple days, let's see if they can shoot our portion of the interview locally. She opened her mouth to tell him it wasn't necessary. They could figure something out. It was the Today Show for crying out loud. But he firmly shook his head. It's better for us to do it there, Brandon insisted. No, I get that, River said with finality, playfully cupping a hand over Jess's mouth to keep her from committing to something she shouldn't out of guilt. But Jess's grandmother just had surgery and she needs to be here. You're in marketing, Brandon. Sell them on this. She stared at him from behind his hand, wanting to kiss him until they both had to come up for air. How did he know exactly what she needed? There was a pause before Brandon spoke again. You got it. We'll figure it out and get back to you. Thanks, River said. Let us know. He ended the call. The silence stretched between them. Well, hello, Mr. Decisive Executive. He tilted his head, giving her a flirty eyebrow. You liked that? It was so vintage Americano, Jess stretched, kissing him. Well, he said, kissing her one more time before straightening. I admit that I'd like to stick around town for a selfish reason, too. Sleepovers and vibrations, am I right? Yeah. He frowned. But also because of my sisters. Oh? They're in town from San Francisco. He winced. I may have mentioned that you and I would love to join them for dinner tomorrow night. You can always say no. Elated, Jess looked up at him. Embarrassing stories? They have them all. Dirt on your pre-hot days? He laughed. You have no idea. I'm sure they'll bring photos of the time they gave me a haircut before a school dance. It did not look awesome. It was also during the phase where my orthodontist's word was law, and I wore my headgear around the clock. I'm absolutely certain I'm going to regret this. Today's show transcript. Natalie Morales, voiceover. What if someone told you that dating was a thing of the past? That finding your soulmate was just a simple mouth swab away? It might sound too good to be true, but in San Diego, California, a burgeoning biotech company claims it can do just that. Through a series of personality tests, brain scans, and yes, DNA analysis, GeneticAlly can identify your biological soulmate. Using a patented algorithm called DNA Duo, your DNA will be compared to hundreds of thousands of other individuals in GeneticAlly's database. Their proprietary software then places your compatibility scores from 0 to 100 in a range of categories: base match, silver, gold, platinum, titanium. 3 out of 4 titanium matches end up in committed relationships. So, what about the couples who score over that coveted 90? Only 4 diamond matches have been found to date, and in a startling twist, one of them is a member of the GeneticAlly team. Specifically, the DNA Duo inventor and lead scientist, Dr. River Peña. Peña, a 35-year-old geneticist, started his research in the labs of the Salk Institute. River Peña. I wanted to see if I could find a common genetic factor in couples who describe themselves as being in loving, long-term relationships for over 2 decades. Natalie. How many couples did you study in that first test? River. 300. Natalie. And what did you find? River. In all of the couples who reported long-term relationship satisfaction, I found a compatibility pattern across 200 genes. Natalie voiceover. But Dr. Peña and his team didn't stop there. A study of 1,000 test subjects grew to over 100,000, and the initial pattern of 200 genes is now a patented assay of over 3,500. Natalie. So humans have 20,000 genes. River. Between 20 and 25,000, yes. Natalie. And your company has now found correlations between 3,500 of those that lead to compatibility? That seems like a lot. River. It is. But think about it. Everything we become is encoded by our genes. The way we react to stimulus, the way we learn and grow. 3,500 is likely just the start. Natalie voiceover. GeneticAlly has plans to go public in May and hopes to have their DNA duo kits in retail and online stores by summer. With online dating revenue this year topping $900 million in the U.S. alone, investors are lining up. River. Compatibility isn't limited to just romantic relationships. Imagine finding the caretaker who's most compatible with your children, or a doctor for your parents, the right management team to lead your business. Natalie voiceover. The sky's the limit. But back to that diamond DNA duo score. In January, Jessica Davis, a 30-year-old statistician, took the DNA duo test kit on a whim. Jessica. I'd completely forgotten about it until I got the message from GeneticAlly asking me to come in. Natalie voiceover. Jessica was client 144326. Her match? Client 000001, Dr. River Peña. Natalie. What was the highest match you'd found up to that point? River. 93. Natalie. And what was your and Jessica's score? River. 98. Natalie voiceover. A 98. That means that of the 3,500 gene pairs that score compatibility, 98% of them were found to be ideally compatible. Natalie. River, as the lead scientist, what was your initial reaction? River. Disbelief. We did a blood test to confirm. Natalie. And? River. 98. Natalie. So biologically, the two of you are compatible in almost every way? What's that like? Jessica. It's hard to describe. Natalie. Is there attraction? River. Laughs. There's definitely attraction. Natalie voiceover. Attraction may be putting it mildly. Off camera, crew members commented that it felt like there was something palpable between the pair. Natalie. So, what comes next for you two? Are you dating? Jessica. Let's just say we're enjoying getting to know each other. River. Laughs. What she said. Cut to hosts. Savannah Guthrie. Is it hot in here or is it just me? Natalie. I was just going to say, I'm sweating. Savannah. GeneticAlly is set to launch widely in May. I have to admit, I think this could change the entire face of the e-dating industry. Natalie. Without a doubt. Chapter 20. The day had been so chaotic that it didn't occur to Jess to be anxious about dinner with River's sisters until the two of them were literally walking into the restaurant. But just outside the arched glass doors, her feet became glued to the pavement, and she took a few steps away, pressing herself to the side of the building. Oh, shit. Leaning back, Jess stared up at the sky, incandescent blue in twilight. Today had been fine. Better than fine. It went perfectly. So why was she freaking out? River kept walking, looking back only when he noticed she was no longer next to him. He returned to her. Everything okay? I'm meeting your family. He smiled patiently and tucked a hand into the pocket of his perfectly tailored pants. Perfect pants, perfect shirt, perfect face. Perfectly at ease, waiting for her panic to subside. People passed on the sidewalk and cars inched along 5th, turning down G Street. "I've never done this before," Jess confessed. A hot flush crawled up her neck. "Like, met someone's family. Alec and I were together while we were both at school, and his family was from Florida. I never met them." River's eyes searched her face, lashes brushing his cheeks with every amused blink. Finally, he crowded into her space, hands on her waist. "I promise this will be much more painful for me than for you." "It's easy to say that now when your awkward years are behind you." She pointed to her forehead. "Don't you see my stress pimple?" "Nope, sorry, I only see pretty." He leaned in, settled his mouth on hers for a sweet kiss. "You 3 are going to have fun at my expense, and then we'll go back to my place and maybe actually make it to my bed this time." "Sir, are you bribing me with mind-bending sex?" He laughed, his gaze glimmering in the dim light. The longer she stared, the more reassured she was. He communicated so much with those eyes. Reassurance, sure, but also attraction, mirth, and something else. Something that looked a lot like adoration. "I like you a lot, Jessica Marie," he said quietly. A fist wrapped around her heart. "I like you too." "And if it makes you feel better," he said, "I've never introduced a girlfriend to my family either." River reached down, threaded their fingers together, and led her inside. The restaurant was wide open and glaringly loud. Pop music pumping out of speakers, and the sounds of laughter and conversation throbbing from the walls. With high ceilings and a bar in the center of the room, the decor was eclectic and trendy. Couches and armchairs formed a funky mix of seating configurations, and lights fashioned from glass globes, vases, and mason jars swung from the ceiling by thick, bristly rope. A waifish hostess led them across planked wooden floors to a table situated beneath a giant metal print emblazoned "Eat." 2 women sitting side by side glanced up from their cocktails as Jess and River approached. The resemblance was undeniable. One had long dark hair, the ends cut blunt, bangs razor straight and smooth as gloss under the bright lights. The other was a few years younger, with curly hair that had been highlighted with a coppery red. Both women shared River's golden brown eyes, perfect olive skin, and heart-shaped mouth. The Peña family genes were a wonder. Shouting over each other, they stood, wrapping River in a tight group hug before pulling back to fuss at him simultaneously. "Your hair is so long. I'm telling Mom, you're so skinny. Your pants look like trash bags." Jess followed their attention to his expensive charcoal trousers, ironed to smooth perfection. They did not look like trash bags, but Jess appreciated the sisterly ribbing anyway. Clearly, the entire family could step into and out of the pages of a fashion magazine comfortably. River managed to extract himself, reaching up to smooth his ruffled hair. He had lipstick on each cheek, which both women tried to smudge away. "Jess, these are my obnoxious sisters, Natalia and Pilar. Please don't believe anything they tell you." The older one, Natalia, wrapped Jess in a tight hug. "Holy crap, you are so pretty." She turned to her sister. "Isn't she so pretty?" "Way too pretty for him," Pilar said, pulling Jess in for a hug of her own. "It's nice to meet you. Rivers told me so much about you." Natalia glanced warily at her brother. "I'm sure he has." They sat down, ordered cocktails for Jess and River, and a few appetizers to share. Jess learned that their mom was a pharmacist and their dad sold insurance. Natalia was married and a research analyst in Palo Alto. Pilar had recently gone back to school to be a nurse and lived with her girlfriend in Oakland. It was clear they adored their brother, but as River had promised, they loved giving him shit. "So," Natalia rested her chin in her hand, "I hear you 2 didn't exactly get along before all this." Jess glanced at River, passing this one off to him. But then questions of her own bubbled to the surface. Did they know about the money? How honest was she supposed to be here? River eyed Natalia across the table. "My not-so-subtle sister is trying to ask if I was the asshole." They both grinned, and Jess perked up. "Oh, he definitely was." "Hey," he said, "I wasn't that bad." Jess turned in her seat to face him. "You called me entirely average." Pilar let out a low whistle. "Child, are you blind?" Not to her face, he corrected and turned back to Jess. And in my defense, the first time you spoke to me, you— Don't do it, Pilar whispered, laughing. Trust me. We're wearing an old baggy sweatshirt. They all stared blankly at him. River finally exhaled. I was the asshole. Pilar lifted her chin. Jess, can I tell you an important family secret? If I left here without any, I would be devastated. She laughed. I get that my brother looks like this now, but that wasn't always true. Nitpicking other people's clothing choices would have been the least of his worries. He said it, Jess said, but I find it hard to believe. Pilar bent, scrolling through her phone, quickly locating what she wanted, almost as if she'd put it there for easy access. Jess stared when Pilar turned the screen to face her. Stop it. She looked at River and then back at the photo. That isn't you. A scrawny kid with a bowl haircut and headgear looked out from Pilar's phone. Searching for any resemblance to her boyfriend, she stared at it long enough for River to laughingly shove the phone away. Until he was 21, he had no game to speak of, Pilar said. River laughed. It's true, but I managed. Yeah, you did, Natalia said. I remember in high school there was this football player who was constantly bothering him. Anthony something. River tutored half the class to bring up the curve. Anthony failed and was kicked off the team. That's called problem solving, River mumbled into his glass. He did the same thing when I ran against Nikki Ruthers for student council, Pilar said. He offered group tutoring sessions to everyone who voted for me. I won by a landslide. River thoughtfully selected a piece of prosciutto-wrapped grilled endive from a plate. Longest summer of my life. Okay, that's actually really sweet, Jess said, taking his hand under the table and giving it a little squeeze. I know it's hard to imagine with his grumbly exterior, but he was the softest little boy. Natalia put her hand on Pilar's arm. Do you remember the way he followed Abuela around? Pilar's face crumpled into a dramatic, tender sob. And watched her stories with her. Oh man, I did not anticipate this one coming up, River said. I'm 2 years older than River, Natalia told Jess, and Pilar is a year older than me, so he was like our baby too. Our parents both worked full-time, and back then there's no way they could have afforded summer camp for all 3 kids, so our summers were spent with Abuela. River was her little helper, and every afternoon they would sit together and watch soap operas. River examined the appetizers like they were data sets. Closet soap opera fan? Jess said. We all have a secret identity, but this? It would be easier to believe you were an assassin. They're just being dramatic, he said, and then laughed at her, murmuring, Assassin? Really? Don't listen to him, Jess, Natalia said. He watched so many of them and got in deep. I thought he'd grow up to be a telenovela star or something, but the whole DNA love thing makes sense when you think about it. Jess turned to look at him and found him watching her with such tender amusement. It was almost like he'd just wrapped his arms around her right at the table. The DNA love thing does make sense when you think about it, she agreed quietly. Their hands entwined on the drive to his place, both resting on his thigh, and the Audi's seat warmers made Jess feel like she was melting into a pile of happy goo. That was fun, she mumbled, full of fantastic food and just past tipsy from all the wine. Natalia texted me already that they both adored you, and if I mess this up, they'll neuter me. Jess grimaced. Please don't mess it up. You have such a big, beautiful— River turned and smirked at her. Personality, she finished, grinning back. And being neutered would be kind of a downer. I'm glad you have such a fondness for my personality, he said, turning his attention forward again. A soft spot, one might even say, she joked. He looked at her again, playfully scandalized. How much wine did you have, woman? The perfect amount. They'd stayed at the restaurant too late, eating and drinking, and laughing harder than Jess had in years. She'd been comfortable with his sisters almost the way she was with Fizzy. The way they spoke over each other and didn't take themselves too seriously had felt like sitting down to dinner with old friends, rather than people she was meeting for the first time. And right now, contentment flowed, warm and honeyed, through her. Nana Jo was going to be okay. Juno was thriving. Fizzy was falling for someone. And for the first time in her life, Jess had money and a sense of security and a person of her own. She turned and stared at the side of River's face. I like you. I like you too. He squeezed her hand. Very, very much. Was this what joy felt like? Safety? She nodded toward his house as they neared. Are we going to get freaky? Without a doubt. He laughed, pulling into his driveway and leaning over to kiss her after he put the car in park. Inside, River turned on a lamp in the spacious living room, turned another light on in the kitchen, and excused himself to get them each a glass of water. Jess texted Naomi's mom to check in on her kid, pleasantly surprised to hear that Juno was having the time of her life. Setting her phone down, she turned around on the couch to watch River as he futzed in the kitchen. I don't know what to do with myself, she said. Nobody needs me right now. River came back with 2 glasses, set them on the side table, and then crawled over her on the couch. His mouth moved from her neck up to her lips. I do. And then he pulled back and smiled, like maybe he was just teasing, but Jess saw the sincerity in his expression. Her own fondness rose to the surface, the quiet thrumming of infatuation. She was starting to need him too. Her phone was trapped beneath her back, and she reached for it, tossing it to the floor. Tracking it with his eyes, River asked, How's Juno doing? Good. Naomi's mom says they're watching a movie out by the pool. Things are good with her friends, then? Jess lifted a shoulder. Some days, one of them is mean or mad or tired, and it creates a little drama tornado that takes a week to get over. I'm learning it's best if the moms stay out of it. Kids argue. Sometimes it hits our own buttons, and we make it into more than it needs to be. He hummed at this, braced over her on his elbows and playing with the ends of her hair. It was still curled from the interview that morning, and he absently looped a strand around his finger. I bet it's hard to not get overprotective sometimes. I felt that way when she talked about it on the drive to ballet, and I'm only just getting to know her. Jess stretched up, kissing him for that. And then she remembered something. I can't get over the idea of you being obsessed with soap operas. No wonder you and Fizzy get along. He buried his face in her neck. I hadn't thought about that in a long time. Sisters never forget. When did you go from telenovelas to intense geneticist? My grandmother died when I was 14, he said, pushing up to sit and pulling her legs over his lap. She moved in with us for the last 7 or so years of her life, and she was absolutely the happiest aspect of my childhood. My parents didn't get along great, and without her there as a buffer, that resentment bled into everything. Jess frowned, reaching forward to pull one of his hands into hers. Also, they're not very warm people by nature, so it got really quiet when Abuela died. Dad was never a fan of me sitting with her watching the shows. He didn't get it, and when I tried to watch them after she died, sort of as a way to stay connected to her, he was not having it. He wanted me to get my head out of the clouds and think about a future that could support a family. My mother, Jamie, is the same, sort of. Jess smiled sardonically. But her version was to always remind me what men want and look for, suggesting my time was better spent finding a way to be taken care of, rather than learning how to do shit on my own. It was his turn to frown sympathetically. I'd always been good in school, he said, so I just got better. Science came naturally to me. Had it occurred to you before Natalia said it tonight that what you're doing now is, in a roundabout way, sort of connected to all that? I bet your abuela would love it. It didn't, but I think it's true. Think about how many love stories we'll build. Jess tilted her head and stared at him. She couldn't believe she got to be naked with this man. He did a self-conscious double take. What? You're really hot, you know that? Jess said. And sort of wonderful. I think I'm even more into you now than I was earlier today. The corner of his mouth turned up. How is that possible? I thought I had you on lock already. Jess stretched out on the couch, grinning up at him and slowly peeling her shirt off. Didn't someone say something about getting freaky in here? Chapter 21. Jess and Juno were about a block away from school one morning when Juno stopped and asked, "Now is River Nicholas your boyfriend?" "What made you think of that on the way to school?" Jess deflected. "Just wondering if you're going to see him this morning." She carefully considered this statement. Her kid was fishing. "I'll probably see him at Twig's later." "Oh." Juno slanted her eyes up to her. "I thought I saw his stuff at home." Jess's neck heated, her mind starting to race. The last week, River had come over every morning for an hour or so after school drop-off, and before they both started work for the day. It was their only time totally alone, but Jess had had no idea that he'd been leaving evidence behind. She guessed in the haze of sex on the floor, on the bed, in the shower, bent over the dresser, and once on the kitchen island. Even a hyper-organized scientist was prone to forget something. "Huh," she said, stalling. "Yesterday," Juno said casually, her eyes straight ahead, "he left some shorts." "Oh." Jess scrambled to come up with a suitable explanation, but the image of River suffering his way through a workday without underwear made her cough out a tiny laugh. "He probably used our place to change after, going for a run?" Juno nodded at this and kicked a stick into the street. "Yeah, probably." They stopped at the border of school property, and Jess turned to face her daughter, needing to see her eyes when she asked, "How would you feel about it if we were dating each other?" "I would like it," Juno said absently, and her eyes veered to the side as she started scanning the playground for her friends. Jess guided her chin so Juno was looking at her again. "Are you sure? Because it means sometimes he'll be with us, doing things." Her daughter's eyes glazed over. "I know. But you are still the most important thing in the world to me." Juno's attention started to drift to the side again. "I know." God, it was not the time or the place to be having this conversation. "Juno," Jess said with gentle authority, "look at me." Her eyes cleared. "What?" "It's important to me that you hear this," Jess said. "You asked about River, so I want to say this now. You are my family. It's you and me, and nobody can change that. Do you understand?" Juno nodded. "I know, Mama. I like River, and I know you love me." From a few yards away, Naomi and Krista called out Juno's name. She tensed in excitement, bouncing on her feet, but obediently kept her gaze on her mother, waiting for the release of the goodbye kiss. Jess pressed it to her forehead. "I do love you, Juno Merriam." "I love you too, Jessica Nicholas." With a delighted giggle, she tore off toward her friends. River's hair was a tangled mess from Jess's fingers as he kissed his way back up her body, and his expression quickly turned cocky at the view of her ragdoll prostration on the bed. "That was inspired," she mumbled. He kissed her once, breathless and smiling, and then fell to the side in his own exhausted puddle. "Good." Jess rolled over, half sprawling across his chest, and grinned up at him. "How was going commando at work yesterday?" Letting out a laugh groan, he reached with his free arm and wiped a hand down his face. "You'd think I would notice the lack of boxers sometime before leaving for work." Sex drunk. Humming, he smiled into a kiss and then went completely still as realization dawned. "Shit. We had sex in the kitchen yesterday." He squinted apologetically down at her. "Juno found them, didn't she?" Jess waved this off. She thought they were shorts. He winced, face grim. "I'm sorry, Jess." "No, it's good." She rested her chin on her fist, gazing up at him. "I did tell her we're together, though. I hope that's okay." River bit back a smile. "Of course it is." Honestly, I'm amazed her friends at school didn't ask about the UT article, or the Today Show for that matter. "Was she okay with us?" She stretched to kiss him, because that was the perfect first question. "I think she's thrilled, River Nicholas." Returning to her perch on his chest, she added, "I don't want her to worry that things are going to change too fast." He dragged long, lazy fingers through her hair and gazed unfocused at her face. "I'd ask you what you were thinking," she said, "but I bet the answer is like RNA editing or restriction enzymes." Actually, wise ass, I was thinking how beautiful you are. An important circuit shorted out in her brain. She had no idea how to respond articulately while elation simmered in her veins. Oh, so not RNA editing. River smiled, curling to kiss her. No. He settled back on the pillow. I was thinking how happy I am. Her blood cells stood up, gave a roaring standing ovation. Just like your fancy machine predicted. I haven't felt this way before, he said, ignoring her joking. Is it too soon to say that? Jess grew short of breath. Of course not. I haven't been home in years, but I feel that way with you. She bent and pressed her face to his chest, squeezing her eyes closed and trying not to hyperventilate. You okay? Just trying not to freak out, she said, and quickly added, good freak out. Deeply infatuated freak out. That's a good freak out. Oh. When she looked up in response to his tone, an uneasy smile spread across his mouth, and he pushed back into the pillow to be able to see her better. I meant to tell you this as soon as I got here, but I was waiting for you naked, she interrupted with a grin. Yes, exactly. He laughed. We have people coming into the offices on Monday. Okay. He gazed at her and then laughed at her misunderstanding. We have People magazine coming into the offices on Monday. They're meeting with us in the morning, I guess, he said, gesturing to include her. And then David, Brandon, Lisa, and I will have an interview in the afternoon. So unless you and Fizzy are going to remove every copy in the grocery store, it's probably good Juno found out today. After a try-something-new Sunday, River joined all 4 Davises at the zoo, and holding his hand in public was the novelty. Monday came along, and she didn't even wake up in a panic. She was getting used to all these high-pressure situations, interviews, parties, photo sessions, though no doubt it helped that her relationship with River felt like a cornet blaring, red carpet unfurling, fireworks over the ocean, first of its kind in all of history. It helped, too, that he slept in her bed Sunday night. In life, River was restrained and cautious. As a lover, he was expressive and generous. And in sleep, he was a cuddler, pressed up against her all night, her long, big spoon. At 6, his alarm went off and he jerked awake like he'd been hoisted by strings, sleepily tugging on clothes, double-checking that he had on all of his clothes, kissing her, and silently sneaking out before Juno was awake. Half an hour later, he was at their door, surprising Jess and Juno with coffee and hot chocolate. Juno shuffled out of her bedroom, and the 3 of them sat down at the dining room table for breakfast. River pulled out some papers to review. His foot came over Jess's, reminding her that not even an hour ago he was beside her, in her bed. She tried not to let the thought unspool, imagining the 3 of them sitting there in easy silence every morning for the rest of their lives. Juno poked sleepily at her cereal. Why did you leave so early to get coffee? Mama has a coffee machine in the kitchen. River and Jess went completely still. Finally, he managed a deeply unconvincing, does she? They followed the path of Juno's pointed finger to the counter, and River let out a murmured, Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. He looked at Jess over the top of Juno's head and winced for help. Jess had to bite her lips to keep from losing it. They walked Juno to school together, bracketing her, each holding one of her hands. She crab-walked, they swung her. You need to be taller, Mom, Juno said. River Nicholas can swing me way higher. He looked over at her, gloating. And all of it felt like the tip-top of the roller coaster, the feeling of anticipation before the thrill of the drop. So obviously, Jess was terrified. Which was okay, because there was plenty to distract her from those enormous, scary feelings. When they arrived at the GeneticAlly offices, the parking lot more crowded than Jess had ever seen it, everything exploded into motion and excitement. Lisa greeted them at the curb, firing information off about the schedule as soon as they climbed out of the car. Jess and River were up first for 2 hours. Then the reporter, Anisha, would take River to meet with David, Lisa, and Brandon over near the sulk. Before she'd even had a chance to put her purse down, Jess was being ushered into Lisa's office, where a makeup artist and hairstylist got right to work. "You look like you've been carried here upside down," Anisha said, laughing. She was a gorgeous black woman with glowing skin and the most perfect crabapple cheekbones Jess had seen in her entire life. Totally shell-shocked. Jess laughed as the makeup artist worked around her. "I am not, to put it mildly, accustomed to this treatment." Over the next 20 minutes, Jess learned that Anisha Sampson had interviewed Brad Pitt last weekend, had an irrepressible laugh, called River Keanu Banderas, and embraced both plunging necklines and shoulder-grazing dangly earrings in her personal style. Jess didn't know if she wanted to propose or propose a life swap. "We're going to start in the lab if that works for you," Anisha said as they all stepped out into the hall. "Just River at first." Lisa looked a little harried. "Jess, are you okay just hanging out?" Jess held up her laptop. "I have a ton of work to do. You can put me anywhere." As Anisha headed toward the elevator and Lisa bent to reply to a text on her phone, River leaned in, kissing Jess. "Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I love you." White noise roared in her ears, and her eyes went wide. "What?" River stared down at her, his expression slack with shock. But he didn't take it back. He just started laughing. He nodded sideways to Lisa, saying quietly, "Not the place I'd planned to say it, but hallways and audiences do seem to be our thing." Lisa turned to take a call, and Jess broke into a grin, throwing her arms around his neck. She planted a dozen tiny kisses all over his face. "I love you too." The truth of it was so obvious. Jess didn't know how they hadn't been saying "I love you" from that very first day. With his smile straightening and a bright heat flashing like lightning in his eyes, he moved his lips to her cheek and over to her ear. "I'll see you in a few." "River, they're ready for you." Lisa waved him down the hall. With one final peck, he disappeared into the elevator and Lisa returned. "Jess, I'd put you in River's office, but they're setting up for some stills." Hooking her thumb to the office directly behind her, Lisa said, "Let's just put you in David's for now. He won't mind." Jess lifted her laptop. "I'm cool anywhere." Lisa tried the door, then pulled out her keys and unlocked it, immediately wincing as she turned back to Jess. "This okay? I forgot how messy he is. I never go in here." And, wow, David's office was the upside-down version of River's. Where River's desk was bare but for his computer, David's had the look of a desk found in the rubble post-hurricane. It was covered with printed-out data sheets, empty paper cups, wadded-up napkins, Post-its, and stacks of journal articles. His shelves were lined with a dusty and disorganized array of convention freebies. A Merck-branded stress ball, a Sanofi travel mug, a plastic DNA molecule from Genentech, a pile of branded pens. But listen, River Nicholas Peña had just told her he loved her. Lisa could drop Jess off on Bourbon Street early on a Saturday morning, and she'd be fine. This is great. "We'll come grab you when Anisha is ready." Lisa grinned before ducking out, closing the door behind her. Staring at David's desk, Jess wondered whether she should use her laptop on her actual lap, before figuring she could just carefully set it on top and not disturb the mayhem. While her computer booted up, Jess glanced around the science-y detritus. Among the papers were sheets and sheets filled with hundreds of rows of data. An electrical current passed over her. Maybe that was a thread of why she and River were a diamond match. They were both deeply enthralled by numbers. About halfway down a messy pile of papers, a corner of one stuck out. Jess's eye caught on something written in the top left corner, and she carefully pulled free the thick binder-clipped cluster. Client 144326. Her blood turned carbonated as she registered what she was seeing. That was her, Jess's data. And beneath her number was another. Client 000001. River. Below, in bold, was the information they'd heard 1,000 times in the past month. Compatibility quotient, 98. She'd never seen their raw scores before, but there was something oddly holy about holding the data in her hands. "Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I love you." His words echoed in her mind. Smiling, Jess scanned the rows and rows of numbers reverently. The client numbers and compatibility score were in the top left corner, and in the top right was the assay information: date, time, which DNA duo machine had run the assay, etc. Below that were about 60 rows of numbers, broken into 3 groups of columns, each 3 columns wide. Behind this sheet, there were pages and pages of solid numbers. Jess got chills realizing she was currently holding the information on the roughly 3,500 genes for which she and River aligned. Was it really possible that their connection, their love, was encoded in their cells? Was she programmed from the day she was born to feel this happy, even when Jamie was leaving her over and over, when girls teased her on the soccer field for her drunk mother on the sidelines, when Alex stared mutely at the pregnancy test for a handful of minutes and finally said, "I've never wanted kids"? Of all the men Jess could connect with, was River her perfect fit all along? The idea made her both queasy and high. She looked back down, leaning in to focus on each tiny row of information. The first 2 columns on each set showed what she assumed was the gene information: gene names and GenBank session number. The third columns held raw compatibility scores with numbers that seemed to range from 0 to 4. Nearly all of their scores were higher than 2.5. So somehow these scores came together in the neural network's algorithm, and 98 popped out at the end. Clearly, Jess could see now the data was scientific, but it also felt deeply magical. She was a convert. Show her to the genetic altar. She dragged a finger across the page, wanting to feel the information for herself. Their most recent assay had been completed on January 30th. River'd drawn her blood the night before with such careful formality. They'd been so awkward around each other, so wary. Jess bit back a laugh, remembering. Holy shit, she'd had no idea. He'd wanted her even then. Looking up to confirm David's office door was closed, she quickly took a picture. She knew she shouldn't. It might have even been illegal. Besides, she could just ask River for a copy of it anyway. But Jess knew she'd want to look at it again and again. Flipping through, she began snapping photos of every page, rows upon rows upon rows of data. Each one had a few values circled, annotated, called out, she guessed, for being totally fucking awesome. Maybe she'd frame this for him as a gift at some point. Maybe they'd each pick their favorite gene and get that value tattooed. Maybe she was starting to sound like one of Fizzy's heroines right now and should probably shut the hell up. Grinning like an idiot, Jess flipped to the next page, ready to snap a picture, but stopped. This next set of data was from their first DNA duo assay, the one from her spit kit. In this stack, some cells were circled in pencil and some notes were scribbled in the margins, barely legible. Jess marveled that their data had been poured over like this. Her soaring soundtrack brain sang that their data might even unlock larger truths about love and emotional connection. And there was still more. Jess flipped more pages, expecting notes and correspondence, but she found another first page. A duplicate? No, it was a different first page, someone else's, from an assay run in 2014. Client 05954, client 05955. Compatibility quotient, 93. This must be David's diamond match pile, Jess assumed. But her brain tripped over a coincidence in the upper right corner. She flipped between this one and her and River's top sheet, comparing. The assay dates were different in all 3 cases, but the assay end time was exactly the same. Every time. Jess blinked, tilting gently toward uneasy, flipping back to their first pages to confirm. Yes, for all 3 assays, the run time ended at 15:45:23. Her stomach tightened. Statistically, that was deeply unlikely. Out of 86,400 seconds in each 24 hours, there was only a 0.0012% chance of 2 events landing on the same second. Even if Jess assumed the assays were usually started and finished at roughly the same time, say within the same 4-hour window, that was still only a likelihood of 0.007%, or a 7 out of 100,000 chance that Jess and River's assay and another assay completed on a different day would have finished at the exact same time. But all three? It was nearly impossible. The chances, Jess closed her eyes to do the math, of 3 assays randomly ending at the same exact second on different days were roughly 1 in 2.5 million. Jess tried to think logically. She pushed back the roaring in her ears. Maybe the machines were programmed to begin and end at the same time to reduce certain variables? It wouldn't be unheard of. Except on January 29th, River had started the assay almost immediately after taking her blood. In fact, he double-gloved and rolled up to the fume hood before she'd even left the room. The following morning, he'd texted her, asking for a date, and said the test had been confirmed. But although the date on the printout was right, how was it possible River had the data in the morning if the assay wasn't complete until 3:45 that afternoon? Did he lie to her that he'd gotten the confirmation? That didn't sound like River. What the fuck? Jess exhaled the words, confused. I have to be missing something. Her lungs hurt. Her stomach rolled. Her eyes burned from the strain of her intense focus. She couldn't blink. And then, her heart seemed to fill with needles. Jess noticed that all 3 assays were run on the DNA Duo 2. She remembered seeing the 2 machines the night he ran the blood samples and asking about them. Are those the DNA duos? Creatively named DNA Duo 1 and DNA Duo 2. DNA Duo 2 is down right now, getting serviced next week. It'll be up and running by May, I hope. A thought crashed into her head. She was frantic now. Flipping through the respective pages on the 2 datasets, she scanned down the columns on the 2 pieces of paper. She tried to find differences in the datasets between her and River's 98 and this other couple's 93. She couldn't. They were identical. Every value, as far as she could tell, was exactly the same. It all went blurry the harder she stared. It was too many rows, too many tiny numbers. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack while her hair and the haystack were both on fire. And, she thought desperately, for scores this high, maybe most of the raw scores would be identical? What was she missing? With dread sinking in her chest, Jess registered that the circled numbers on their first data sheet were circled for a reason. Her gaze slid to a penciled oval on the original spreadsheet from January 19th. Jess brought a shaking hand to her mouth. On her and River's sheet, she saw OTR Gene ID 5021 3.5. But on the other couples, OTR Gene ID 5021 1.2. Inside another circle on their original sheet, for the gene PDE4D, Jess and River had a 2.8. Her heart vaulted into her throat. The other couple had a 1.1. Jess only had the stomach to confirm 2 more circled values, an AVP of 3.1 on hers and River's, a 2.1 on the other couple's. For DRD4, a 2.9 on theirs, a 1.3 on the other couple's. As far as Jess could see, the only values that were different, maybe only 30 in the entire dataset of nearly 3,500, were the ones that had been circled in their first DNA duo. To draw attention to them. If it weren't for the identical timestamp and the DNA Duo 2 mystery, Jess could have told herself a lie that those values were circled because they differentiated her and River from the other assay. But she knew they weren't circled because they were special. They were circled to keep track of which ones had been altered. Someone had, on purpose, changed a compatibility score of 93 into a 98. Johan and Dottie were our very first diamond match, River had said at the cocktail party. Their granddaughter brought them to us back in 2014, and she was right. They came through with a score of 93. She might throw up. With shaking hands, Jess took a picture of every page of the assay she was almost certain belonged to Johan and Dottie Fuchs. She nearly knocked over the pile twice. She was numb as she bent and stowed her laptop. She put her phone away, and then she sat quietly. Waiting for Anisha to come for her, Jess had no idea how she was going to get through the interview, knowing what she knew now. River and Jess had never been a diamond match. Chapter 22. In the past 20 minutes, River had asked her 4 times whether she was okay. Of course he had. Any creature with a pulse could sense that there was something not right about her at the moment. But she couldn't talk about it yet, and couldn't talk about it here at the office. And even if she could, she wasn't sure she was prepared to hear his answer to the simplest question. Did you know this whole time? So she put on a flimsy, blissful mask and answered Anisha's questions. But River's quiet concern repeatedly reminded Jess that her stress was as clear on her face as a fever. The shock felt like the flu. They took some photos together outside. They took some in the lab, laughing and gazing adoringly into each other's eyes. But behind her smile, the question rammed into Jess's thoughts like the piercing siren of a police car. Until she knew the answer, she couldn't even let the next question slot into place, though it pressed against the glass anyway. Is what I feel even real? Statistically speaking, she and River were many thousand times more likely to find their soulmate in a base match than they were to ever get an authentic diamond match. So even if their true score was a 25, it wasn't like they couldn't be right together. But it was so much easier to trust those early, deep reactions when the numbers supported her. But she was getting ahead of herself, and without information, without data, it was the last thing she could let herself do. Jess mentally crumpled the thoughts into a wadded-up ball of paper and set it on fire. One moment at a time, and now was not the moment for a meltdown. Anisha finished up on site and gave Jess and River time to say goodbye before he had to leave with the people team to meet up with David and Brandon. Even thinking of David right then made Jess's stomach sour. And if River knew, she didn't know what she would do. Her emotions would be too hot and giant and impossible to manage. The moment they were alone, River pulled Jess into an alcove, bending to look her directly in the eye. I feel like I'm missing something, he said quietly. Are you mad at me? This one she could actually field. Are you okay had been too big to answer under her breath with Anisha and her photographer 10 feet away. I'm not mad at you. But can we get together later? He laughed, confused. Of course. I assumed we'd... Just us. The smile evaporated, and a frown lined his forehead. River took a step closer, sliding a hand down her arm and linking his warm fingers with her cold ones. Have I done something wrong? Jess hated to say, I don't know, but it was true. Something happened, she admitted. And I need to ask you about it, but now isn't the time. She swallowed. I know it sucks, and I'm sure you're going to be worrying about this until we can talk about it. Yeah. I will too. You just have to trust me that we can't do it here, and we need more than the 10 minutes we have before you and Anisha have to go. River gazed down at her and seemed to decide this was the best he was going to get right then. Okay. I trust you. He pulled her into his chest. There was honestly nothing Jess wanted more than to be able to confidently put her arms around his waist and lose herself in the clean citrus smell of him. But her joints were locked, posture stiff. We'll talk later? He asked, pulling back to look at her, cupping her elbows. Yeah. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket, and she retrieved it, expecting notification of some work email or a text from Pops about dinner plans. But it was from Fizzy, and worry immediately pushed all of the tightness in Jess's chest up into her throat. I need you ASAP. Best friend bat signal. Sorry, Jess whispered. It's Fizzy. Jess quickly replied. Are you okay? I am safe and not injured. But no, I'm not okay. Heart pounding, Jess looked up at River. She didn't like leaving things like this, but she was going to have to. I really need to go. His voice was a low blend of exasperated and worried, and he reached for her arm. Jess. She needs me. Fizzy never needs me. Call me when you're all done. He nodded and took a step back, letting her go. Turning away, Jess typed as she walked. Where are you? My place. Are you coming? Yes, be there in 20. Fizzy's front door was open. The interior of the house was shaded behind the screen door. Jess didn't hear sobbing or screaming, which was reassuring, but Bon Iver played quietly from the living room speakers. For someone like Fizzy, whose general mood leaned more upbeat pop than quiet ballad, Bon Iver gave Jess a legitimate reason to worry. And like that, River was put aside for later. Jess had a great deal of experience compartmentalizing. Jamie had shown up at Jess's high school graduation toward the end of a 4-day-long meth bender and stalked the aisles looking for her among the sea of classmates. About 30 seconds after she loudly climbed over Jerome Damiano and Alexa Davidson to get to her daughter, Jamie was escorted out by the campus security guard. Even so, Jess stood and made her way to the front of the auditorium when her name was called. And, Jess remembered, she and Alec broke up about an hour before she presented her thesis to the entire mathematics department when she was 6 months pregnant with Juno. She'd shoved all of her anger and disappointment aside, gone into the presentation with an enormous smile and beautifully designed slides, and gotten an A. One look at Fizzy, curled up in a ball, on her couch, eyes red-rimmed, hair in an uncharacteristically messy bun, and a familiar wall slid into place. She sat down, pulling one of Fizzy's bare feet into her lap. "Tell me." Reaching up to wipe her nose, Fizzy said simply, "He's married." "Who's married?" Fizzy turned her watery dark eyes up to Jess's face. "Rob." "Banker Rob?" "Yeah." "Married? To a person?" "Yeah." Jess stared at her, disbelieving. "Wasn't he Daniel's brother's friend? How did no one say anything to you?" "Apparently, he's like a friend of a friend of a friend, and Rob got married sometime in the past 2 years when they hadn't been hanging out as much." "What a garbage human." Jess's jaw hung open. "How did you find out?" "He found me at Twiggs and told me." "He told you in public?" Fizzy nodded, grim. "He sat in your chair." She gasped. "How dare he?" "I know." "So what did you do?" Fizzy took a deep, fortifying breath. "I got up, asked Daniel for a pitcher of ice water, and dumped it in Rob's lap." "Applause," Jess whispered, impressed. "I think he started to freak out that he was going to get caught. One night in Little Italy, we ran into someone he knew, and he introduced me to the guy as his friend Felicity, which at the time I was like, that's fair, we're pretty new still, but now I know why." Fizzy's face crumpled. "I really liked him, Jess, and you know me," she said, hiccuping. "I never like anyone. I cooked for him and talked about books with him, and we had inside jokes, and he's fucking married. And I swear he wanted credit for coming clean with me. Like he was genuinely shocked that I was so pissed." She wiped her nose again. "Come here." Jess shifted Fizz's foot away and pulled the whole Fizzy into her arms, squeezing tight while her friend cried. "You know the crazy thing?" Fizzy asked, her voice muffled by Jess's shirt. "What?" "We just sent in his spit samples." "To GeneticAlly?" Jess asked, and Fizzy nodded. "I thought you weren't going to do that." Fizzy wailed. "We weren't." "God," Jess said, "what a dumbass. What was he expecting to happen?" "Right?" Her best friend laughed through a sob. "And now, what if I find out that we're, like, perfect for each other and it doesn't matter because he's married? I don't want to know if we're supposed to be together." The feelings from the other room peeked around Jess's neat little compartmentalized corner, asking if it was time to come out yet. Jess shook her head. It was not. "Well, logistically, you can request that his account never be linked to yours so you never have to know, but I'm fairly sure that he doesn't belong anywhere near your perfect, kind, sassy ass anyway. Anyone who would do something like that is rotten from the inside. I bet his DNA looks like black bathroom mold." "Like long strings of mucus," Fizzy agreed. "I could keep this metaphor going, but it's only going to get grosser." Jess squeezed her again. "I'm sorry, cutie. I want to know where he lives so I can go shove his head up his ass so far he can lick his own ear." "His wife would be there," Fizzy said quietly. I guess that's why we never went to his place. Garbage human, Jess whispered angrily. Fizzy wiped her nose on Jess's shirt before pulling back and inspecting it. Suspicion straightened her frown as her attention moved up Jess's neck to her face and hair. She sniffled. Why are you all dressed up? We did people today at the offices. The watery, puffy version of her best friend groaned, falling dramatically back on the throw pillows. I sent the bat signal when you were with People magazine, oh my God. After a thoughtful beat, she sat up and threw her arms around Jess again. And you came! It would be in my best interest to take these golden friend points and not tell you that we'd already finished when I got your text, Jess said, but the lying would negate the golden friend points, and I swear I would have come anyway. But you could be off having celebratory sex with your soulmate, and I could have just used wine and cheese for emotional support. Soulmate. Jess shot a warning look at the feelings now plotting their escape. I would always rather you lean on me than on wine and cheese. She paused before adding, and River isn't done with the interview. I'm honored to be your second choice. Third, Jess reminded her. Fizzy leaned back and laughed. You suck. Maybe, but I love you. I love you too. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Speaking of, do you need to pick up your first choice from school? It's Monday, Jess said. Pops will get her, and they'll do the library thing. I have 3 hours to do whatever I can to make you feel better. Fizzy and Jess lounged on the couch with Sense and Sensibility playing quietly alongside their cheese and cracker feast. Eventually, Jess gave her one last squeeze, headed home and got Juno fed, bathed, snuggled, and tucked in, and then got a full glass of wine in herself before she opened the proverbial floodgates. But then they were open, and thoughts of River drowned out everything else. The upside to pushing it all behind a wall was that she'd been able to function pretty normally all day. The downside was that she wasn't at all mentally prepared for the conversation awaiting her. There was no use putting it off. Jess pulled out her phone, texting him. Can you come over? He answered immediately, almost like he'd been waiting with his phone in his hand. Yes, now? Now is good. She hit send and then immediately replied again. Wait. She typed as fast as she could because she knew the wait had probably sent him panic spiraling. This may sound strange, but did you ever see our raw data? Of course. Jess chewed her thumbnail as she considered how to phrase what she wanted to say next, without giving him time to prepare an excuse if he had been in on the data fabrication all along. She wanted to be able to read the truth on his face. On the other hand, if he had a copy of the data at home, she wanted him to bring it. Luckily, River saved her the trouble of phrasing the question. I have the plot here. Want me to bring it over? Jess exhaled a slow, hot stream of tension. That would be great. I should have offered that ages ago. I'm sorry. Is that what this is about? She chose not to answer this. Are you leaving now? Yes. He lived only 10 minutes away, but River was at her door in 8. Before, if he'd shown up at her apartment after Juno was asleep, Jess would have been in his arms immediately. But tonight, they both seemed to know that affection was on hold. Wordlessly, he stepped inside, breathless from what Jess could only guess was a jog from his car. Hey. She swallowed back a sob that seemed to rise out of nowhere. Hey, how was the rest of the interview? He nodded, wiping a hand over his forehead, still catching his breath. Good. Yeah, I think it was good. Is Fizzy okay? Shaking her head, Jess walked over to the dining table and sat down, shoulders slumped. Rob is married. River slowly removed his messenger bag from his shoulder, setting it down on the table. You're kidding. No. And I guess they just sent in his DNA duo kit. River winced. Shit. And then they fell quiet. The proverbial elephant was standing directly on top of them. With a mumbled, well, River pulled out a sheet of paper from his bag and handed it to her. It was well-loved, wrinkled, and worn, like it had been picked up and put down again and again, studied 1,000 times. Our data. He reached up, wiping his forehead again. Are you going to tell me what's going on? The colorful scatter plot was printed in a landscape view and took up the entire page. a masterful display of computational skill and a statistician's best friend, principal component analysis. After only a handful of seconds, Jess could tell it captured every data point she saw on the tables in David's office. The plot had two axes. The vertical y-axis was labeled 0 to 4, the composite scores Jess was already familiar with. The horizontal x-axis had 12 different labels. She assumed they represented the categories of the gene families included in the DNA duo: neuroendocrine, immunoglobulin, metabolic, signal transduction, MHC class 1/2, olfactory, regulatory proteins, transporters, heat shock, snare, ion channel, and FGF/FGFR. And on the graph itself there were thousands of tiny dots, seemingly one for each of their scores on each individual gene, color-coded and clustered by category. It was a much easier way to look at the raw scores. Jess could immediately see trends here that she couldn't in the table. But because there was so much data, it was clear to her that if this was all River had seen, it would have been almost impossible to decipher that it was nearly identical to a plot he'd seen years ago. And, most importantly, the information that tipped her off, the run end time, the date, the DNA duo machine, wasn't included in this plot. This graph only had client numbers, the compatibility score, and, in the lower right corner in tiny print, the date this plot was generated. Maybe River didn't know. Hope was a weak light shining on the darkness of her mood. As casually as possible, Jess asked, "Is this the way you always look at the data?" He laughed quietly. "I'm sure for a mathematician it's maddening to not look at actual numbers, but we've come to rely on these scatter plots. It's easier to see outliers this way and to know if we need to rerun the assay for any reason." He leaned in, pointing to a large cluster of dots in their plot. "See, you can tell that we are particularly well aligned in metabolic genes and immunoglobulin. And our lowest scores seem to be for regulatory proteins, but that's not a very meaningful conclusion because even those scores are all pretty high. Once you get a score above 80, most of the plots look similar." She swallowed back a relieved gasp. It confirmed that it might not immediately jump out to him that the data had been manipulated. "How do you generate these?" "This actually is the raw data. Everything in a table is shown here. Tiffany just worked with the Caltech guys to have the neural network create this plot for us as a team because it's way easier to look at. But we can generate one of these for any couple who matches." "So Fizzy would have 1,000,000 of these," she said. He laughed again. "I mean, in theory. We don't upload these to the apps or even routinely generate them anymore unless requested, because the files are huge. But sure, you could theoretically create scatter plots like this comparing you to every other individual in the world. That just wouldn't be very useful." He met her eyes almost shyly. "But of course we did one for our assay. I wanted to look at it really closely. At first because I was skeptical, and then because it was sort of amazing." Tears filled her eyes, and she bent to rest her head on the table. Relief washed over her like an analgesic, a paralytic. Jess's head felt so heavy, and before she could stop it, a sob ripped from her throat. "Holy... Jess." River leaned over, pulling her into his arms. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" He'd never called her sweetheart before, and it only made her cry harder. She was relieved that he hadn't been lying to her this whole time. But now she had to tell him that they weren't a 98. She was in love with him, and Jess hated how much this was going to hurt him. His trust in David was going to be irreparably damaged. Until she'd come along, GeneticAlly had been River's entire life. "I hate what I'm about to tell you." He went still around her. "What is it? Just say it." She moved away from him, standing and going to the kitchen to retrieve the photos she'd printed earlier. Her hands shook as she handed them over. River seemed familiar enough with the tables to immediately know what he was holding. "Where did you get these?" "David's office," Jess admitted. "Be mad at me after you look at them." They were on his desk when Lisa put me in there to wait for my part of the interview. It wasn't my intention to snoop, but when I saw our client numbers, I got really excited. Like you said, it's sort of amazing to look at it and know it's how we started. She bit her lip. And then there were some things about it that were strange to me. He frowned, looking down, not seeing it yet. Like what? Jess reached up, wiping her eyes. Just look at them for a few minutes. She left him to study, walking into the kitchen to get a glass of water. Ice cold, it burned a frigid path from her lips to her stomach. About 30 seconds later, a quiet, "What the fuck?" came from the dining room. Jess closed her eyes. Papers rustled with renewed urgency, and the sound of them spreading out on the table was rushed. "Jess." She could tell from the strain in his voice that his jaw was clenched. "Can you come back here, please?" Taking a deep breath, she set her glass in the sink and joined him in the dining room. He was standing, arms braced on the table as he bent and stared down. "Who circled these values?" "I don't know." She put her arms around his waist from behind and rested her forehead between his shoulder blades. Relieved that he knew, Jess thought they could start to figure this out together. "You okay?" A dry laugh, and then, "No. What am I seeing? Is this for real?" "Did you know?" she asked quietly. His voice came out tight, as if through clenched teeth. "Of course not." Closing her eyes, Jess squeezed him tighter. But he didn't turn around. In fact, Jess realized he remained completely stiff in her embrace. And for the first time it occurred to her, how was it only occurring to her now, that although Jess trusted the magic in statistical anomaly, River might look at their doctored score and see that they were never meant to be. Chapter 23. After a stunned beat, Jess stepped away and let her arms fall to her sides. River didn't seem to notice. His attention was still shifting over the rows of numbers as he went from page to page and back again. Her heart had lodged somewhere in her windpipe. River let out a low groan and hung his head. "I should have seen it." "How?" Jess asked, incredulous. "There are 3,500 numbers there. At this point, you send this information into the black box, and it's simplified so extensively, you'd never know if something was off." "You don't understand," he said, turning around and ducking past her, out into the living room. "The amount of time I spent poring over the Fuchs's data, I should have seen." "Not even a brain like yours can memorize 3,500 numbers from almost a decade ago." Jess moved to put a hand on his arm, but he shrugged away, turning to face the window. His hands ripped into his hair, and he let out a quiet growl. "This is a catastrophe." Jess stared at his back. He was right. It was a terrible thing to uncover, and David was going to have hell to pay. But wasn't there a touch of serendipity in it, too? It had still brought them together. "I know you have a lot on your mind," she started quietly, "but I want you to know that I love you. This doesn't change that." He went still, like he was thinking about how to react to this, but then abruptly looked down at his watch. "Shit, David's probably still at the office. I need to head over there right now." Jess pivoted as quickly as her heart and brain would let her. "Okay, yes, good." A plan. She reached for her phone, swiping to favorites and pressing Pops' photo. It was already ringing when she brought it to her ear. "Let me just get Pops to sit with Juno." "Jess." He reached for the phone, gently pulling it from her grip. With his eyes on the screen, he ended the call before Pops answered. "What are you doing? I can't leave without—" "Oh." River was still staring at her screen, at the photo of 4-year-old Juno dressed as an octopus for Halloween. His eyes were glued to the image. Had he looked at Jess once since he saw the data? "I need to talk to him alone." Jess exhaled a shocked laugh. "You're not serious." "This is my company, Jess." "But this situation involves me, too. I have a right to know why he did this." His shoulders stiffened. "If he did this. We don't know that this wasn't an oversight or mistake or some kind of computer glitch. I've known the man forever. I have to give him a chance to explain it, and I need to do it myself." Jess felt her jaw clench. "You seriously expect me to just cool my heels here alone?" He nodded tightly. "Will you come over later?" "I'm not sure." River took a deep breath and finally met her eyes. "I'm sorry, I've really got to go now." He reached for his bag on the table and shoved everything inside before heading for the door. Jess trailed after him, but he couldn't leave fast enough. Mentally, River was already gone. She stood at the door, watching the burning, familiar sight of someone she loved walk away. "River." He muttered, "I'll call you," and then disappeared through the dark courtyard. But River didn't call. Jess stayed up until almost 3, alternating between watching TV and checking her phone. Finally, she fell asleep propped awkwardly against her pillows, waking to find the TV still on and her phone still empty of messages. She was in a terrible mood by the time the morning routine began. "Juno, I'm trying to make your lunch. Can you leave the cat alone and get dressed? Now, please." Juno pouted from where she was crouched on the carpet, waving one of Pigeon's toy feathers back and forth. "I don't know what to wear." "You had clothes out last night, and bring me your dishes, Bug." "But we have PE today, and I want to wear leggings." Jess swore her kid had some sort of radar that zeroed in on exactly how short her mom fuse was on any given day, and then turned lighting it into an Olympic sport. "So wear leggings." "I don't know where they are." "You have at least 10 pairs of them." "I want the black ones with the stars." "Did you put them in the laundry?" Jess reached for the grapes in the fridge and tucked a bunch into Juno's lunchbox. Her phone was face down on the counter, but she left it untouched. Looking would only make her feel worse. Juno rolled around on the floor, squealing as the cat began chewing on the ends of her hair. "I think so." "Then look in the dryer." Jess threw in a cup of applesauce, a bag of carrot sticks, and the last tube of yogurt, making a mental note to go to the store. "Can you get them for me?" More laughing, more squealing, no getting dressed. "Juno!" Jess yelled. Her voice was so loud it startled even her. Quietly, Juno pushed herself up and skulked out of the room. Frantically, Jess wiped down the counter and closed the refrigerator door so hard it bounced back open. Another glance at her watch. Shit. The dryer door slammed and a startled cat bolted down the hall, jumping on the coffee table and knocking over Juno's half-eaten bowl of cereal. Milk and soggy Rice Krispies dripped slowly to the floor. "How many times do I need to tell you no food in the living room? It was Pigeon's fault. Get dressed." Her voice seemed to echo through the suddenly silent apartment. Juno's bottom lip jutted out and she stomped into her room again. Jess dropped onto the couch, exhausted. It was barely 8. They walked to school in tense silence. Juno was mad, but not nearly as mad as Jess was at herself. She cycled through memories of Jamie having an argument with whatever man she was with at the time and taking it out on Jess or Nana or Pops. Jess was in a shame spiral by the time they reached the monkey bars. Needing to fix this, Jess crouched on the grass in front of Juno. "You have your outline for the art fair?" She nodded, but didn't meet Jess's eyes, instead focusing on the playground over her mom's shoulder. Her little forehead was so grumpy. "And your lunch is in your backpack?" Another curt nod. "I'm sorry I yelled this morning. I didn't get enough sleep and woke up in a bad mood. I should have counted to 10. Can Pops pick me up after school?" Betrayal was a sharp knife twisting in her chest. "He'll be with Nana Joe at rehabilitation. I don't have any meetings, so I get to pick you up today." "Can River Nicholas instead?" The knife pushed in deeper. It wasn't that Juno wanted someone specific, it was that she specifically didn't want Jess. Jess knew that it was irrational to feel hurt. Juno was mad, and this was what mad kids did. But being a shitty mom this morning was the last thing Jess's heart needed. How could she say that she had no idea where River would be after school? Or next week? Or next year? If she were Jamie, she would either show up later today with a present 2 years too young for Jess's interests, or call Jess a brat and not show up at all. I am not my mom. Jess wrapped her little girl in a hug. "I'll ask him, but either way, I'll be here at pickup," she said. "I love you the mostest." Juno softened in her arms. "I love you the mostest, too." Fizzy and she had been sitting at their table at Twig's for 20 minutes, but Jess had yet to log into her computer. "Earth to Jess." She tore her eyes away from the window. "Sorry, what?" "I was asking about Nana." "Right." Jess looked down at the frothy top of her untouched flat white. She's doing okay. Better than okay, actually. She has outpatient PT every day for a couple weeks. They're working on strengthening exercises and putting some weight on that leg. Her bone density is good, so they aren't too worried about the pins shifting. She's a lightning bolt on that scooter. And Pops? He's happier now that she's home with him, Jess said flatly. He's charmed most of the staff at the rehab facility, so of course gets whatever he wants. Let me find my surprised face, Fizzy said, and then went quiet and still across from Jess as she turned her phone over and glanced at the screen. Nothing. Do you want to tell me what's with you today? Me? Fizzy smiled. Jess, my bestie intuition is God tier level 5,000, the top 1%. You think I can't tell when something's off? Are you worried about Nana or those children of the corn in Juno's class? Jess laughed for the first time all day. The problem was that she couldn't talk about this. Not only wasn't it her problem to share, she wasn't even sure how big the problem was. I'm fine, just slept like crap and snapped a little at Juno this morning. Lifting her cup to her lips, she asked, Any update on Rob? I'm sure he's tried to call, Fizzy said, but I blocked him. From my phone, Insta, Facebook, Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok, Twitter, and... She lifted her phone, tapped the screen a few times, and added, LinkedIn. You have all those? Fizzy shrugged, tearing off a piece of muffin. Jess reached across the table to take Fizzy's free hand. Do you think you'll see any more of your matches? Who knows? My social boner is pretty limp right now. That sentence makes so much sense. The bell rang over the door, and Jess's attention flew toward the sound. River. She glanced at her phone. It was well past 9. He was late. Bypassing the front counter, he walked straight toward their table. His hair was a bit more mussed than usual, and his eyes looked heavy and red, but his clothes were pressed, his posture perfect. Jess hated how quickly her traitorous body wanted to forget about his abrupt departure yesterday, his lack of communication, and just stand up and step into his arms. Hey, he said to her, and then turned to Fizzy. I heard about the asshole. Today I'm affectionately referring to him as the douchebagette. Well, I didn't want you to get an alert, so I deactivated your matching for now and banned the douchebagette from the platform. The system may have accidentally sent a duplicate receipt to his billing address, but I obviously wouldn't know anything about that. With any luck, his wife is the one getting the mail. Fizzy smiled warmly at him and reached for his hand. I knew you were my favorite of Jess's many lovers. Jess just sat there, watching the two of them interact like everything was normal. But it wasn't. He hadn't looked at her again. A rough fissure was forming in the center of her heart. River gave an awkward laugh. Well, this is yours if you want it. He handed Fizzy an envelope with the colorful DNA Duo logo embossed on one side. Wary, she took it from him, turning it over in her hands. Is this what I think it is? It's your compatibility score with Rob. She dropped it like it was on fire. Ugh, I don't think I can open it. True to type, River didn't say anything. He only stared at her with gentle empathy. Your call. What if it says we're a match? Fizzy said, heartbreakingly vulnerable. I'm never going to be with someone who cheated on his wife, no matter how perfect biology says we are for each other. She slid it back across the table. Just shred it. You're sure? He asked. He didn't reach to pick it up. If you thought you and Jess might not be soulmates, would you want to know? Leave it to Felicity Chen to hit the proverbial nail on the head without even knowing it. River's gaze flew to Jess's and then away, visibly pained. He reached for the envelope, tucking it into his blazer. Maybe. I don't know. When he dragged in a stuttering breath, it felt to Jess like she was witnessing him fraying at the edges. Did River need a particular score to be sure about her? Can I talk to you for a minute? Jess asked. He met her eyes and nodded once. With a little wince to Fizzy, who was no doubt picking up on every weird vibe they were throwing off, Jess followed him out the door, turning on him as soon as they were outside. Dude. I know I didn't call last night and I'm sorry, he said immediately, sending an agitated hand into his hair. It was a lot to process. Would you like to share any of your process with me? He admitted everything. All of it. He and Brandon both. Jess felt unsteady where she stood. Both of them? She needed to sit down. They knew I would take it seriously, that I'd... He paused, blowing out a breath. That for a score like that, I would do my best to try. Holy shit. They changed the values from the Fuchs's assay. They weren't wrong that it would be a huge boost for the company. I don't even know what we're facing, honestly. What were our actual scores? He shrugged. David never let any of our assays finish. He didn't want a data trail. Jess stared at him, stunned. They didn't even have a score? Ever? Was this the first time, or were there others? Is the whole thing fake? River shook his head vehemently. I've had my hands in all of the data until about 6 months ago, when things got much busier, he said, words all smashed together. Jess had never seen him like this, eyes wild and bloodshot, energy tumultuous. Whatever power had kept him composed in Twigs was crumbling out here on the sidewalk. I mean, until I was out meeting with investors constantly, Dave and Brandon claim our profiles are the only ones they forged. He sent both hands into his hair now and stared down at the pavement. I'll have to confirm that. I don't understand. If they were only going to pick one set of scores to fabricate, why include me? You're gorgeous and can sell this better than anyone. I'm a 30-year-old, broke single mother. Why not keep things simple and pick a model/PR superstar? Dave saw you when you and Fizzy came into the office, River said, voice tight. He thought you were beautiful and would look great on camera. Jess thought back to that day. I was in jeans and a sweatshirt. I looked like a 5th grader. Dave's known me for almost 13 years. As he put it, he knew what I'd be into. Her brows rose slowly. River quickly clarified. He meant you. To be fair, he wasn't wrong. River attempted a smile, but at best it was a grimace. The idea cemented when they learned more about you. A statistician, a local helping take care of your grandparents. They didn't know about Juno until later, and I said I didn't want her involved. Exactly. He looked back toward the cafe, eyes narrowed against the morning light. You didn't tell Fizzy? What would I tell her? 5 minutes ago I wasn't even sure what was going on. Besides, she said, and stepped forward, coaxing one of his hands from his tightly crossed arms. This is a mess for your company, but it isn't a mess for us. She tried to pull him closer, but he was as tight as a lock. Nowhere in his present demeanor was her deliberate, focused boyfriend. Hey, look at me. No matter what our score actually is, I'm in for the long haul. Statistics can't tell us what will happen, they can only tell us what might happen. He didn't respond, didn't look at her. Instead, he lowered his head and carefully pulled his hand free from hers. River's silence pressed down all around her, heavy and choking. Right? She pressed. He looked up. Of course, yes. I'm just a mess this morning. She didn't feel at all comforted. What will happen to them? The board will meet and will have some really difficult conversations. What they did was unethical at best and illegal at worst. They'll likely be replaced, and all the data from the past 6 months, about 14,000 samples, will have to be rerun. He paled, staring down the enormity of it. A question bloomed, pushing itself out of her mouth. Did you run our samples? No, he said immediately, flatly. I took my profile offline. Jess couldn't decide whether that was a relief or a gut punch. They didn't have a score of their own, and now they never would. It was hard for her to imagine that River wouldn't need to know his compatibility score with his girlfriend. Unless... Oh. She stared down at their shoes. His polished, hers scuffed. They were only a couple of feet apart, but it felt like he was standing a mile away. I guess that's that. His restless energy bled into her heartache and made her feel restless too. Go, she said finally. It's a lot to digest. River exhaled slowly, turning his gaze up to her face. It is. He searched her eyes for a long beat before bending to deliver a quick peck on her cheek. After jogging back inside to pick up his Americano, he didn't stop at their table again on the way out the door. Chapter 24. Standing in Vaughn's the next evening, Jess looked up from her grocery list and realized Juno was still staring at the half-mile of cereal options. "Junebug, can you pick one? We still have to drive home, unload this, and get you bathed and into bed." Jess glanced at her watch, dreading the amount of work she still had to do when she got home. With her nights suddenly river-free, she should have been all caught up, with plenty of time to spare. And yet, her focus had been terrible, and when she wasn't busy being sad and staring off into space, she was helping Juno with homework or, like earlier tonight, going to the physical rehabilitation center with Nana and Pops. Juno gazed up at the colorful boxes, eyes narrowed as she considered. When a 7-year-old is told for the first time in their life that they can pick whatever cereal they want, it's a big decision. She tapped her chin. Cinnamon Toast Crunch looks good, but Trix is fruity. She reached for the box. "I'll get Trix." "You know it's not real fruit, right?" Her daughter, ever confident. "Yes, it is. Look, it says natural fruit flavors." Jess saved the lesson on tricky advertising for a better mood and tossed the box into the cart. A shocking amount of money later, they were loading groceries into the trunk when her phone rang with an unknown number. "Go ahead and get in, I'll finish," Jess told Juno, and motioned that she had a call. "Hello?" "Jessie!" Tinny music filled the line, and Jess glanced at the number again. "This is Jessica. Who is this?" "Jessie, it's Mama." "Mom? I can barely hear you." In the background, the sound of shuffling and muffled laughter, and then Jamie was back, the line quieter from whatever room she'd moved to. She let out an annoyed scoff and sounded like she was speaking to someone else when she said, "Assholes wouldn't turn it down." Jess loaded the last bag and leaned against the back of the car, listening closely. "Whose phone are you using? I don't recognize the number." "I got a new one. Was getting so many unwanted calls, just all the time." Jess's heart sank. Bill collectors. This was Jamie's third new number in as many years, and now that Jess could hear better, she registered a definite slurring. "Mom, are you drinking?" Her, "just a little bit," came out as one fluid syllable, meaning what she said next lacked any credibility. "Only beer. Not drunk, though, I promise." Closing her eyes, Jess took a deep, steadying breath and then slammed the trunk shut. So much for clean for 18 months. "Listen, Jamie, I'm out with Juno and we have a car full of groceries. I have your new number now, so I'll call you later." "No, wait, baby, I need you to come get me." Jess worked to keep the annoyed edge from her voice. "Sorry, I can't tonight. I need to get Juno home and I have a lot of work to do. Sleep it off and I'll talk to you tomorrow." She turned to take the cart back. "Jessie, I think I'm in trouble." Jess stopped. "What kind of trouble?" "With the cops," she said, sounding like she'd put a cupped hand around the phone. "I'd drive myself over to your place, but I had a little to drink and probably shouldn't." Jess returned to the car. "Mom, you can't come to my place if the police are looking for you. Are you serious right now?" "That's all you have to say?" her mother asked. "Aren't you even a little bit proud of me?" Jess's mouth dropped open, and for a few seconds she honestly had no idea what to say. "Am I... for getting drunk? For having a problem with the police?" "For not driving," Jamie snapped. "You know what? Never mind. I'll just wait 20 minutes and then drive myself." "Mom, wait." Jess closed her eyes, counted to 5. The sun was already starting to set. Nana and Pops were out with some of his Navy friends. Fizzy was on a deadline, and Jess couldn't keep running to her anyway. River. River was apparently out of the picture. She was on her own. "Don't drive," she said. "Just send me the address. I'll come now." The address Jamie sent was to her friend Anne's house in Vista, over half an hour's drive away. Jess had met Anne a few times and knew she wasn't the worst of Jamie's people. She was, after all, responsible enough to have a steady home. A few cars littered the long, wide driveway. Jess didn't see Jamie's, but that didn't mean anything. And the sound of classic rock filtered through the open windows. "Whose house is this?" Juno asked, peering through the windshield at the 2-story orange stucco house. She scrunched her nose. It smells like that comic book shop we went to. Weed. It smelled like weed. But that was the least of Jess's worries. It's Grandma Jamie's friend's house. Jess helped her daughter from the back seat and took her hand. I want you to hold onto my hand the whole time and don't talk to anyone. They made their way up the driveway, but Jess stopped. Who knew what they would find inside? Just don't look at anything if you can help it. Juno nodded, gripping her mom's hand in her clammy little one. Jess tried to keep most of the bad stuff from her kid, but Juno knew enough about Jamie to not ask too many questions. The front door was partially ajar, and Def Leppard blasted sharply out onto the front porch. Juno gave her mom a wary frown before Jess pushed the door open and took a step inside. Hello? Jamie walked around the corner with a tumbler of amber liquid in her hand, but when she saw her daughter, she immediately put it down on a cluttered table. She was barefoot and wearing a knee-length sundress. Jess tightened her grip on Juno as she glanced uneasily around the room. There was a man passed out on a couch, a woman in the kitchen anxiously pacing as she murmured into a phone. God only knew what was happening upstairs. Get your things, Mom. Time to go. Jamie spotted Juno, and her face brightened. Arms went wide. There's my baby girl. Her voice was too big, smile too wide. Give Grandma a hug. Juno took a step back, wrapping her arms around Jess's waist and hiding behind her legs. Dejected, Jamie straightened and turned her attention to her daughter. Didn't think you'd be here so soon. Jamie didn't seem falling down drunk, but her complexion was pallid and vaguely sweaty. She swayed where she stood. As if reading Jess's thoughts, Jamie swiped self-consciously at the mascara smeared under her eyes and ran 2 shaking hands through her hair. It's late, Jess said flatly. It's a school night. Everyone in this house is probably drunk or high, including you. Why do you always assume the worst of me? Jess wasn't in the mood to argue. Picking up Juno, she turned toward the door. I'll be in the car. If you're not out there in 3 minutes, I'm leaving without you. Almost exactly 3 minutes later, Jamie walked out, still barefoot, and climbed into the front seat. As she passed in front of the headlights, Jess could instantly see that she'd lost weight. Jamie had always been slim, but she got rail thin when she was using. Where are your shoes? Jess asked, putting the car into reverse and backing out of the driveway. Not that it mattered. Jess wouldn't turn back for them. She'd give up her own shoes first. Jamie looked down at her dirty feet and frowned. Oh, I'm not sure. It took intense effort for Jess to focus on driving safely. She was so furious, so disappointed, she was afraid to even open her mouth. A glance in the rearview mirror reassured her that Juno was watching Lady and the Tramp on Jess's iPhone, eyes heavy with exhaustion and headphones firmly in place. With any luck, she'd be asleep before they were even on the freeway. The miles passed in tense silence as they headed toward Jamie's apartment farther inland, a new address since only a handful of months ago. You didn't have to come, Jamie finally said, clearly trying to smooth things over by sitting up pin straight and enunciating. Jess was very rarely mad at her. Her mother had forgotten holidays, mostly missed her high school graduation, and outright lied to Jess about her sobriety more times than she could count. But Jess always let it go. Jamie was her mom. She didn't have any other choice. But right now, Jess was so tired. You asked me to come get you. I could have called an Uber or something in the morning. You said you were in trouble. I did? Jess exhaled a slow, calming stream of air. It wasn't worth getting into it. You said you've been sober for 18 months, so what are you doing drinking at Anne's? I had 1 beer. Jamie let out a curt laugh and turned toward the passenger window. Of course, to you, that ruins everything. You're always so quick to judge. I'm not judging. I'm upset that I have $150 worth of groceries in my trunk, including frozen stuff that's probably ruined. I'm upset that I dropped everything and instead of having my daughter asleep in her own bed, I had to drag her to some drug party, and you can't even be straight with me. What's going on? How on earth did you get in trouble with the police? It's a stupid misunderstanding. With who? Skin Glow. Jamie said. I ordered some product to sell, but now the owner says she's going to press charges if I don't pay her. It's ridiculous. How am I supposed to pay her for product I haven't even sold yet? Product? Some creams and serums, vitamins, that kind of stuff. So you bought stock on credit and pay it back from the profit, I'm guessing? Yeah. Mom, I'm sure all of that is in the terms of whatever agreement you signed to buy it. Jamie shook her head. When I went in for the consult, they said I'm really good at sales and should come in at the blue level. It's a really big deal to be told that, trust me, and Trish understood that I was taking on a lot of inventory. She lifted her chin. But I had a lot of people who wanted to buy the stuff and a lot more who are interested in buying. They're just waiting to get paid. Jess felt like she couldn't breathe, like she knew what was coming but didn't want to hear it. Some bills got a little ahead of me, so I used the money from my first sales to cover them. I was planning to pay it back, I just hadn't had the chance yet, and she's being such a bitch about it. She says she'll report all of the inventory as stolen. Her mother squinted over at her, indignant. Can you even believe that? You ordered product, sold some, and used the money for your bills instead of paying for the product you ordered? Jamie nodded, turning her face to the window again. It's not like I'm not good for it. If Trish trusted me to come in at blue level, then why can't she trust me to get these orders sold? Jess tightened her grip on the steering wheel. How much? Jamie didn't answer, and ice-cold dread slipped over her skin. Mom, how much do you owe? I don't know, like 10,000. Jess gaped at her, eyes wide with horror, and had to swerve to stay in her lane. $10,000? Rolling her eyes, Jamie mumbled, Here we go. You ordered $10,000 in face cream? Wholesale? Jess couldn't even wrap her mind around that. And then it hit her. Trish was most likely not the only person her mom owed money to. You have 2 felonies, Jess said, and her hands were shaking on the wheel now. California is a 3-strike state. Do you understand what that means? If this woman presses charges, you could go to prison for 25 years. Jamie waved this away. It's not going to come to that. I just have to pay Trish back. Mom, how? How are you going to do that? Her nostrils flared and she clenched her jaw. I'll pay her back out of my cut of the product I have left to sell. You really think you can sell $10,000 of skincare product to your friends? Jess glanced at her and then back to the road. Jamie's friends didn't have money either. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. Seriously, everyone loves this stuff. But I might need you to loan it to me so I can get her off my ass. Tearing her eyes away from the road again, Jess cried, What in the world makes you think I have that kind of money lying around? Jamie studied her shrewdly. After a long pause, she said, I figured you could ask your new boyfriend. Jess felt like she'd been punched in the chest. What? I saw the Today Show. Jamie had the nerve to appear wounded when she looked back over at her daughter. The guy who started that company that's going to be such a big deal? Jess had to push the words up her throat. I don't know if he and I are... You weren't even going to tell me. Probably because you assumed I'd just come to you looking for money. She gaped at the black asphalt ahead, at the mile marker she passed, the speed limit sign. Isn't that what you're doing? Not for a handout. Jesus Christ, Jessica, I'm talking about paying it back within a month. I only need it now because fucking Trish has me backed into a corner. Hasn't she ever been late on a bill? Haven't you? Glancing into the back seat, Jess was relieved to find that Juno had fallen asleep. She turned and stared straight ahead, blinking back tears. Jess had the money. She'd been holding it for braces and insurance and a rainy day, but she still had it. Why can't you just be my mom? It's fine, Jamie said. I'll figure something out or I'll go to prison, but either way, it's not your problem. Jess blinked up to the mirror again. Juno's mouth was softly open, her head bobbing gently with the tiny bumps in the road. Jess couldn't keep doing this anymore. I'll give you the money. Jamie's face whipped to Jess. You will? I'll pay you back with my first check. I'm telling you, Jessie, before all this happened, Trish said she'd never seen anyone sell like me. She pulled into the apartment complex that made her own look like a palace and parked in the first empty spot she found. Don't pay me back, Jess said flatly. I'm giving this to you. But after I do, I don't want you to call me anymore, and I don't want you to come by. What? Why? I'll transfer the money, but that's the end. I don't want to ever see you again. The car idled, and the silence stretched between them. Jess had no idea what else to say. Would Jamie even pay her debts, or would she take the money and run? It honestly didn't matter. Jess was done. Jamie looked at her granddaughter in the back seat, and her gaze seemed to sober as it moved over Juno's sleeping face. Resolved, she turned back around. You still have my account number? Sadness and relief braided, hot and painful, through Jess's limbs. Yes. Her mother nodded and slowly faced forward again. Okay. Her fingers wrapped around the door handle. Okay. She pushed it open and stepped out into the darkness. Chapter 25. Surprisingly, the world didn't stop turning when Jess cut off her mother. Juno and Jess got up the next morning and got ready in a sweet, easy rhythm. Juno seemed to know to be tender with her mom and didn't need to be reminded to get dressed or bring her dishes to the kitchen or brush her teeth. She held Jess's hand all the way to school. I was thinking we could go out to dinner tonight, Jess said. Just me and you. Somewhere special. With an enthusiastic nod, Juno stretched, kissing Jess's cheek, and then ran off to meet up with her friends. Jess watched her until the bell rang and Juno disappeared into her classroom. After transferring the money, Jess had to remind herself that she was still better off than she'd been before all this craziness began. She had new clients, new visibility. She could rebuild. She was much better off than she could have been, she knew. Plus, she had a pretty fucking awesome kid. 6 days later, Fizzy whined plaintively into her fancy headset. This setup doesn't feel the same. Jess looked at Fizzy's glowering image over Zoom on her iPad. Well, it's the best you get. You said you didn't want to go back. I know, but don't you miss Daniel? And good coffee and reliable Wi-Fi? Jess replied. Yes, of course I do. Other things Jess missed. Her boyfriend. Her good mood. The $10,000 that had been in her checking account a few days ago. The possibility that her mother would change. Fizzy growled again and disappeared from view as, Jess presumed, she left to make herself another cup of mediocre coffee. 3 things Fizzy reminded her of constantly now that they'd stopped going to Twigs. 1. She hated drip coffee, but was too lazy to get even a basic Nespresso. 2. Her Wi-Fi sucked. 3. The lack of people watching killed her meet-cute mojo. But even though Jess's coffee was also less satisfying than a Twig's flat white, and she had a hard time focusing on work at her dining table, she couldn't find it in herself to go back to Twig's and pretend like there weren't a million memories imprinted on every scuffed surface. Twig's was where she met River, where she first got the notification from DNA Duo, where she saw him last, and, most importantly, where she absolutely did not want to risk running into him at 8:24 on a weekday morning. Though, to be totally frank, it might be harder if Jess found out that he wasn't going to Twigs at all anymore either, that he'd erased every bit of their shared history completely. And it wasn't like Fizzy was genuinely pushing to go back. Rob had spread his gross cheater vibes all over their table before Fizzy doused him with ice water. God, Twigs had been tainted by the ghosts of their carefree former selves, the ones who, 2 months before, happily ogled Americano, gossiped with impunity, hadn't had their hearts broken. Jess missed those women. But working from home wasn't all bad. Jess was saving money and might even lose a few pounds without her daily intake of blueberry muffins. She could work at home with her screen door open, wearing a t-shirt and no pants because it was warm outside, and no pants beat pants every time. She could be at Nana Joe's side in 20 seconds after putting on pants, if needed. Jess and Fizzy pretended they were sitting at the table together. They'd tried to actually work together in person, but they'd ended up on the couch watching Netflix after about a half hour. Zoom was better for deadlines. Her phone dinged on the table, and she glanced down at the Wells Fargo notification just as Fizzy returned. Fizzy settled in her seat and adjusted her screen. What's that expression? Probably my mom's bank accepting the... Jess paused and bent to look closer. A chill ran through her. No. This is me reacting to $10,000 being deposited into my account. Tax refund? Fizzy screwed her face up, not understanding. Had Jamie refused the money? Jess tapped open the app and felt her heart drop. Oh, it's a GeneticAlly payment. Fizzy went quiet on the other side of the screen, eyes wide. Yikes. And then her brow cleared. But convenient timing? Looking up at her, Jess winced. I can't keep this. The hell you can't, Fizzy responded. You kept up your end of the deal. Jess knew Fizzy was right, but she wasn't sure it mattered. At least to her. I wonder if River knows the company is still paying me? Maybe that detail got lost in the scandal, Fizzy mumbled, blowing on her hot coffee. How awkward would that conversation be? She asked. I realize you're ghosting me, but I just wanted to send one more note to thank you for continuing to pay me to be your girlfriend. It's nice to be just heartbroken instead of heartbroken and broke. What could her best friend say to that? So the heartbroken to the heartbroken said only, I'm sorry, honey. Jess nearly startled out of her chair when a sharp knock rapped on the screen door, jarringly loud, followed by a deep, smoke-scraped voice. Hey-ho, Jess. Oh my God, she hissed. UPS is here for a pickup and I don't have any pants on. Fizzy reached for her notebook, quietly whispering as she jotted down, UPS guy, no pants. Jess yanked her shirt as far down her thighs as it would go, grabbed the shipping envelope from the table, and shuffled to the door. Pat, mid-50s now, kind eyes and deep wrinkles from years of sun exposure, was the same delivery guy they'd had for nearly a decade. He averted his gaze as soon as he registered the way Jess was hiding her lower half behind the door, and Jess handed him the envelope with signed contracts for Kenneth Marshall. Sorry, she mumbled. Let's pretend this never happened. Deal. He turned and made his way down the path to the gate. Maybe being away from Twigs isn't so bad for my writing mojo, Fizzy said when Jess returned to the table. That might be the best start to a story I've had in a couple weeks. Maybe I'll finally be able to write something other than sex scenes that transition into aggressive and intentional penile injury. Please don't write a romance starring me and UPS Pat. Do you know that penises can be fractured and strangled? Fizzy paused. But don't Google it. Fizzy, I swear to God. If possible, Jess startled even harder when the second knock came. Did I forget to tape the label on? Defeated, she called out, Pat, hold on, I need to go put on pants. A low, quiet voice resonated down her spine. Who's Pat? Jess's eyes went wide, and she turned to gape at Fizzy on the screen. What? Fizz whispered, angling as if she could see through her screen to the door, moving so close that her nose and mouth loomed. Who is it? River! Jess whisper yelled. Fizzy leaned back and made a shooing motion with her hand, whispering, Go! What do I say? Jess hissed. Make him do the talking. She shadowboxed in her chair and forgot to whisper the rest. Fuck him. Tell him I said so. River cleared his throat and offered a dry, Hi, Fizzy, through the screen door. Oh, great. Growling at her, Jess stood, stomped over to the door, and jerked it open. River stared at her face and then dropped his eyes before immediately looking back up. A hot blush crawled up his neck. Right. Pants. And as they stood facing each other, River made a valiant effort to not let his eyes drop below her shoulders again. Or maybe it wasn't valiant. Maybe it wasn't hard at all. Maybe for him, turning off feelings was like flicking the switch off at the end of an experiment. Score over 90, interest on. Score unknown, interest off. Hi, Jess said. Well, even if he could shut off his feelings, the same was certainly not true for her. If anything, her love for River had somehow solidified into a brick in her chest. If she wasn't truly in love with him, then why did she cry herself to sleep every night? Why was he the first person she'd wanted to hold when she finally got home from dropping Jamie off the other night? But at the sight of him, how Jess could immediately tell he'd gotten a haircut recently, how he was still the most gorgeous man she'd ever seen, even with the dark circles under his eyes, and how being this close to him still made a cord of longing pull tight from her throat to her stomach. The sadness melted away, and she was angry. More than angry, Jess was livid. It had been 8 days. 8 days of complete silence from someone who told her he hadn't felt like he'd been home in forever until he met her. Who'd kissed her like he needed her to breathe. Who said, "I love you" out of the blue and didn't try to take it back. And then he left. "What are you doing here?" His jaw clenched, and he closed his eyes, swallowing with effort. "Do you want to go put on pants?" Jess stared at him, mute with shock. This was the first thing he said to her? Go get dressed? Honestly, being confronted with the uppity asshole version of River made it so much easier to dial down the love and crank up the hate. No. Jess waited for him to look at her face again and then put a hand on her hip, deliberately ignoring when her shirt rose up. "What are you doing here?" River exhaled shakily, blinking to the side and then looking back to her. "Do you mind if I come in?" Her first instinct was to tell him that she did mind. She minded very much, in fact, because having him in her space would remind her that he'd started treating it like his space, too. She'd thrown out the deodorant he'd left in her bathroom, the socks she'd fished out of the laundry basket, the oat milk he kept in her fridge. But she knew they needed to have this conversation. They had to break up, officially. Stepping to the side, Jess let him in and then turned and stalked down the hall, calling out, "Stay there." When she returned, she had pants on, but her mood, if anything, had darkened. Walking past Juno's room was like pouring lemon juice on a cut. River hadn't just vanished from Jess's life. He'd vanished from her kids, too. Her little girl, who'd never been left before, had lost 2 people in a week. Would it be hitting below the belt to tell him that Juno had asked to see River no fewer than 4 times? Jess berated herself for telling Juno about their relationship at all. Jess found him perched on the edge of the couch cushion, hands pinned between his knees. He looked up at her and seemed to relax the smallest bit, shoulders slumping. "Why are you here, River?" "I was hoping we could talk." He said it like it was obvious, but was he kidding? Her jaw dropped. "What do you think I was trying to do when I called you last week? When I texted? You never replied." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I wasn't ready." "Oh?" she said in quiet shock. "I was here totally losing my mind thinking we were over. I was heartsick, River. Am I supposed to feel better hearing that you didn't call because you weren't ready to have a relatively simple conversation?" "Jess, come on. You said it was a lot to digest, too. I was neck-deep in data. And when you didn't call again, I wasn't sure whether you needed space." "Do not make me the bad guy here." She immediately pointed her finger at him. "I get that this threw you." His eyes flashed as he cut in. "Do you?" "Of course I do. It threw me, too." "It isn't the same," he said, voice sharp. "Maybe not, but you had no right to dump me the way you did." "What?" His eyes went wide. "I didn't dump you." Reality check. When someone goes completely silent for 8 days, it isn't because they're off planning an elaborate grand gesture. Crossing her arms, Jess leaned against the wall. "And you know that, River. I realize that I'm easy to leave, but I was hoping you were better than that." He looked like he'd been punched. "You aren't easy to leave. None of this has been about my feelings for you. I was a total fucking wreck about work, worrying we would have to disclose the tampering, worrying my entire company would go under." Jess looked away, clenching her jaw while she struggled not to cry. Was she being unfair? His entire world had come apart, but she could only focus on all the shrapnel he left in her. "I understand that, but it doesn't make my feelings any less valid," she said, careful to keep her voice from trembling. "I had a really shitty week. I needed you. even if you were going through it too. I needed you. And you don't get to do that, you know? Just vanish. Remember this for the next time, with the next woman. If you say feelings like love, you owe her more than what you gave me this week. He stared at her in confusion for a few long moments before bending and putting his head in his hands. I know it doesn't change anything, he said quietly, but I felt shattered. He didn't move for several long moments. I was totally humiliated, Jess. Yes, it's just data, but it was the cruelest thing they could have done. People I've known and trusted for nearly 15 years took advantage of my genuine belief in this technology. They manipulated me personally and the project I've spent my entire adult life on, because they knew that if I got that score, I would do everything in my power to explore the personal implication of it. River looked up at her, and Jess saw that his eyes were red-rimmed. I got crushed as a scientist and duped as a man. I felt like the entire world was, he coughed, laughing at me. I wasn't laughing at you, Jess reminded him. We were already so much more than a number on a piece of paper, and if you'd come to me, you would have had someone in your corner, ready to fight anyone who hurt you, ready to fight for you. I didn't even know how to understand it in my own mind. He struggled to find the words, sitting up and looking at her in earnest. I didn't leave my office for days. I poured through every line of data from every gold or higher pairing we've had. Sanjeev and I reran samples 24 hours a day to make sure the company wasn't going to have to fold. You still could have called. He opened his mouth to defend himself and then exhaled, tilting his face to the ceiling before meeting her eyes. I could have. I should have. I'm sorry, Jess. Time just flies for me when I'm like this. But I've only been home to shower and change. She couldn't help but let her gaze rise, studying his new haircut. He shook his head, understanding immediately. I got a haircut just before coming to see you. So you could look handsome for our breakup? Abruptly, River stood. Is that what you think this is? Jess let out a sharp breath. I'm sorry, what? We're breaking up? He asked, voice tight. What are the other options? She pretended to check her watch. I mean, it's a little late for our standing sex date, and it's been a weird week, but why not for old times? Jess, he rasped. Stop it. She crossed the room and got right up in his face. You stop it. Why are you even here? I get that you needed space. But I fell in love with you. Juno fell in love with you. He reacted like he'd taken a shove to the stomach, and Jess pushed on. Do you know what that means? She pressed her fingertips to her chest, mortified when her throat started to burn. I opened my life to you. I gave you the power to gut me if you disappeared, and you knew that, and you did it anyway. I understand that you were struggling too, but just a word, a text, and I would have waited. He scrubbed his hands over his face. I wish I'd handled it differently. I fucked up. You did. I'm sorry. He bowed his head. I didn't know how you'd feel once you weren't obligated to be with me. That pulled her up short. River, I never felt obligated to be with you. Not the way that we were together by the end. He took a step closer, growling. Stop calling it the end. I don't understand what you think is happening here. You don't get to drop off the face of the earth for a week and then act confused. Do you remember what you said to me the last time we saw each other? He asked, closing the distance between them. You said, statistics can't tell us what will happen. They can only tell us what might happen. And you were right. A diamond match is so rare that two random people are 10,000 times more likely to find their soulmate with a base match than they are to ever score above a 90 with someone else. I could have told you that, Jess said quietly, adding with a reluctant smile. And I bet you didn't even use the right analysis to calculate it. He laughed dryly. I guess I needed to see it for myself. Jess couldn't help but give him an exasperated look. Tentatively, he smiled. But it ebbed away in the face of her stony silence. Do you really want to break up? Jess had no idea what to say to that. She hadn't expected to be given the option. She'd thought it was a done deal. I didn't, but I mean... It's a yes or no, he said, but gently, reaching forward to take her hand. And for me, the answer is a no. I love you. I love Juno. I needed to get my head on straight, but once I did, the first person I wanted to talk to was you. About a week ago, Jess said, my mom called. She was drunk at a friend's house in Vista. I had to drive up to get her on a school night, walk into a house full of fucked up people with my 7-year-old, and give my mother $10,000 so she could avoid being arrested for stealing a huge amount of merchandise. River paled. What? I told her that if I gave her the money, she was never to contact me or Juno again. When I came home to get my head on straight, the first person I wanted to talk to was you. But I didn't have that option. To his credit, River didn't wince or frown or tense his jaw defensively. He just swallowed, nodded once, and absorbed it. I should have been here. I hate that I wasn't. How do I know you'll be here the next time? She asked. I get that this was terrible for you. I can absolutely imagine how you don't even look up when you're in a work panic. But I really, truly wanted to be the person you turned to during all of this. And you said it yourself to me once. Bad things happen all the time. That's life. So if something huge happens at work and you don't know how to process it, do I have to worry that you're going to retreat into yourself and not speak to me for 8 days? No, I'm going to work on that, I promise. Jess stared up at him. Dark eyes, thick lashes, full mouth. That smooth neck she fantasized about licking and biting her way down to the world's most perfectly muscled collarbones. Inside that cranium was a genius-level brain, and when he let himself out of the lab for a breath, River Peña had the emotional depth of a man who'd already lived an entire lifetime. He talked stats with her, and the little heart that watched stories with his abuela still beat in his chest. He loves me, and he loves my kid. I don't want to break up either, Jess admitted. He bowed his head, exhaling slowly. Oh my God, I really wasn't sure which way that was going to go. Reaching forward, he cupped the back of her neck and gently guided her forward into his arms. Holy shit about your mom. This is a bigger conversation, I know. Later, Jess said, pulling back and resting her hand on his chest. Is the company going under? He shook his head. In the end, they only fabricated our score. Everything else reproduced within the standard margin of error. The next question Jess had rose shakily to the surface. Did you ever run our samples together? I did. Reaching into his blazer pocket, he pulled out a small, sealed envelope. For you. A potent mixture of dread and excitement streaked through her. Do you know what the answer is? He shrugged, smiling. Is that a yes or a no? Nodding once, River admitted. I do. I didn't trust anyone else to run it, but I worried someone would eventually, out of curiosity. Chewing on her lip, she fought the internal battle. Should she look? Should she not? Voice tight, Jess told him. I don't care what our score is. I never have. He laughed. So don't look. Do you care what our score is? River slowly shook his head. No. It's easy for you to say that because you've seen it. She paused. Does that mean it's bad? Again, he shook his head. No. Is it something wild? Like the 98 was actually right? He paused, chewed his lip, and then slowly shook his head a third time. Jess blew out a frustrated breath. Do you feel better about it now? Jess, he said gently, all you have to do is open the envelope to know. She squeezed her eyes closed. I don't want to. I understand that you needed to see the data, but I hate that you needed to see it to choose me. He quickly reacted, shooting an arm around her waist. I don't. I'm telling you, this score doesn't matter to me. I love you because I love you, whether or not I'm supposed to. Jess squinted up at him, picking these words apart. Okay, I'm going to assume that we're a base match. He nodded, satisfied, and put the envelope away. Sounds good. Are we? River grinned, saying, no, and she growled. His expression softened, and he glanced at her mouth and then back up to her eyes. Do you want me to tell you or not? Not. You know what we statisticians say? All models are wrong, but some are useful. He laughed. I don't want to know the score, River. I won't ever offer again. He stepped forward and wrapped his other arm around her waist. Can I do this? Jess nodded, looking up at him through her lashes. It felt so good to have him this close. When she closed her eyes, she was able to focus on the desire thrumming through her blood like a drug. They had hours before Juno came home. She reached forward and ran her hand up his chest, along his neck, and traced his lower lip with her thumb. I can't believe you're here. I missed you. I've been here the whole time. She gently pinched his chin. I'm feeling incredibly clingy. River bent and rested his lips over hers. I love you. Emotion welled up in her throat, and Jess wrapped her arms around his neck. I love you too. FYI, a disembodied voice said from the iPad. If you think I haven't written down every word of this, you're both high. With a smirk, River turned and walked over to the iPad, ending the Zoom meeting with a quick tap of a finger. When he looked back at Jess, his smile immediately took on a ravenous edge. Guess I wasn't the only one who forgot she was there. Jess's sorry dissolved between them as River stalked over to her, gaze darkening. Adrenaline poured warm and insistent into her bloodstream. Sliding his arms around her waist, he leaned in to kiss her neck. What is it with us and audiences? I don't know, but I sure am glad we don't have one now. She closed her eyes, focused on the sweet, tiny kisses he dropped on her skin, from her collarbone up to her jaw. Bending and reaching around to the back of her thighs, River lifted her, wrapping her legs around his waist to carry her down the hall. This okay? If by this you mean make-up sex with no child in the house, then yes, it is very okay. As he walked, their kisses took on the kind of aching, bruised lip intensity that told Jess, even more than his words had, how much he missed her. But when he set her down on the bed and braced over her in that hungry way of his, he lifted a gentle hand to coax a few strands of her hair out of her face and said, We never really talked about it. It was so unimportant at the time, but I haven't really been in a relationship since we founded GeneticAlly. Jess pushed back into the pillow, staring up at him. Seriously? River nodded. Work was everything, he said carefully. I just wasn't emotionally engaged anywhere else. Until you. So I know it isn't an excuse, but now I know to be aware of it if we have another work crisis. He paused, reconsidering. When we have another work crisis. I slipped back into that mode so fast everything else fell away. Until this morning, I thought it had only been 2 or 3 days since we spoke. Jess had to take a beat to absorb this. Why didn't you tell me that the second you walked in the door? I wanted your forgiveness before I defended myself. She reached up, bringing a hand around his neck and drawing him down to her. His kiss started slow, his lips absorbing her relieved exhale, but then he opened to taste her. The flirtatious tease reminded Jess so much of what it had felt like to make love to him, how he could be commanding and sweet in an almost impossible balance. Her hands turned greedy, moving up under his clothes, pushing them off. She wanted his skin right up against hers, smooth and warm with friction. They got there quickly, bare together in a stretch of afternoon sunlight streaking across her bed. River reached with a long arm for her bedside table, and then kneeled in front of her, tearing the condom wrapper with his teeth. Jess trailed her fingers up over her own stomach, biting her lip as she looked. I really enjoy watching you do that. He grinned down at his hands. Yeah? And then he shifted, bracing a palm near her head, and bent, kissing her. I think I prefer watching you do it. His smile lingered, playful and seductive, and that familiar, charged pulse echoed in her like a second heartbeat. With enduring focus, River moved, teasing at first, staring transfixed at the look of bliss on her face. He watched her fall, and then, exhaling a breath of disbelief, turned his face to the ceiling and followed her into pleasure. He stayed over her for a long time, arms caging her protectively, his face pressed to her neck. Only once they'd both caught their breath, he dealt with the condom and then returned exactly where he'd been. Jess had never had this before, someone who was, without question, hers. She held him with her arms banded around his waist and legs draped lazily around his thighs, wordlessly falling back in love. Which meant that they woke up like this a good while later, stiff and hot and groaning. River rolled away, falling onto his back and reaching up to cup the back of his stiff neck. Beside him, Jess attempted to straighten her legs, whimpering. "I don't want to sound paranoid," she said, "but I swear someone must have hit us with a Benadryl dart from my doorway. We literally just passed out." He laughed. "I haven't napped like that since I was in kindergarten." Rolling to face her, he pulled her close again with sweet, sleepy eyes. "I think our bodies needed our brains to shut down for a few minutes." "I think you're right." Jess kissed him, unable to close her eyes. She thought she'd felt secure in this before, but the love they'd just made cemented something different between them. With the tip of her finger, she traced the shape of his jaw, his mouth, and then a thought occurred to her. "Can I ask you something about the company, or do you want to stay in the bubble a little longer?" "I plan to live in this bubble with you, so ask anything you want. It won't harsh my Jess buzz." She grinned, but then it faded. "What's happening with your executive team?" "David and Brandon are gone. The board fired them the same day I saw you at Twigs. Tiffany, too." Jess gasped. "She knew?" "I think she sort of had to," River said, and reached up to rub his eyes. "The only ones left from the original team are me, Lisa, and Sanjeev." When he pulled his hand away, he gazed at her, unguarded, and Jess caught a glimpse of just how exhausted he was. "We brought on a geneticist from UCSD and the head of chemistry from Genentech to sit on the interim board. I've been promoted to CEO. Sanjeev will step up as CSO. We're bringing on a new head of marketing who will hopefully start in the next week." "Are you going to have to make some sort of official announcement?" "Yeah, tomorrow. We're just waiting on Amalia to confirm the CMO package we've offered, and then the new executive slate will go up on our site." She shook her head. "No, I meant an announcement about the results." "The results?" His brows pulled together in confusion. Jess faltered, hoping this wasn't insensitive or intrusive. "I mean, what about the UT and the Today Show, and the People issue comes out Friday, right?" River looked back and forth between her eyes for a second, and then said quietly, "We had to include it in the IPO audit, but otherwise, no. We're not making a statement on that." "Is that—" Again, she hated the possibility that this would insult him. "Is that legal? I mean, Jess, the original score affected your valuation and—" He leaned in, kissed her slowly, and then pulled back. "GeneticAlly isn't going to release a statement." Unease ballooned in her chest, making her feel like a boat on rocky water. Was he speaking in legalese? "Okay," she said, frowning. He studied her reaction and chewed his lip, smiling. "Stop it." "Stop what?" she said, blinking up to his eyes. "I know what you're thinking, that I'm being unethical or evasive. I'm not. You just have to trust me." "I do, it's just—" He quieted her with another kiss, a longer one, deep and searching, with his hand cupping her jaw and his torso rising back over hers. "Listen, I don't know how to answer this question any other way, so I'm just going to kiss you until you stop asking." "I'm saying because I love you and I don't want your company to—" "Jess." He kissed her again, a loud, definitive smooch. "You've told me you don't want to know our results." He stared at her intently. "So? You have to let this one go." In shock, She watched him push up and climb out of bed, smirking over his shoulder at her before walking to the bathroom. She heard the water running, and the entire time Jess stared unfocused at the doorway he'd just stepped through. They weren't going to release a statement. River didn't seem to think they would need to. Did that mean... Her heart had somehow transformed into a bird inside her. River returned and reached near the foot of the bed for his boxers, pulling them on. Jess had a million questions, but couldn't ask any of them. Well, maybe one more. She frowned as he stepped into his pants. "Are you going into work?" He buckled his belt and, before reaching for his shirt, bent over to kiss her again. "No, I'm not going into work." Straightening, he went silent for a second and then said, "But do you think it would be okay if I got Juno from school?" Jess bolted upright, diving for her phone. Shit. They had 2 minutes to make the 7-minute walk. "I mean," he clarified, "I want to go get her." "I know, just let me..." She stood, reaching for her clothes. "Jess." Putting his hands on her shoulders, he eased her back onto the bed. "I'm saying I want to get her. Let me help you." And then he ran his hands through his hair and took a deep, steadying breath. "If that's okay. I've got to fix things with both of my girls today." Chapter 26. 2 months later. In the commotion of parents passing by and kids jabbering excitedly about their creations, Fizzy slid a small plastic item into Jess's hand, then curled her fingers around it. "Surprise!" Jess stared down at the USB drive, coming to a stop in the crowded hallway. Is this what I think it is? If what you think it is the newest Felicity Chen novel, base paired about a hot scientist and a sexy single mom making a love connection through a DNA-based dating app, Fizzy said, then yes. River hovered behind, leaning a curious chin over Jess's shoulder. Is it as dirty as your other books? Fizzy nodded proudly. Probably dirtier. His eyebrows went up. It's hard to know whether I should be weirded out by that, he mused, or proud. Reaching around Jess's waist, River took the USB. I'll start it tonight. At Jess's look, he added, consider it research. Jess laughed, and his big hand came around hers, guiding her through the maze of tables and exhibits, knowing exactly where to go because he'd been here at 1 o'clock that afternoon, helping Juno set up. For almost a month, River and Juno had worked tirelessly on the roller coaster. To suggest that he had grown more invested in it than Juno had would be unfair. She was, after all, often found awake when she was supposed to be in bed, triple-checking the glue on any one of the 2,000 points of contact between all of the popsicle sticks. But he had also been predictably intense about it. They had abandoned the art tape for something sturdier, read, bigger and faster, and had built 4 different cars to test on the coaster before finally settling on wheels that had to be ordered from Germany. In the hall closet, Jess now had 3 remaining boxes of HO gauge model train tracks she had no idea what she would do with. In the end, the coaster was more than 4 feet long and 2 feet tall. It had been painstaking work, and after a few nights of watching them with ovary-bursting bliss, Jess had finally registered that her presence wasn't at all needed, and spent the time happily reading or watching her shows alone in bed. When the project had finally been completed 3 nights ago, River took them both for ice cream to celebrate. So she knew better than to think even GeneticAlly's official IPO the next day would keep him away. Still, they had a company dinner tonight, and she expected River to be at the office until well past midnight, and probably gone again before Jess was awake. The starting price for the stock was higher than even the underwriter had dreamed it could be, and everyone was on tenterhooks, hoping it wouldn't drop in the aftermarket. If it held steady or climbed, the original GeneticAlly team, minus David, Brandon, and Tiffany, who had breached an important contractual clause, would each be worth tens of millions overnight. What time do you need to leave? She asked. He shrugged distractedly, and she wasn't able to pester an answer out of him, because then they were at Juno's table, and both River and Juno were beaming with such pride that for a second, Jess wanted to ask whose second-grade art science assignment it had been. But how could she tease those faces as parents, teachers, and fellow students came around the room to hear Juno's presentation? River was obediently quiet but stood proudly nearby. Jess felt the weight of the past few months pressed down on her chest like a sandbag. Destiny could also be a choice, she'd realized. To believe or not, to be vulnerable or not, to go all in or not. Tears pricked the surface of her eyes, and she turned to Fizzy, pretending an eyelash had gotten in one. Fizzy, to her credit, pulled a tissue and a mirror out of her purse, allowing Jess her dignity. "He's pretty amazing," Fizzy agreed in a whisper. She watched River without a trace of tightness or envy in her expression. After moving on from the Rob debacle, Fizzy had realized she was ready for the real deal, updated her DNA duo criteria, and was confident her own titanium or higher wasn't too far away. When the judges were finished viewing the projects and tabulating the scores, students were encouraged to find their families and wait in the auditorium for results. It was a familiar scene. Rows of folding chairs and excited chatter. Younger kids darted between the aisles while parents took time to catch up with each other. It wasn't too far in the rearview mirror when a night like this would have stoked the embers of loneliness and been followed by days of smoldering in her own insistence that single was better. But tonight, she felt like the contented heart of a very sturdy family. Her perfect village took up an entire row. Nana Joe and Pops at the end of the aisle with Nana's scooter, Fizzy on her left, and River, then Juno on her right. No buffer zone of empty chairs anymore. "I'm not saying the other projects weren't great," River said, leaning in to whisper. "I mean, some were terrible, and some were great. But completely objectively, Juno should win this thing." "Completely objectively, huh?" Jess bit back a laugh. River's competitive streak ran deep. Second-grade art science competitions were apparently not immune. "Win or lose, I'm impressed with you both." She pulled back his sleeve, glancing at his watch. It was already 6:30. "Don't you have to leave soon?" He followed her attention to his wrist. A couple of months ago, Jess imagined, River would have bolted up at the sight of the time. But he just exhaled, calculating, and said, "They're about to do the awards. I'll leave after that." "How are you feeling about tomorrow?" The moment of truth. "Nervous," he admitted, "but mostly relieved that it's finally here." He took her hand in his, and she lifted them, kissing his knuckles. It was as if David's betrayal had eased some tension in him. Things had gone horribly wrong, but it had turned out okay in the end. Better, even. The new executive team was invigorated and had a tight, instant connection. River had personally retested hundreds of samples. There was so much media buzz about GeneticAlly lately, Jess was aware that many parents knew who she and River were, and not because their children were in school together. And as much as he insisted it didn't matter, Jess knew that their new diamond score had confirmed that once upon a time he had discovered something authentic, and he'd actually managed to do something with it to make the world better. Beside him, Juno was busy talking to a friend in the row ahead, enthusiastically debating the merits of corn snakes versus California kings. Jess made a mental note to remind River not to give an inch on the snake front. "Juno is such a curious, creative kid," River said, following Jess's attention. "We need to make sure we get a house with enough space for her projects." His words came to an abrupt stop, their eyes meeting as they each seemed to register the magnitude of what he'd just said. "We need to make sure we get a house." They were together, of course, but they hadn't really talked about what came next. River turned his face to the front, giving Jess a sweet view of his cheeks darkening. "I was going to talk to you later, but..." He cleared his throat. "One of the teachers earlier mistook me for Juno's dad." Juno explained, but she paused for a second first. "It made me think that maybe I haven't been clear enough about what I want." Jess's heart pounded, and her palm grew clammy against his. She briefly turned her eyes to the left, to confirm that Fizzy and Pops were still cracking up together over some goat videos on Instagram. "You have an IPO tomorrow," she reminded him. "This conversation can wait." "Why?" he asked, angling his gaze to her and grinning. "Is it going to be hard or stressful in some way?" She smiled around her bottom lip. "Okay, point taken. What do you want?" "You." He let the syllable hang for a meaningful beat. River wanted her, and he wanted her. His whiskey-brown eyes held the same heat they had in the middle of the night when he'd woken her with a kiss and turned on the muted bedside lamp before guiding her over him. But then his intensity broke, and he continued with quiet sincerity. "And Juno. Maybe a dog." He peeked over her shoulder. "I want Fizzy's insanity and Joe's cooking. Fishing on weekends with Ron. I know it's too early to really decide anything, but when you're ready to take the next step, whatever it is, I'm in." "You're saying you want to move in together?" He laughed a little at this. "Of course I do. My place has more room, but it doesn't feel like a home, and I know how much you guys love the apartment. But we could find something big enough for all of us, with a giant kitchen and bedrooms on the ground floor for your grandparents, or even their own place out back." Jess didn't know what to say. She had so much already, it felt almost greedy to want more. Waking up together every morning, or the quiet intimacy of mundane tasks like grocery shopping and budgeting and just sharing the daily load. She imagined moving around each other at the end of the night, putting the last glass in the dishwasher, sharing a quiet groan that Juno left her socks on the couch again. She imagined not having to say goodbye to him on the doorstep, ever. Ask for all of it. What do you have to lose? "This summer," Jess said, lifting her chin as if daring him to balk. "June or July. If you mean it, let's find a place." His mouth turned up at the corner. "Yeah?" She couldn't resist. He was too sweet. Jess leaned in for a kiss. "Yeah." But it was cut short by the appearance of Mrs. Klein at the front of the room. River jerked himself away, tapping Juno's shoulder. Jess watched as they looked at each other, and then ahead, and smothered a laugh with her fingertips. She'd always joked that Juno was half Fizzy's, but now she had to admit there was an even more dominant influence afoot. Because, in unison, Juno's and River's eyes went big and round. Their spines went ramrod straight. So, Jess wished for one more thing. And as the room broke out into applause and River lifted Juno up into a celebratory hug, Jess quickly threw a few more wishes out there for good measure. But even if nothing went the way they'd planned tomorrow, GeneticAlly had already done at least one spectacular, extraordinary thing. Juno closed her eyes as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "We did it, River Nicholas!" "Yeah," Jess thought, watching them. "We did."
Epilogue. 2 years later. Frequently, during conversations with Felicity Chen, River Peña would feel like he was a nail interacting with a hammer. Like right now, trapped the way he was, all he could do was sit patiently and wait for said hammer to drop. Fizzy leaned back in her seat at the out-of-the-way sandwich shop, one River had never been to and probably wouldn't return to if the quality of his turkey sandwich was indicative of its usual fare, and watched his girlfriend's best friend slowly narrow her eyes at him. "You should have come to me." River felt his brows pull down in confusion. "Why?" "Why?" She leaned forward again, whispering, as if anyone in this place would have the faintest idea what they were talking about. "Do you really have to ask me that?" In fact, he did. River was accustomed to Fizzy lovingly bulldozing her way into any number of things, but he truly did not understand how what he had been doing 20 minutes ago, privately, thoughtfully, required her input whatsoever. "I have insight," Fizzy's eyes widened meaningfully. "I have opinions." "I know," River replied cautiously, "and your opinions, while always appreciated, aren't entirely the point in this sort of thing." Fizzy pressed a hand to her heart. "Gasp!" He laughed. "Besides, I was just doing research. You had 3 out on a tray. You had narrowed it down already. Yes, I had the saleswoman narrow it down for me. Wow, you actually just said that. She bent, taking a bite of her sandwich and chewing aggressively, maintaining eye contact as she swallowed, took a sip of her Sprite, and set the cup down with a thud. River laughed again. No matter how hard she tried, Fizzy was never all that intimidating. Here I am, she said, leaving an appointment with my tax guy. I decide to stroll around the nearby mall while contemplating whether to sell my eggs or maybe a kidney to cover my quarterly tax payment, and what do I see? When she was silent for several long, expectant seconds, River realized she wanted him to answer. I assume this is when you saw me inside Cartier. Fizzy smacked the table. Yes! One River Peña, inside Cartier, looking at rings. River nodded. I'm still waiting for the part where you tell me what about this is so scandalizing. The part where I'm scandalized is that you didn't call me first. You should always call the best friend first, especially when she is an expert in such things. You have side hustle in diamonds? He asked dryly. No, wise ass, I'm an expert in romance. If you needed someone to narrow down the options, that's literally my role here. Shifting in his seat, River looked down at his mostly uneaten sandwich. He'd been so wrapped up in the new perfection of his life over the past nearly 2 years that he'd only recently considered that there could be something even deeper to be found with Jess. River was still wrapping his brain around what marriage and fatherhood meant to him, specifically, and sometimes this felt impossible when he was constantly surrounded by the buzz and hype of the DNA duo's flashy headlines. He knew he had a tendency to overthink and overanalyze, but he wanted to parse out what he could offer Jess as a man, and a best friend, and a father to her child. What did he want his marriage to look like, and was he confident he could execute that perfect vision with the level of commitment he still had to his career? Really, River had just wanted to look at some rings while he thought about this. Wanted to visualize them on Jess's finger. Imagine how it would feel simply to ask her to be his, as long as they both lived. He wasn't sure he was ready for Fizzy's strong opinions yet. It's personal, no? He said finally. As if I ever shy away from personal. Good point. And you're speaking to the person in your life who knows the most about Jess. He frowned at this. Was it true? Certainly there would be ways Fizzy knew Jess that River never could, but the same surely was true for him. There was a depth and connection between him and Jess that no one else could understand. Easy, familiar intimacy. Even smaller things, too, like her tiny signal from across the room, the gentle scratching of her neck just beneath her ear, that told him she was ready to leave a party. The way her fingers always found their way into his hair when they were kissing, and she wanted to take it to the bedroom. Or how she would dig her feet under his leg when they were watching TV together on the couch, and she was feeling her happiest. River felt like he knew her moods, her quirks, her needs better than he sometimes knew his own. But was there a formula for a successful marriage proposal that required other knowledge? Was there some protocol he hadn't considered? He blinked the possibility away, thinking about earlier that morning, and the view of her slowly waking up in a beam of light, angling in through the tall window at the far end of their bedroom. She'd stretched, rolling into his arms, wrapping hers around his neck to pull him close. When she let out a quiet sound of sleepy contentment, it made his bones vibrate. He'd nearly blurted the words the moment he pushed inside her. I need to marry you. And the power of that impulse surprised him so profoundly that he called the office a half hour later to tell them he wouldn't be in today. I think I know her pretty well by now, River mused. Fizzy allowed this with a beat of silence. But picking the right ring is tricky. After the shopping experience he'd had, he believed it. Clarity and color and shape and size were all enough to consider. But then settings? River had finally asked the saleswoman to pick 3 that she thought were the best for him to look at more carefully. He could see Fizzy's point. She should have been the one to weed it down to 3 for him. You're right. When I'm ready to buy one, I'll bring you. She beamed at this, satisfied. He moved to stand, but River should have known better than to think that was the end of it. Fizzy rapped her knuckles on the table. And now, let's discuss the proposal itself. He wasn't even close to being prepared for this branch of the conversation. River swallowed a frustrated sigh. Fizzy... I mean it, Dr. Peña. It has to be perfect. River froze. Of course, but you think Jess is low maintenance and easy, and she is, I get it, she's great, blah, blah, but every woman has a dream proposal, and you cannot get this wrong. She tilted her head side to side, wincing. Unfortunately, you also can't just ask her what she'd like. His stomach sank. Right. Okay. He hated to ask, but felt oddly and suddenly desperate. So, what are you thinking? If I was writing the perfect story for Jess, she drawled, pulling a potato chip from the bag, you would take her to the beach and... About this, he was adamant. Jess doesn't like the beach. She does, Fizzy insisted. She just forgets she likes it. She only likes it when we're leaving and she's relieved she didn't get as sandy as she expected. Because taking Juno to the beach when she was a baby was a total nightmare, Fizzy explained. Sand in every chubby little crevice, and if Jess turned her head for a second, Juno would happily eat a fistful of it. River grimaced. And you know Jess's favorite thing ever is to watch the sunset. The best place to do that is the beach. River's easy confidence in his instincts tripped over this. And proposing on the beach. He hadn't given much thought yet to how he would do it, but he liked the intimacy of proposing to Jess in bed. They had fun everywhere, but when it was just the two of them, it was unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Open, communicative, pleasurable to the point of obsession. Jess once said it felt like they were two naked souls when they were in bed together, and he'd never forgotten the way she'd looked when she'd said it. A jewel on his sheets, glistening with sweat, her love for him painted on every feature. And he liked the idea of spontaneity, asking her when the words just wouldn't stay tied into a bundle inside him any longer. Jess was always telling him to let go, be impulsive. Don't play chess with every small decision. What would be a better indication that he had heard her feedback and took it to heart than a passionately blurted marriage proposal? But getting married wasn't a small decision. Maybe Fizzy was right, and an impulsive proposal wasn't the way to go here. And if he did ask her like that, in bed, in an intimate moment, what would Jess say whenever anyone asked how he popped the question? Should he maybe include Juno in the moment, making it a family occasion? Something this important would be a story they remembered forever. He couldn't trust himself to wing it, when winging it had never been his forte to begin with. River had only taken one bite of the disgusting sandwich, but now he felt queasy. Balloons, Fizzy was saying. He did a double take. Balloons? A balloon arch, definitely in her favorite color. She glanced at River and then away, and his stomach dropped. That was a test. Blue, he said slowly, imagining Jess's favorite shirt, but drew the word out when Fizzy's expression grew skeptical. Ish green? If you say so, Fizzy examined her nails. Music, of course. Oh, and you'll be holding a bouquet of her favorite flowers, and then dinner at her favorite restaurant. This sounds, he said delicately, carefully, dismantling a bomb with shaking hands. A little cliché. This time Fizzy did actually gasp. How dare you? A proposal on the beach with balloons and music and flowers followed by dinner seems... Okay, what about putting the ring in her dessert? Her what? Or during a Padres game. You could arrange for the proposal to go on the Jumbotron. You could... His expression cleared. I think you're fucking with me, Fizz. Fizzy balled her sandwich wrapper up in her fist. I am absolutely fucking with you. She pointed a finger at him. But not about ring shopping. And once you get the perfect proposal idea, run that past me too. She stood, sliding her purse over her shoulder. Fizzy gave him one last baleful look and left the sandwich shop, letting out a quiet, men, as she went. For the rest of the day, River felt like he'd walked through a car wash, discombobulated, gobsmacked. Of course, he knew that things like favorite colors and balloons didn't actually have anything to do with whether he and Jess should get married, but the idea that she might have tastes and preferences he hadn't considered sent him down a mental spiral. What did the perfect proposal actually entail? To steady his thoughts, he spent the afternoon diligently collecting data. A glimpse into their closet revealed that a large majority of Jess's clothes were blue, very likely her favorite color. Any color-relevant aspect to the proposal was sorted then. She didn't own much jewelry, but what she did have in the small, thin drawer of the built-in dresser was simple and classic, just like the rings he'd been considering. Feeling proud, River opened the cabinet in the bathroom where they kept their beach towels and gear. Jess only owned a single swimsuit, a functional one-piece. Certainly not the sign of a beach lover. He could cross that location off the list. And it was easy enough to guess her favorite flower: tulips. More often than not, from March to June, Jess had a fresh bouquet of them spilling out of a vase on the kitchen counter. Some details, however small, had been decided. But settings, backdrops, times of day, and an infinite combination of words tumbled around in his head as he chopped zucchini and onions, and as he opened a bottle of Pinot to let it breathe a bit before dinner. Marriage meant commitment, but in this case he couldn't consider commitment without also considering Juno. She was as much a part of his immediate future as Jess was. But would it be better to discuss all those details with Jess alone, after they had decided to get married? Maybe he'd plan a weekend getaway to Santa Barbara, just the two of them, or maybe he would fly her to Paris as a surprise. His thoughts gathered steam. A cozy skiing weekend in Banff. Yes, with the blue-green glacial lake just outside and a sky so crystalline it almost wouldn't seem real. He slipped his phone from his pocket, texting Fizzy. "I think I'll fly her to Banff this weekend as a surprise." Just then, Jess came in from the garage, and River shoved his phone back in his pocket, feeling queasily guilty, as if he'd just been discovered plotting a crime. She pulled up short at the sight of him at the stove cooking dinner. "What are you doing home?" "Took the day off to get some stuff done." She was a cuddle personified, soft in a cozy sweater and ripped jeans with sneakers. His lungs seemed to double in size at the sight of her, every cell needing more oxygen. With a little, "Cool," she walked over, stretching on her tiptoes to kiss him. He could taste the honey on her mouth, knew that wherever she'd been working today, she'd recently finished a cup of tea. He licked at the flavor, wanting more of her, high on the knowledge that their plan for forever was taking shape this very moment. One soft peck turned into a longer press, and then her lips parted, her tongue soft and hot in his mouth. And he was holding her tight against him with his hands on the firm curve of her backside, while her own fingers wound their way into his hair, saying so clearly, "Bedroom, now." The image of this future weekend unfurled in his thoughts, just the two of them, in an expansive suite, cushioned in soft white sheets, with snow-capped mountains and the turquoise lake on the other side of a window, and the cold press of her engagement ring on his neck as she pulled his head down to hers. But his expanding hunger was pushed aside when the front door flew open and Juno's footsteps pounded up the entryway steps to the main floor. "I'm home!" River slid his hands up Jess's back, turning the clasping embrace into a loose hug. As always, Pops called from the door, confirming, "Got her?" "Got her," they replied in unison, just as Juno crashed into their arms, wedging between them. She was taller now, but not by much. She looked more like her mom every day. Jess bent, kissing the top of her head. "How was your day, Jujubee?" she asked. "Fine." "Fine? Tell us something good," River said. "What did you check out at the library?" "Basher science," she said, muffled by his shirt. She leaned back, resting her chin on his chest. "Did you know that some metals are so reactive that if they even touch water, they explode?" River grinned. She'd been into metal science for a few weeks now. Jess stared down at Juno with an expression that River didn't quite recognize, as he pulled away and moved to check the food in the oven. "Alkali metals," he told Juno, closing the door again. "Do you know why?" "Because, she said, looking up at her mother. "I don't know." "All any atom wants is to be stable," River said, reaching for 3 plates in the cabinet. "And alkali metals only have 1 electron in their outer orbit, and it makes them really unstable. They want to get rid of it as fast as they can." "Like trying to roller skate on 1 wheel," Juno said, and he laughed. Her blue eyes were always so bright. She'd left this morning with a tidy braid that was now a mess of flyaways and strands clinging to her sweaty little face and neck. In all honesty, he'd never imagined he had the interest or fortitude for fatherhood. But Juno had come into his life at the perfect time, perfectly his already. "Mom," She went over to her backpack, retrieving a sheet of paper. "I made this for you." River watched as she handed Jess a drawing. "I thought of you when Miss Singh told us to draw a place that reminds us of someone we love. It reminded me of when we camped at the beach in Carmel." He stepped over, looking over Jess's shoulder at the sunset above the gray, white-tipped waves, with birds flying on the horizon. A wide swath of sand was drawn with an observant eye and careful hand. In the middle of the beach was a small blue tent, a bright point of contrast. "Gosh," Jess breathed. "That was the best trip. We kept saying we would go again and then never did." River's brain stuttered. "Do you know," Jess said, running her index finger over the layers of color, "I wish I could live in this sky. I think this orange is the most beautiful color in the world." His brain stuttered again. The Banff proposal plan embraced neither the beach nor an orange sky as an overall vibe. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out, reading the text from Fizzy. "You're not going to include Juno?" He winced, cursing how he'd second-guessed that initial instinct. Of course he should include her. He couldn't ask Jess to be his wife without simultaneously letting Juno know that his commitment to her as a father figure was just as strong. He turned to the fridge, pulling out salad ingredients, mentally scrolling through locations, shifting things in his calendar, figuring out how to make this happen as soon as possible. The need to solidify this felt like a cork lodged in his throat. He needed a sunset. He needed a story they would never forget. He needed something spectacular. He would propose to them both in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. "You're right," he replied. "I'm thinking Paris with both of my girls. I'll make arrangements this week to take them for a long weekend." Perfect. Blinking back into the moment, he set the salad bowl down on the kitchen table, walked over and clicked the oven off, and pulled the cast iron skillet out. "Dinner's ready." Undressing later, and with the plan blooming in his thoughts, River felt muscle loose, like he did when he slipped into the hot tub or showered after a long run. He always tucked Juno in these days. It was one of his favorite routines. In between prompting her to brush her teeth, to floss, pajamas, baby girl, stay focused, he would answer all her questions that bubbled up and never failed to surprise him. But tonight Jess had wanted to do it, and their voices drifted down the hall from Juno's bathroom as she talked about wanting a dog, talked about why horses' teeth are shaped the way they are, and then all he could make out were the low murmurs of their voices, talking about all of the places Juno's brain meandered to in the hazy, sleepy moments before she fell asleep. After a few minutes of silence, he heard the soft click of Juno's door. A moment later, Jess's arms came around him from behind, her cheek pressed to his back. "Hi." "Hi." Tugging his hand, walking backward with a knowing smile, she guided him to the couch in the sitting room off their master bedroom, undressing while he watched, climbing over him, and giving him access to all of her soft curves and sensitive peaks. "Kiss me here," she said, pointing to the delicate pulse point beneath her chin. He complied, sucking gently, dragging his teeth a teasing inch down her neck. He smiled into her skin, feeling like he had a secret, a surprise, a gem in his proverbial pocket. "Here," she said, index finger sweeping over her collarbone. He shifted, laying her back, hovering over her, and setting an open-mouthed kiss there. Here, the top swell of her breast, and her finger dragged down over the peak that he pulled into his mouth, nipple and finger together, drawing deeply, tongue and teeth, and all the things that made quiet sounds erupt from her throat. Her finger moved lower, here, and he followed with his mouth to that favorite spot, the small, perfect freckle on the underside of her left breast, and sucked it as though it were candy, sweet on his tongue. Here, a rib. Here, a spot low on her navel. And then her words turned to sounds. A moan as his mouth moved lower to her inner thigh, hip, and that perfect wet heat between her legs. Making love to her was the only time a window in River's mind ever opened to the possibility of religion. He knew, of course he knew, the powerful effect of neurotransmitters and hormones and various other signals in his bloodstream, but even those were insufficient evidence for what he experienced. How could something purely organic explain all of this? The euphoria, yes, but also the overwhelming sense of communion with another person, the sense that something deeper than their bodies wound together when they touched. She became him. He became her. River sent a hand up her body, cupping her breast, and she rocked, her fingers tightly clamped in his hair, holding his mouth to her, broken words telling him more and harder, and she was about to come. She did, giving him that melting sense of infatuation as she pulled him up her body, her face pressed to his neck, and she went slack in his arms. River stood and carried her, her legs entwined around his waist, across the floor and into their bedroom, where he lowered her down onto the soft cotton of their bedspread. She wanted slow, and then she wanted deep, and finally she wanted hard and fast, her fingers urging with pressure and the delicious bite of nails into his back. Her teeth scraped down his neck, her tongue leaving a wet path of heat over his skin. She was like heaven. If heaven was a thing. And River felt a sweeping sense of delirium and possessiveness pass through him, as she muffled her scream in a bite to his shoulder. His hand left her breast for fear of hurting her with his grip, and instead he made a fist in the bedding, tightening it in the urgency, twisting it through the searing bliss of his release. He stayed over her, slowing to lazy movements, savoring the satisfied warmth of her beneath him, her lazy arms snaking around his neck, her fingers toying with the damp curls of hair at the back of his head. Turning his face to hers, he took her mouth in long, languid kisses. Her lips, swollen from the bruising fever of his kiss at the height of his need, were warm and softened now, in a vulnerable, decadent way that made him need her again, already. River felt a happiness so consuming, so electric, it was nearly painful. And he knew that it had to be like this. Maybe they would go to Paris together, yes, but he would propose here, inside her, body and mind. And then together they would take Juno to the Eiffel Tower and tell her all about how the tower was built, how, thanks to thermal expansion, the iconic landmark can be nearly 15 centimeters taller in the summer. They'd ride to the very top and stare out at the star of Paris expanding in all directions beneath them, and he would ask them both to be his, for him to be theirs. Later, when Jess was asleep in the center of their bed, and his brain wouldn't shut off from excitement and anticipation, he climbed out of the sheets, careful not to wake her, and padded into his office, waking his computer with a thumb stroke across the trackpad. But before he could open the airline booking site, he saw the text there from Fizzy. On second thought, you can't take Juno out of school. She's right in the middle of all that state testing. Definitely do Paris, but maybe another time. It was like this on and off for days. Every idea he had met the Fizzy roadblock. What about spring break? Juno is off that entire week. I thought Jess wanted to take Nana Jo to Mexico that week. Shit, she had. I think Easter weekend is clear. Juno has a recital that Friday. God damn it, he knew that. He'd been the one to take Juno to her costume fittings. Maybe I surprised them somewhere locally. Point Loma, Coronado. Really? Coronado? Point Loma? Dr. Peña, come on, you can do better. At this one, he nearly threw his phone into the trash can, but instead he calmly dialed her number. She answered on the first ring. I absolutely veto Point Loma as a proposal site. I'm not calling to argue. Oh. He imagined her settling back in her chair. Okay, proceed. Are you free now? Am I free? Fizzy answered and laughed. I'm so stuck on this chapter that in order to avoid working on it, I've been shopping on potterybarn.com for stuff that I can't afford for an imaginary house I don't actually own. Okay, River frowned. I was thinking of getting a ring today. Today? He heard her stand. In the background, her chair rolled across the floor as if she'd leapt from it. River, I'll leave here at 3 and come pick you up. We'll be back before they get home from ballet at 6:30. 3 minutes ago, you texted me suggesting Coronado, she said. I'm not sure I want you loaded with ammo when you're hit with another bad idea. Jesus, Fizzy. What? He moved past this. I'm perfectly capable of going alone, you know. She began, but cut off. I want you to have a good plan in place before you get the ring. I want you to not make a snap decision. He took a slow, calming breath. Not that I need to clear any of this with you, but I'm getting the ring today to propose at some point in the future. You have expressed your veto, and I respect it. I will not propose at Point Loma or Coronado. Or your house. What? You're telling me you won't take one look at her brushing her teeth later in a skimpy little nightie and nut a ring right onto her finger? I don't even know what that means. Come with me or don't. I don't really care. Of course Fizzy went. And of course she was full of opinions and vetoes, but in the end, the ring he spotted almost right away made every round of cuts until it was the last one on the tray. Unique for an engagement ring, the one-of-a-kind rectangular sapphire was framed perfectly by the simple gold band. The precise facets heightened the intense blue. The color had rendered both River and Fizzy momentarily speechless when they'd first seen it. Now, climbing from his car in the garage, the small velvet box was the only thing in River's pocket, and it felt like it weighed 100 pounds. But Fizzy's point was well heeded, and to prevent his own instinct to turn and beg Jess to marry him at the first opportune moment, he knew he had to put the ring away for now. Grateful to have beat Jess and Juno home from dance, he reached to the very top of their closet, to the shelf he knew Jess couldn't reach. He wasn't sure, in fact, that she even knew there was a shelf up there, and slid the small bag on its side, safely out of reach or discovery. But it was like a beacon, thrumming in the background of his thoughts as he made dinner, as he sat with them and listened adoringly to Juno babble happily about her day, as he did the dishes side by side with Jess later. River, decisive, confident, directed, operated with plans in place, and without a plan in place for this, that cork remained wedged in his thoughts. It felt, he realized, like being unable to fully exhale. Charter a boat to Catalina? Juno gets seasick. Fly them to Aspen for a day? Aspen is best in the fall. It's March. Great idea, but then wait until September. River dropped his phone onto the couch cushion with a frustrated groan, prompting Jess to lift her head from the pillow at the other end. She'd begged him to watch her favorite television show from the beginning with her, and here he was, not even paying attention. All good down there? She asked, nudging his thigh with her foot before happily digging under his leg for warmth and pressure. Juno was asleep upstairs, and the urge to release the words, "Let's get married this weekend," was nearly unbearable. He would be out of town for 2 weeks soon, and he was already dreading it. The more he thought about things, the more he felt that one aspect of their future, at least, needed to be sorted now. Having something like this settled before he left would at least give his mind a soft place to land at the end of the long days ahead. He tugged her hand gently, coaxing her onto his lap, straddling him. Jess cupped his face. "You okay?" He nodded. It seemed as good a time as any to broach it. "I need to ask you something." Her expression was momentarily uneasy. "Uh-oh." "Nothing bad," he said, and then grinned. "I don't think." Jess moved closer and said a quiet, "Okay," with her smile against his lips. River leaned back, toying with the strap of her tank top. "I know we talked about this once, a while ago. Nearly a year ago now, when they'd finally fully moved into the house and were figuring out what to do with the handful of empty bedrooms. They'd skirted around one option and then approached it head-on, agreeing without diving deep that they didn't have any pressing need for a nursery. You don't want more children, is that right?" Her eyes broke from his, and she set her index finger on his shoulder, drew an absent spiral. "I don't think so, no," she said finally. "But we can talk about it, if you want a baby." "I don't," he said simply. Jess turned her blue eyes up to his face, relieved. "But I would like to have a kid." She frowned, not understanding. "How do you think Juno would feel about me adopting her?" When she went statue still, River was initially queasy with dread. But as he watched her process this, he realized her eyes were getting watery. Jess leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck. "River," she said into his skin. "Yes?" he asked. But when she pulled back, it was to kiss him. And when he tried to speak, she kissed him again, and then again. And he would have worried that she hadn't really answered him, except the love she made to him then and there didn't feel like a rebuke. It felt like a celebration. River awoke Saturday, exhausted and well used, but now with 2 corks in his thoughts. Last night's sex had moved from the family room to the bedroom and gone on into the early morning, but he realized even after hours of time with her, he still didn't have an answer to his question. Over breakfast, he tried to catch Jess's eye, but she was busy packing Juno's bag for a day at a friend's and seemed oddly stressed. A horn honked at the curb, and Jess planted her hands on Juno's shoulders, staring steadily into her daughter's eyes. "I'll see you later?" Nodding, Juno stood straight, posture earnest like it was before she gave a presentation or when she was getting a talking to from her grandparents. "You have everything you need?" Juno nodded again, answering with a trace of exasperation. "I'll be fine, Mom." River watched the exchange uneasily and then walked over to kiss Juno goodbye. Maybe last night he'd pushed too soon. But when Juno was out the door, he couldn't ask. Jess made a beeline for the shower. He followed her into their bathroom, hovering outside the fogging glass, struggling to find the right words to untangle the knot he'd inadvertently tied. When she climbed out, wrapping herself in a plush robe, he stood behind her at the sink, bending to kiss her neck. "You okay?" "Me?" She met his eyes in the mirror as she dabbed moisturizer on her face. "Of course." "Should we talk about last night?" Jess paused, holding his gaze in the reflection. He felt anchored, grounded there, and realized she knew exactly what he meant. "I want to. I do. But can we talk about it later?" "Later today?" Jess nodded. "I've got a ton of stuff to do this morning to get a contract off, but I want to talk about it. Tonight. I promise." "You're not upset with me for asking?" he asked. And finally she stilled, turning. Jess put her hands on his face and looked very steadily into his eyes. "Not even a little bit." And then she stretched, kissing him once before she disappeared into their closet. River rarely had time alone on the weekends, let alone time when he had nothing occupying his hands and restless energy. So although he didn't resent the quiet, he also didn't mind the interruption when Jess called 2 hours later and told him her car had broken down on Shelter Island. Hurrying, he rushed into the garage and didn't even think to look at the walls before he backed out and headed north, because if he had, he would have seen what was missing. River pulled into a diagonal parking spot facing the bay, and his gaze tripped briefly over the 3 beach chairs from their garage, set up on the small stretch of grass. But he didn't linger on the chairs, because all his eyes could take in was the sight of Jess and Juno standing there waiting for him. His brain, accustomed to calculations and logical inferences, made no immediate sense of this. Maybe Jess had gone to pick up Juno early from her playdate. Maybe they'd stopped for a mother-daughter splurge at the Bally High. Maybe the car had broken down there. But not all of the evidence tracked. Juno wasn't wearing what she had on when she left, a pair of leggings and a t-shirt with a Californium atom on it. Instead, she wore a deep blue dress, covered with constellations created from shimmering silver thread. And Jess, too, wasn't wearing the sweats and hoodies she'd bolted from the house in earlier either. She had on a gown that pinged a very specific synapse in his brain. He would never forget this dress. She'd worn it the first time he kissed her. On unsteady legs, River climbed out of his car and approached them. His heart was pounding in his windpipe, and his question came out thin. "What's going on?" Juno looked nervous. Here was a child who burst onto the stage with an enormous, easy smile, who presented a science project to the whole of her school without breaking a sweat. But her tiny hand shook as she pointed to one of the lawn chairs. "Do you want to sit down?" "Sure." He looked at Jess in silent question, and she met his eyes for only a second before looking at Juno and surreptitiously wiping a tear. River sat down in the low chair, facing them with his hands cupped over his knees. Juno took a deep, steadying breath. "I asked Mom a few months ago how you met," she started, holding his gaze very steadily, clearly having practiced this speech carefully. "Because I knew, sort of, but I didn't know." And she told me about your work and how you help people find the love of their life." River nodded. "That's right, sweetheart." She tilted her chin up and smiled at him. "I think that's really cool, and so I asked Pops if he would help me find some books on DNA." At this, River's heart splintered into a million tiny suns. "I learned that I have half of my DNA from my mom," Juno said, "and half from my dad. I've only seen him a few times, and he is a super nice person, but I don't know him very well." River had to swallow to hold back a rush of emotion at this, but Juno continued bravely. "And I always thought it was funny how I can love you and Fizzy like I do, without even being related to you." River glanced at Jess, who was clearly struggling to keep it together, and seeing her like that made his own emotions wobble dangerously in his chest. "I read about genes," Juno continued, gaining confidence in her words, earnest now, "and saw that humans all have 99.9% the same genes, so I'm way more like you and Fizzy than I am like Pigeon or the Labradoodle puppy that Stevie's dog just had and that I want you and Mom to get for me." River and Jess laughed, and Juno beamed at her own sneakiness. "But there are lots of little differences that might tell us things about ourselves that we can't see on the outside." "That's right," River said again, thickly. "Like who we might love." She looked at Jess, who nodded encouragingly. "And because half of my genes come from my mom, I thought that I was probably at least half of a diamond match with you, right? And that's pretty good, I think. Because what you do isn't only for, people to get married," she said, and giggled. River fought the urge to look at Jess right then, to gauge her reaction. "I mean," Juno continued, "I think it could also be used to find out who could be your best friend in the whole world." Sensing what was coming, River felt like he was on the very edge of his own control, that he was close to crumbling. But he managed to keep it together. "I think that makes a lot of sense, Junebug." Juno bent, retrieving a piece of paper from her backpack. It was rolled and tied with a blue ribbon, and she carried it over to him. "Sanjeev helped me," she grinned. "Open it." He felt a little dissociated, a cloud of awareness floating outside of his own body. Fingers that didn't feel entirely his pulled the ribbon from the paper and unrolled the page. His eyes instinctively knew where to look, to that upper corner, landing on the 91 there. "Even if we were a 20, I know you're meant to be my best friend," she said. "I think it's way more important to be happy with someone than to be related to them. But with you, I think I'd like to be both." She sucked in a shaky breath and set her chin bravely. "I was wondering if you wanted to be my dad." He couldn't stay seated anymore and stood, sweeping the little girl up into his arms. River was choked tight by sentiment, overcome for a few moments. Just walking in circles and holding the girl who would soon be his daughter was already his daughter. Her arms went around his neck, squeezing, and then Jess was there, wrapping her arms around both of them. For a silent handful of seconds, they stood together like this, but eventually Juno wrestled free, her cheeks tear-stained. "We have something for you too, right, Mom?" With a tiny excited squeak, Jess went to the backpack, returning to them with a box in her hands. "Juno's part was the best," she said quietly, and River set Juno down as another wave of understanding hit him. "But hopefully mine is pretty good too." She looked up at him. "I hope you like it. Juno and I had it made." River opened the box and stared down with wet eyes at a band of 3 flattened threads of metal woven together. It was somehow both intricate and simple. "It's platinum, palladium, and tungsten," Juno said. "We learned all about metals too, because we wanted to make something special. Platinum and palladium are called congeners, which means they're related types of metals, like me and Mom. Tungsten is a rare metal, and the atomic symbol is W, which made me laugh because it makes no sense. Then I realized that it's because it's also called wolfram. I like that it had a unique name," she said, and smiled. "Just like me and you." River smoothed the pad of his thumb across the ring. "I love it. It's the best ring in the whole world." I can't tell you how many times Juno nearly ruined the surprise in the past month, Jess said, laughing. River stared down at the band, and Jess took it from him and guided it onto his ring finger. Anyway, you've probably guessed what I am going to ask you, but I was also wondering if you wanted to be my husband. When she looked up, there was uncertainty there that shocked him. He couldn't believe that for even 1 second she was unsure of him. Will you marry me? He pulled her to him, crushing her in his arms. And while Juno skipped happily around the lawn, doing cartwheels and picking dandelions, River kissed Jess deeply, dragging his lips to her jaw, her ear, pressing his kiss to her hair, and whispering for good measure, I can't wait to marry you. He was still reeling, amazed but frankly unsurprised that they had been on exactly the same page in this way. River reconsolidated his memory of Jess's reaction last night. She'd been overwhelmed, but in only the best way. Oh my God. Fizzy. Jess beamed. Of course she'd involved a co-conspirator in the diversion tactics. In the end, it happened exactly the way it was meant to. The three of them together now, and later he would slide the ring onto Jess's finger the way he'd imagined it all along, in bed alone, just the two of them. Tonight had at least one more surprise in store. Juno ran toward Jess, shivering in the cold breeze off the bay, and she pulled her daughter into her arms, rubbing quickly to warm with friction. River saw the same tremor run through Jess, too, and unzipped his hoodie, stretching it to encompass both of their trembling, giggling shoulders. We're like a monster with 6 legs, Juno cried, clutching the zipper to pull the hoodie as far around her as it would go. She roared, trying to stomp forward. Jess caught her before all three of them went tumbling onto the grass. You know, Juno, he did this once before, Jess said. Right exactly here, when we were just getting to know each other. Jess looked over her shoulder at him and smiled knowingly. I was cold, she told Juno, and we barely knew each other, but he wrapped me up just like this. That's so romantic, Juno sang, squealing when Jess tickled her. Did you like him already, Mama? I did. Did you like her too? Dad? Jess went still, visibly, anxiously protective. Juno's dad came out a little stiff, a little self-conscious, like she was trying it on but wasn't sure it was okay to say yet. An electric shiver ran down River's spine, but he picked it up in stride. Of course I did, Jujubee. Are you kidding? I was crazy about her. But back then, holding Jess against him in the wind had still been half for show. His real feelings were hidden, protected and warm inside that coat with Jess's conflicted, trembling body. This right here was a different lifetime, a different reality, back in the same spot where he first felt the heat and sweetness of her body against his. Restless and too warm now, Juno took off running again, dancing and spinning and cartwheeling. Dad, look! She shouted, confident now. River closed Jess up in the sweatshirt with him, wrapping his arms around her as they watched their little girl together. A part of River wanted to study this, to understand where this joy came from, and how this moment, with this woman and this child, made him feel something that nothing in his life before had ever made him feel. In the end, is it science or is it spiritual? He wondered. Why does my chemistry alter so profoundly with them and no one else? But then, for the time being, he made himself stop wondering at all. He simply let himself be what he always was when he was in the moment with Juno and Jess. Perfectly, wholly, forever happy. The Soulmate Equation was written by Christina Lauren and read by Patty Murin, with an epilogue read by John Root. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Soulmate Equation is available in print from Gallery Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Honey Don't List by Christina Lauren, read by Patty Murin and John Root.